Thank you all. Now we have a presentation by Ms. Pragati, who is a scientist with Ministry of Electronics and IT, providing an overview of India AI mission with the focus on India AI Future Skills pillar. Ms. Pragati, please.
Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this pivotal panel discussion on the India AI, empowering talent through AI education and skilling. Today, we embark on a transformative journey to advance our domestic AI ecosystem, fostering inclusion, innovation, and economic growth through strategic partnerships with industry and academia. At the heart of this mission is a comprehensive and integrated approach aimed at creating a robust AI ecosystem. We envision an India where barriers to higher education in AI are reduced and opportunities for learning and growth are accessible to all. To this end, we are committed to significantly augmenting the number of scholarships for Bachelor of Technology, Master of Technology, and Doctor of Philosophy programs. By doing so, we aim to empower a new generation of AI experts who will drive our nation's technological and economic future. India AI Future Skills is a cornerstone of our strategy. This initiative will coordinate with existing efforts to expand graduate and postgraduate AI programs, making them more accessible to aspiring students. By setting up data and AI labs in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, we aim to impart foundational courses in data and AI, such as annotation, data cleaning, data analytics, thus democratizing AI education and training across the country. The World Economic Forum predicts that AI will create over 97 million new jobs by 2025. This projection underscores the significant role AI is set to play in shaping the future of work. As AI technology evolves, it will generate a plethora of job opportunities across various industries and sectors, both in India and globally. To seize this opportunity, we must focus on creating a workforce that is well versed in AI and prepared to lead in innovation, development, deployment, and operations of AI products and solutions. I encourage each of you to engage actively in this conversation, share your ideas and experiences, and think boldly about the future we can shape together. Let us harness the power of AI to drive positive change and make a lasting impact on society. Thank you all for being here, and I look forward to an enlightening and inspiring discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pragati, for that enlightenment. Now we would like to play a message from our keynote speaker, Professor T.G. Sitaraman, Chairman AICTE.
Namaskar. Artificial intelligence is reshaping the future of humanity across nearly every industry. It's already the main driver of emerging technology such as big data, robotics, and the Internet of Things. Generative AI with tools like ChatGPT and AI art generators has captured the mainstream attention and will continue to be a technological innovator for the foreseeable future. The demand for technical expertise in these areas is rapidly increasing, presenting a significant challenge, ensuring that the workforce of tomorrow is adequately trained to meet the demands of these emerging fields. This is where the role of technical education becomes pivotal. The integration of artificial intelligence in education is not just a technological shift, it's a revolutionary change offering a wide range of benefits. The future of Indian education in the context of AI presents exciting opportunities for innovation, personalized learning, and improved educational outcomes. However, it also poses challenges related to equity, ethics, and workforce readiness that must be proactively addressed by stakeholders in the education ecosystem. Continuous learning, upskilling, and reskilling are essential to sustaining in this rapidly changing world. Integrating an AI-based curriculum into the Indian educational system is very crucial to prevent potential misuse of AI and ensure it operates within the ethical and legal boundaries. Leveraging AI's maximum and productive benefits for students, teachers, and society is very vital to India's development by 2047. The National Education Policy 2020 recognizes the necessity of strengthening technical education in emerging fields such as AI, IoT, cybersecurity, robotics, and blockchain. It aims to achieve this by developing a multidisciplinary approach to education, encouraging the integration of various fields of study. By embracing AI and remote learning, NEP 2020 aims to equip students with 21st century skills, fostering innovation, critical thinking, and problem solving abilities essential for their academic and professional success in a rapidly evolving world. There are many misconceptions surrounding AI, but I would like to clarify that AI is not about recreating the human brain. Rather, it is about building systems that act like humans. AI involves analytics, problem solving, and autonomous automation based on the data, knowledge, and experience. While AI will undoubtedly transform our workforce, leading to the replacement of some jobs, it will also create new roles and new jobs. The true challenge lies in humans finding their passion in new responsibilities that require uniquely human abilities. AI coupled with quantum computing will revolutionize the way we work and educate the masses, enabling unprecedented computational power and innovative learning methods. This powerful combination promises to transform industries and education systems, driving advancements and accessibility on a global scale. Statistics indicate that the AI market size is expected to reach $126 billion by 2030, with global job opportunities in AI projected to be 97 million by 2025. This clearly indicates that job opportunities for humans will continue to exist alongside AI advancements. Our goal should be to create a technically sound workforce equipped with advanced skill sets, ensuring we are ready for the future. At AICTE, we are taking numerous steps towards AI education and skilling. Skill and upskill our faculties. We have partnered with Geo Institute for a faculty development program on artificial intelligence and data science. We have introduced minor degree courses in emerging technologies like AI, IoT, and blockchain. Additionally, we have collaborated with international companies such as Meta, Cisco, Salesforce, IBM, Adobe, and Amazon to skill our youth in emerging technologies and provide them with job and internship opportunities. Our AI and machine learning Indian language translation tool, Anuvadini, is also an outstanding tool. This is in-house tool translates books, text, audio, and video into 14 different languages, providing real-time translation of lengthy books with exact formatting in different regional languages. All India Council for Technical Education's collaboration with APNA brought AICTE Career Portal, specifically designed for aspiring job seekers to offer them AI-based resume creation and real-time notifications for new opportunities. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
A wonderful keynote by Praraman on the changing landscape of jobs in India. And now to guide us through the exciting and insightful session, I'm pleased to hand over the proceeding to Ms. Shweta Khurana. Ms. Khurana is responsible for driving strategic programs and initiatives with governments across Asia, Pacific, and Japan. Her present focus is on building public-private partnerships, programs to develop AI human capital. Ms. Khurana, up to you.
Thank you so much. Is this better? Yeah. Thanks and good morning. And such a lovely morning. It's raining nice outside, but it's so nice to see all of you here. And a very warm welcome to all the panelists. I will quickly set the context and then we can get into discussions. So just to kind of talk about what India AI mission is kind of elaborating as on today. So India's #1 on the standard index of 2024 AI penetration. At the GitHub AI projects, we see India's been doing extremely well. We're just next to the United States. So our challenges when it really comes to AI skill development may be a little different from a lot of other nations. And when we talk about these challenges, right, specifically when we talk about demographic advantages, or we talk about cultural diversity, or we talk about economic diversity, today the idea is if all of us want to come together to build an AI-ready generation, and when I say all of us, I'm really talking about the industry, the public sector, and the civil society, coming together to pick up a lofty goal on how do we really build an AI-ready generation in India, there are three vectors we would like to focus during our course of discussion in the next 1 hour. One is going to be on how the future of work is really evolving. It's going to focus more on, the new era jobs which we hear today, which were not prevalent till now. Whether you talk about an AI ethicist, whether you talk about an AI modeler, or in fact an AI auditor. These are the kind of roles which today we see where jobs are opening up. Now, India's largely had software supremacy to a major extent in the global domain. But given that we are moving into an entire environment of low code, no code, where AI literacy to AI knowledge creation can be a huge range of what the future of work jobs would entail, how do we get our youth ready to be a part of that? The second pillar is going to be really around the education system and how do we continue to make it relevant for employability. I still remember in 2020 when the National Education Policy was released and getting students from grade 8th to really understand what AI was all about and making it as a part or as a subject of study, like one would study biology or a chemistry, was role modeling how AI skills can be nurtured at a very young level. But given today what is happening is, and just this year, 250,000 students have given their class 10th board examinations in AI and scored extremely well. But then the question or the challenge which really faces us is, are we going to be facing an AI divide like we saw a digital divide in the last 2 decades? Because these are largely schools which have access to AI infrastructure and can go and build indigenous AI projects, whereas most of the other schools, colleges may not have access to relevant infrastructure to be in a position to create and innovate or to build new knowledge on AI. Each one of us here is an AI consumer as we stand. Every student who has a smartphone in his or her hand is also an AI consumer. How do we really take them to become AI knowledge creators is the second part of the challenge statement. The third and the last part is, how quickly our technology in AI is evolving. Just to keep pace with AI and then Gen AI and now agentic AI, specifically in education, what does it really mean? How can we support the education system in India to gear up for what these changes really mean on the ground? So with this, the idea is that we're going to be using the next 1 hour, 15 minutes or so to really talk about how do we build an AI-ready generation in India? What are the challenges? What are going to be the potential solutions? And how do we really build the human intelligence to stay ahead in a world which is going to be fueled by artificial intelligence? So with this, I'll open the panel discussion. What I'm going to do is ask one round of questions to all our esteemed panelists and then keep it open for the audience to interact with and ask the question of your choice, if that's okay. So, Professor Anil, I'd love to start with you, right? Because we say that if we make a change in assessments, the entire education system would obviously start reflecting what is going to happen. What are your thoughts on integrating AI, and not just as a subject of study, but using AI to really improve education, holistic education in India?
Thank you, Dr. Khurana. It's a very exciting moment right now in India, with AI taking off its roots right from, as you rightly said, 8th standard itself, in the school education. When it comes to higher education, at least in AICTE, in the last 7-8 years, we have been asking institutions to have not only full BTech courses in AI and data science, but even for students who are taking their courses in civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and other disciplines, to have a minor in AI and data science, to have subjects whereby they get empowered, because the applications of AI are not only in the field of computer science and data science, but they are affecting agriculture, they are affecting healthcare, they are affecting education itself. And therefore, we wanted that AI should become part of the life of the students themselves, and right from school education to higher education. One part is, as you rightly said, providing education in AI. But there are large opportunities of using AI for different variety of purposes, as I mentioned already, agriculture, healthcare, etc. How our students can create applications in those areas and create their startups. One of the challenges which we are facing is, despite education, many a times industry bodies, NASSCOM, FICCI, they say our students are not ready for the future of the work. And therefore, and on the other side, there are not enough jobs as well. And therefore, how do we create entrepreneurs from out of our students using the knowledge of AI that they are gathering or gaining is another important feature. And that's where your second point, which you talked about, generation of knowledge in AI, that's also significant. That means research in AI. Maybe right now, only few institutions like IITs or IISc are doing state-of-the-art research in these areas. But India, with its biggest human capital, talent capital of the world, I'm sure, although we are talking about how do we empower our talent, they are naturally talented. And therefore, when we observe some of the hackathons which we had engaged, solutions given by our students of second year, third year engineering students are far superior to some of the best known industries or organizations like ISRO, and they have given that solution. That means more than providing education, giving opportunities is a major thing, and that is what is missing in our country quite a lot. And that's where, when you asked me the question about examination system or evaluation system, how do we evaluate and give a journey for a student which will empower him or her at the end of that particular program? And that's why, using AI, how do we transfer the knowledge to the candidate, and where pitfalls are there, identifying them and taking their journey forward in the right direction. That is where again AI is useful. So one of the platforms which we developed to support startups was National Educational Alliance for Technologies, NEET, under which there are about more than 200 odd companies, 300 products which are onboarded. Some of them, of course, are plain, but most of them have AI content. They conduct a test, know what level of understanding, knowledge a student already has, and in order to complete his program or to become employable, to become entrepreneur, what all is needed, they are guided by a path which may be different for different students. And that is where personalized learning comes in. And so I think all our education system should be geared around asking, even our examination papers need not be the same for all. They may be personalized in terms of depending on what they have understood. We normally, whether it is entrance exams or our college exams, university exams, we want to test what they don't know. But what we need to test is what they know, and then how do we make use of that, what they know, to further into a domain where they will become excellent in that domain. Because not all are same. So someone will like some subject, someone else will like some other subject. Identifying that and then giving correct impetus to the growth of that student or empowerment of the student. That is the most important part. So coming back to using AI, we are also aware of OpenAI, ChatGPT, and many teachers, when we have some kind of seminars or workshops, they keep asking, give any assignment, today ChatGPT give you the assignment's answer. So what will happen to teachers' role, whether it is as a teacher or whether it is, how do we evaluate such students? I think the right way of teaching students is not to say that don't use it, but allow them to use the technology, AI, OpenAI. And in fact, I'm proposing that Bharat AI should also come in, because our cultural ethos, diversity is quite different from what it is there in the West. So we have to empower our students from our Indian knowledge systems, which is so powerful. Ancient sages had done much more than what present scientists are aware of in terms of consciousness, in terms of brain development. I think we need to make our students to be aware of it on one side. And on the other side, making use of this entire tool of AI, how do we engage with our students in order to create next generation of AI, which is more intelligent, but at the same time have human touch. And that's why we started a program of universal human values. Values are also equally important. Machine may give some answer, but how do we interpret it? And that's where our teachers should teach our students to ask the right questions to OpenAI to get the answers out of it. Because the manner in which you ask a question, the answer is going to come. and it will analyze the data and give that answer. Secondly, just merely submitting that answer is not good enough. They have to understand that, they have to know it, and it is not just merely reproduction or memorization, but beyond that, as we say in Bloom's taxonomy, higher levels of learning, including what we say going up to creation of new knowledge, but also critical thinking, analytical ability. If the answer given by ChatGPT is understood fairly well by the students, and in the classroom, if the teacher twists it a little bit, then the student who has understood it properly will answer to that question. Otherwise, the student will fall flat. And that's where evaluation begins. And therefore, use of OpenAI AI is very important. But how do you make use of it is one training which our teachers as mentors should take care of. I think I will stop at this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Anil. I think what you rightly pointed out is the opportunity and the very fact when you spoke about Bharat AI, that makes us extremely proud, because the integration of AI in education, for education, to improve educational outcomes, and to be able to assess in an independent, individualistic manner is actually the epitome of education, how we would really want to see it. So thank you so much for sharing your views. Now from assessments, I'm going to actually move to standards. So Joyce, my next question is to you. So as the Chief of Education, there was this entire State of Education report for India 2022. Oh, you're carrying it with you, all right. Which really talks about AI in education with what is happening. So when it comes to really putting down the standards, and what we heard from Professor Anil was, right, we should not limit students from using OpenAI or subsequently Bharat AI whenever that's available, in ensuring that the learning which they have is true to the learning of concept itself. But what we also realize is that many times teachers feel how would they manage a classroom where students potentially have access to more knowledge than what is there in the textbooks. So what does the State of Education report for India 2022 on AI really talk about? How can we ensure that we can really approach AI standards and best practices which you would have possibly seen in India or heard from other countries?
Thank you, Shweta, and good morning to everyone. And thank you very much to Métis for inviting me and listening to UNESCO's approaches and views on this subject of definitely increasing importance. So around the panel, everyone is going to be saying here how to improve the knowledge and the skills of the future generation of Indian students and learners to become AI ready, as you mentioned. But I definitely, coming from the United Nations agency that works on education, want to bring in the humanistic approach. And you were mentioning about standards. And this is exactly what I was very happy to see all around. The quote, safe, inclusive, responsible AI for everyone. And I think that's exactly the thing that we wanted to stress as UNESCO, the ethics of AI. So as we all know, AI carries significant risks when developed and deployed without inadequate safeguards, and these risks include exacerbating differences and conflicts, and both online and offline, the widespread dissemination of disinformation and misinformation, potential for increased discrimination based on gender, and I'm glad to see that there are more and more women coming to talk about AI, and race, ethnicity, and bias in job recruitment, as some of these panelists around me will be definitely saying, and even to weaponize generative AI to bullying children, and even which leads to very serious issues such as suicide. So therefore, there's an urgent need for ethical oversight and responsible governance of AI technologies, and UNESCO advocates for transparent and inclusive AI governance that prioritizes accountability. By emphasizing ethics in AI development, we can harness these technologies for the greater good while ensuring fairness, transparency, and respect for human dignity. Ethics in AI is the cornerstone of talent development and skilling, because you have all of these very intelligent, very talented learners and students in AI, but we also need to emphasize the common good and that artificial intelligence is supposed to contribute to. And so the deployment of AI into the real world has already seen many controversies. And so the principles of transparency, explainability, fairness, non-discrimination, trust and respect for privacy have to be built into national governance frameworks and into teacher and student curricula. I wanted to just touch upon Professor Sarabuddha's speech right now when he mentioned that the AI that we develop also has to include Indian culture. That's exactly it, contextualization. And the curriculum and the content needs to be inclusive. It has to not only think about the multicultural setting of India, it has to also use the appropriate data to counter bias and discrimination, and not to only use data that's from weird societies, which are Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic societies. And all of these things, I'd like to say very happily, is that Intel and UNESCO actually worked 2 years ago to think about this in our documentation on AI in education. And I'm not plugging this, don't worry, it's open for the public. But these are some of just the standards, and UNESCO really wants to emphasize the ethical aspect of it. India is already part of the Global Partnership for AI. We are working together with India for the readiness assessment on AI, and I believe that India definitely is on its way to building a more holistic, inclusive, safe and responsible AI. Thank you.
Thanks, Joyce. That was a great segue from assessments into really building a framework which can be scalable and sustainable, specifically extremely key to the way the communities in India would react to it. It's something which is highly localized. Professor Anil spoke about personalized learning, and you're talking about a framework which is completely tailored for India, for AI governance. With this, I'll move to Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi. So, considering, given India's young population, we also talk about how you really need to build an AI mindset, skill sets, and create access to AI tool sets to create an AI-ready generation. So while mindset and skill sets is something which NILET does in a large way, recently you also launched the first India AI Data Lab. So we'd love to hear your experience on where do you think the future generation is going to be when it comes to becoming ready for an AI world?
Thank you, Sweta. And good morning, everyone. So if you talk about India, it's a huge population, and everybody needing the digital skills and AI skills. So a child from which is 10 years old to 70 years person needs some kind of digital skills and now AI skill. And that population is 100 crore in India. So it's a very complex thing, and the population is very diversified and situated in different parts of the country, which varies from highly urbanized location to the very rural part, and some hilly terrains very difficult to reach out many times. So in such kind of a scenario, creating a structure for skilling in AI, we will need a lot of things, because as the speakers are saying that and we have seen many reports that AI is going to change the job profiles. Many jobs will become obsolete and the new jobs will be created. And then we'll be seeing that a lot of new entry into the job market, and there are people who are already in the job market. They need to reskill and upskill themselves. So if you combine all those things, very different kind of a structure is required in India. We have certain structures, like we have a national education policy now. We have our AICT, UGC like regulators, and CVT like regulators, and many agencies who are doing the like universities and organization like NILET and many sector skill councils. So there is a structure. We have to make best use of it to provide the skilling, and so we have to first work on the designing the programs. So the kind of programs will be required will be the degree diploma programs, which largely ICT and UGC will be designing, and already we have listened to the Sitaraman. They are already working on it. Then there will be a skilling program, which we know that now NCVT is there, and there is an SQF system in the country where the skilling programs will be developed by the industry. Other than this, we need AI literacy programs also, which Intel is also doing, I think, with CBSE and all. These literacy programs will be required to, different segments, not only students, to farmers also, to women, to different sections of the society. So such kind of, literacy programs are there. I was discussing with Raghu, and he was talking that Gen AI is required for everyone, not only for the experts. So, I mean, that kind of Coursera is having such programs. And then we need application-oriented deep programs also, which is sector-wise, like health sector. You are talking about genetic AI, life sciences, education sector, power sector. So deep learning application-oriented program where the huge data is available already, so that, the actual applications are developed. And the one most important thing is the training of the teachers program, because that's a real problem and real challenge today. When you are going for the AI education, if you do the gap analysis, the teaching gap analysis, that what teachers can support students, because there's a huge number to be trained in India. So massive numbers, and we really lack good teachers. So these are the programs. When you are structuring for India, the skilling program, the first thing is that to generate different programs for different segments. And then comes the second part, that what kind of infrastructure will be required. So obviously you need the physical classrooms and labs, but computing infrastructure is the most important thing. And since you told NILET has developed the first India AI data lab, and obviously with Intel, and we understand that to run the large language models, the infrastructure is not sufficient, the computing power is not sufficient. And MIT under the AI mission is already working on to create such a high computing networks. So that's one most crucial thing, that how to create the computing infrastructure in a distributed fashion, every part of the country, so it is accessible to all the students. Because today it is mostly accessible to the students in IITs or some institutions. But there are a lot of people, what sir was saying, that the important thing is the opportunity. There is a talent, but they should get the opportunity. So until unless there is availability of highest computing infrastructure in every part of the country, those talents will never be able to use it and generate the things. And the third thing which is important is the data repository. Because whenever you are talking about AI, if there is no data, how can you do? There is a lot of data government is having. Like NILET is doing agri-census for the country. Next year we will having every data related to agriculture in the country. What is the cropping pattern? What is the irrigation pattern? What seeds are grown? And every data we will be having. But it should be available to everyone to do the research. Use it for development models. So government has to also create a data repository in a very structured fashion, what is publicly available to the people for using and training their models and all. And then you need a delivery structure also. So if you're talking about the structuring, so whenever there is a delivery models, even though for some times the physical classrooms will be needed, but largely the virtual platforms will help to deliver the programs. And these virtual platforms will be AI powered, because if they are not AI powered, it is not possible to do the justice. So we see so many platforms like Coursera and NEET, and a lot of integration, Future Skill Prime, and so many projects. NILET also has a virtual academy. So there are many platforms, but what I see, if in future if it can be integrated and restructured, then it will be much better. And these platforms should not only offer the technical programs, but it is also important, which others are saying, that you are creating a AI manpower, so it should have global use, not being used in India. So you have to train them in the cultural diversity of the whole world, because either they have to move physically across the world, or even they are work from home. That kind of cultural diversity they have to understand for every part of things. So the personalized learning will become important. The ethics in AI, NILET has a MOU with UNESCO for capacity building in ethics in AI, and also, so we are working on some projects will be launching very soon. And evaluation. Again, I will emphasize that evaluation is very, very important. Everybody talking about Bloom taxonomy and all. Today you see in India, there are students and evaluation are not standardized because it's a huge number. AI can help. We can do away with the subjective kind of questions in future, because you have to test the cognitive levels. So AI can build a different kind of assessment and evaluation system, which will be fast, standardized, and that will help, to create certifications. And the last thing I would like to add, which is going to be more crucial, so many people are training and giving certifications. How to match and recognize their certification, that a particular certificate has delivered a particular outcome. So how you map it, and then how you map certifications of different countries to do the mutual recognition of certifications. So those are the challenges which will become, and for that AI is going to be the real help, and without that it will not be possible to structure the whole education and skilling ecosystem in the country. So these are the certain suggestions which I can make. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you so much. It's really interesting to see how all of you are painting a picture for the future of education. I mean, from personalized learning to having access to OpenAI in classrooms, personalized assessment, to making sure we adhere to the standards which are fair, responsible, equal, ethical, to the fact that access to teachers who can train along with using AI as a tool for better education quality outcomes, and access to an entire tool sets which are used to really build on AI. I mean, that's really exciting. So imagine if we can all go back to the fact that we were students again and we were living in that world. It'd be so different than the world we've been taught in. So going ahead, right, from higher education, my next question is to you, Amit, to really talk about, according to you, right, from a corporate standpoint, how can India position itself as a global leader in AI development? And what are the strategies, as corporates, which you would think of adopting to support the government in achieving the goals of India AI mission?
Yeah, thanks, Shweta, and great comments from all the other panelists. We did a study from IBM just to see AI adoption. This was last year, and this was across the world. What we found is that in India, about 59% companies, enterprise scale companies, said they have already deployed AI. Another 27% are experimenting. And what was interesting is this was the highest amongst other countries. So there's a tremendous hunger in the industry. And I think part of it is because not just India needs it, but a lot of the delivery to the world happens out of India. And so that creates a huge opportunity for industry to shape the direction of AI and to participate in the skilling and capacity building in the country. And I think consistent with many of the comments made here, I think this needs to be looked at holistically in the sense that there are different levels. You mentioned 8th graders. I was thinking of my son who is in 5th grade, and he had this coding class the other day, right, where they were teaching him Python. He was very excited he could print a number. He was more excited that he and his friend opened up ChatGPT and asked it to write the code, right? Nobody taught them that. So it shows how natural it is once you make things accessible, right? And so at the school level, high school level, for instance, in IBM, we have a CSR program, and I think CSR provides a great way for industry to partner, through which we are making our skills build platform, one of the platforms that Dr. Tripathi mentioned, available to school students. We're making it available to higher education, faculty and colleges that are affiliated with many of the institutes and authorities in India, and also to vocational learning. right? Because there are so many learners out there, job seekers, who are wondering, how do I find a job? Or people who've been unemployed for a long period because they dropped out, or school dropouts, how do they get back into the system? We're making it available to them. And then I think the fourth tier here is the research sector, because unless we have in-house capacity in the country to shape where AI goes, we'll end up just being users, right? And so there we partner with, we have long-term research collaborations with some of the IITs, with ISC, to actually do joint research. And what we see that happens out of that is it creates a very strong talent pool. It's still small, but the more we can expand that by industry participating, that talent pool, then we also create some gravity for them to stay in India, right? Otherwise, we have a big brain drain problem. So we look at it in that way holistically. I think one of the other important things that many folks touched upon here is we really need to build AI for India, because the needs of India are pretty unique given the diversity we have, right? And the scale we need, the cost profile that we can work with. All of that is different from what OpenAI or the weird countries have come up with, right? And that is another place when we are thinking of skilling. I think one part is educating folks on what's already available and developed by the West, but that doesn't prepare you for what we need to build here. And this is another place where the industry can play a big role, because industry that's based in India, that is here and understands the market needs of India, when they are engaged in some of these skilling activities or projects, they can steer the learning towards what the country needs, right? And that can infuse that kind of learning into the process. So these are some of the areas I'd like to mention.
Thanks, Amit. No, this was a very interesting perspective, because what you're saying is education and skilling is not limited just to education as we see it in schools and colleges. It goes and transcends way beyond different age groups, different diverse groups, different communities. In fact, at Intel, when we launched AI for All in collaboration with Ministry of Education under CBSE and Digital India Framework, we today have reached a milestone of 4.5 million citizens who've gained basic literacy, AI literacy, just to understand how do you navigate yourself in a world which is fueled by AI. And from there to go on to what Professor Anil had said, really become creators of new knowledge, really be in a position to understand how to create for India, or what you said, that we need local India solutions. So how do we get a workforce which is tailored for that? That's a long journey which we actually have to take. With this, I'll move to Raghav at Coursera, right? So Raghav, according to you, right, what is the industry academia partnerships which you have for nurturing AI talent in India, and how do you really capitalize on synergies between both these segments?
Yeah, thank you. You started by saying the phrase AI divide, and it reminded me of three occasions I've been at in the last few months. Couple of days ago, I was at Infosys in Bangalore. They have 3.5 lakh employees, 350,000 employees. And the leadership was telling me the single largest focus for the company right now is skilling employees in generative AI. Single largest initiative. 3 weeks ago, I was at our head office in San Francisco, and we had about 100 university and industry leaders in a conference. And Stanford was there, Columbia was there, Manipal was there, IBM was there, AWS was there, Meta was there, and so on. So 100 leaders in the room. Over a 2-day conference, single focus was forms of generative AI. So if you're a general purpose user, generative AI for everyone is what you should be learning. If you're an academic leader, then Gen AI for academic leaders is what you should be learning. So how can generative AI come into your institution and help better with teaching and learning, help better with student experiences, and so on. And then finally, depending on what kind of a job role you're getting ready for, if you want to become a software developer, you will be a technical user of generative AI. But if you're doing an MBA and you want to become a digital marketer, that application of generative AI will be very, very different. And so we are seeing content related to that coming onto the platform and getting consumed as well. And then the last thing I'll mention is that IIT Guwahati launched a BSc in data science and AI on Coursera. It's an online program. And the idea is that for, I mean, getting into an IIT is, of course, getting into an IIT, not everybody gets to do that. But to increase access to AI-related education to everybody around the country who can come to the platform and take an online course is what a top institution in the country is doing as well. So still, a situation of contrast, like I started out by saying, but lots of good momentum already so far.
Thanks. Again, that's an interesting aspect because technology is evolving. Adoption of technology in the industry is evolving. So eventually, democratization of AI skills across all different user profiles, different age groups is equally important. So thank you for sharing the contrast with us. You also spoke about how do you really kind of align with the profile which any person carries and what are the skills required to upskill themselves. So I'm going to move then to Mr. Prakash Kumar from Wadhwani Government Digital Transformation. So what is the upskilling which you see in the public sector? How are government officials today really, kind of keeping pace with what is happening? And how do you see, what's the vision which you've seen from them to make the education system more forward-looking, to keep pace with the evolving technology as well as the evolving skill sets which are required?
Thank you, Sweta. What we started 2.5 years ago was to skill government officials on AI and machine learning, and largely it was classroom-based. And then we realized that no, we are not able to reach large number of people. And we switched over whatever we were teaching in classroom in a 2 days course on one subject, like Introduction to Emerging Technologies or Data-Driven Decision Making, AI for Digital Transformation. We converted them to online courses, put it on iGot. And I'm happy to share here that out of 3.6 million government officials who are there, 360,000, 10% of them have completed one course, which is Introduction to Emerging Technologies. Generative AI came November last year. By March, we had already put one course on generative AI on iGot. And things are changing so fast that we had to put another version last month. Because then what do we teach? So how are our courses different from what my friend Abid does? So, Raghav does. So what we do there is to put use cases from the government, how it has been applied in agriculture or in health or education, etc., and then tell them about what the technology is behind and how it is used. So that they are not burdened with coding or understanding complex things, but they understand application. And that's our intent when we started this course at the behest of Government of India. They wanted us to skill mid-level and senior people who are engaged in policy making, in policy implementation. How do they use to improve service delivery, AI as a whole? Second and very important one was, how do they measure impact of programs and schemes which are being implemented? Dr. Tripathi talked about data. Lots of data is getting generated. But then, are we using that data to generate insight? I'm not talking about training the model. That's a separate aspect altogether. But then how do we use that data to find out how are we achieving the outcomes? There are standard outcomes in majority of government schemes and programs. And then one is first find out that. Second, why is it working in district A and not working in district B? So what are the policy directives which could be given to district B, or they could be told, look, district A has these features which you don't have, or they are doing something which you are not doing, and if you do that, your implementation and your outcomes will also be improved. So that's what we are doing, trying to do, and it's fairly good that 10% is not bad, like 59% in industry, but the adoption part of AI is in single digit in the government. So our next effort is, skilling is not just merely for skilling them to understand, but to apply. So what we do in 2 days program, last 2 hours, 90 minutes to 2 hours, we spend ideation. Now that in 1.5 days you have seen how the technology has been implemented, and in your sector, generally we conduct one course for one sector so that we have all the use cases from that sector only. And then we ask them, okay, now you come up with ideas, your problems, and then we help them to ideate. we have a template which we have developed over a period of time in which they write the problems, how they work, and what could be done, and how it will improve. And then we have a tech team which goes through that, we analyze that, and those which are technically feasible, we give them an approach note. How do you can solve? And thereafter, they are on their own. So that's what we are doing. Now let me come to what policymakers in field of education, of course, Professor Sahasrabudhe has already given lots of things, but we talked about integration of AI in curriculum. And you mentioned a figure, 2.5 lakh people who have taken the exam but we have huge population. How do we reach out to them? And what yesterday we heard from Special Secretary to Government of Telangana, they made in JNTU mandatory AI course for every subject. So that's the higher education. So it's mandatory. And then they also started a specialized courses where multidisciplinary people from any discipline can come and attend that. That's the need. Now, the moment we say make it accessible, the second point comes, are our government schools equipped with those labs? So we have someone who was heading AI mission, those Atal mission labs. But the need is to take these labs to all the schools, especially the government schools where large number of students go, and colleges, these labs, so that they can make use of that. Of course, Dr. Tripathi talked about assessment and all that. I won't get into, that's not my domain. But coming to skilling part, which we are very, very closely involved as foundation, the skilling, all these tools are making us, if we don't skill ourselves, they make us redundant. So how do we make our students learn more creative way of thinking, complex problem solving? Those are important. In fact, Professor Sahasrabudhe also talked about it. Let it be an open book. Like when I was a student at IIT, many courses were open book. And those were more difficult than the closed book.
I would agree with that.
Yes. So we should do that part. And the last one is vocational training. Again, coming back to our ITIs, vocational training institutes, and even polytechnics, majority of them, they don't have good quality instrumentation and labs. And especially if you have to train them on complex motor engines. Now today, the engines are much more complex than what used to be earlier. Now can we help them using AR, VR to learn and then do remote thing? Like suppose a complex tractor today is not working. Now the mechanic will take 2 days to reach there. Can we equip these locally available technicians to use these and make? So these are some of the things from the policy side we need to take care of.
Very interesting, because working with public sector officials and actually upskilling them to use AI for good governance, I think kind of completes the cycle. So you're reaching all segments. We're reaching citizens at large, we're reaching high schoolers, we're reaching those in vocational education, higher education, and then of course, why should public sector officials be not really leading the policy making process for true AI integration? I'm just going to pause here for a second because I think, Professor Anil, you have a hard stop at 11. So there is some felicitation which the organizers have planned. So just quickly, but they're insisting. I just got a note.
Yeah.
So
Thank you. I would request Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi to please felicitate Professor Anil. Thank you, Professor Anil, for your insightful words on empowering students and personalized learnings.
awesome, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My bad, because the organizer sent me a note saying you have a hard stop. All right, so Amit, now we have. Right. So my question to you is really talking about, the industry trends which you see on developing AI skills, but what are the key challenges which you see in the Indian context? We've heard all the speakers, we've heard how they address different segments, different audience profiles, contextual to the way they should be upskilling themselves. So over to you.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of being the last speaker. Because now I have to generate some points which has been, because many of the points have been already taken by all the esteemed speakers. So to generate those points, let me ask a question to you, to audience. How many of you think that a spoon can be used as a knife? Did you get the question? Just raise your hand if you think yes. But still we are having knife, right? We are not using spoons as knife, but if needed we can use. That's the key point there, that in industry we need expertise who can create a solution for a customized use case and domain. We cannot really find a solution which is just working. We have to find a solution which is sustainable and which is really fulfilling the purpose. And that's where we have to really create the AI skilling, which was already talked by all the speakers, I think, that the application and use case is very important, which should be also coming from the industry. And then we have to figure out that, okay, how to use AI as a tool to find a solution which is going to create an impact to the society and obviously to create a business for industries. So just let me give you a background about myself. So I am coming from a background where robotics and AI have been trying to come together. I have been in this domain for almost 20 years. I was the chief scientist of SoftBank Robotics, where we created the paper robot, which you might have seen, the humanoid robot. I was the president and CTO of Hanson Robotics, which has created Sophia robot, which is somehow famous. It has human-like face and expressivity. But behind all this, we have to create the intelligence. Even if a robot has to create a facial expression, how it will create that facial expression? Which kind of actuators it should have? If the robot has to interact with the people, how it will be interacting with the people? So the point which I am trying to say is that AI, being a mind, is now trying to get a body. This body can be somewhere sitting out of the AI as well, like AI is somewhere in the cloud, but it is using the sensors, it is using the body as the robot, and then it is trying to behave. When AI is starting to behave in the human-centered environment, those are the challenges which industry has to solve. How it should be behaving, how it should be considering the social, cultural context. We had very interesting project in the past where we tried to create social intelligence in the robot. So we are no more talking about the AI, the traditional AI, but the social, cultural aspect of those. It was very interesting because we put robots in different setup, like in elderly care facility where people are from different cultural background, social background, from the UK, from Japan, from Korea, from India. How this kind of system will be able to engage with those people to support in their day-to-day life in the way they are used to, in the way people are used to. And that's where is the new kind of applications which will be coming a lot. Personally, from my side, I have moved from robots on ground to now working on robots in space. We have to solve new kind of challenges for a space application. So we have to also start thinking about that what are the emerging technologies, because AI is going to be everywhere, it is already everywhere, how it can handle the emerging technologies and how it can create the new kind of job opportunities for the people. So there are lots of things which we can talk about. I am also involved in many initiatives like Global Institute for Robotics and AI, which is headquartered in Paris, where we are creating new kind of courses, and I think we have good opportunity to collaborate and push our learnings from that context to make a solution from the Indian context. I am also part of the co-founders of Global Initiative on Robotics, Arts and Science Synergies. I am also very much engaged in European Union Robotics Community, which is U-Robotics. So we can really create this kind of collaborative ecosystem, which is very much needed to learn knowledge, like exchange knowledge, exchange our learning, and then make the movement fast for the entire ecosystem. And with all these, I think we will be able to, I will let you go just after one sentence. Okay. So with all this, the vision is really that we should empower Indians to create the technology, to create the solution, and to lead the solution instead of only being the user. Obviously, we can consume AI, but how to contribute in the advancement of AI? That's where I think we have to move. So thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's a very fascinating conversation, right? Because human-machine partnerships is something which is so fascinating for all of us. Somebody had just asked this question. So how many of us will be comfortable if you're flying in an aeroplane and the entity sitting next to us is a robo? Will you be comfortable taking the flight or not? But that's just for us to think. Professor Anil, before we let you go, one sentence, if you have a wish list on what the future of AI in education, how do you build an AI-ready India? What would that one wish be?
So I think we have a great vision. We can be the future AI capital of the world. That should be the motto. And it's possible. We should start from the school, as I said, from the 5th standard. Right. There are students of 1st standard doing programming. Forget about 5th standard. I think that is India's strength. Let us use it. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Just to continue this one wish before I open it for questions to the public. Thank you so much. Thank you. So if you can just kind of go around the panel. If you are given one wish, what would you change to really build an AI-ready India when it comes to the future generation?
I would say every child and learner across India has access to what they need and the curiosity that they need to use.
Thank you.
So let them do the part from the consumer and industry side. The government, at least everyone should be aware and they should adopt it fully, because if you don't do it, we'll be left behind.
Right. It starts with the government, always.
I'd say it starts with the self. I think instead of thinking students should learn it, faculty should learn it, somebody else should learn it, I'd encourage everybody to say, do I know generative AI? Do I know AI? Have I built my own skills? Start with that. That's always a good starting point.
Fantastic. Lifelong learning. So we all should get onto that train if we haven't already.
I would say an ethical and sustainable AI, which would then include the different cultural aspects, different contextualized issues of being an Indian citizen for the future as well as for now, and to include all sectors of society, include women, including those that are in the less abled societies, and of course, again, like I said, ethical and responsible and sustainable AI.
Thanks, Joyce, because if you want to live in a world which is fueled by AI better than the world we live in today, inclusion is most important and paramount.
Yeah, I would like to, collaborate with everyone and bring all these initiatives to the lowest level in the country. That is what is the most important, to provide the equal opportunity to everyone so that they can participate and contribute to the AI development.
That's a great vision, because certainly we don't want to see an AI divide like we've seen with the ICT divide, right? The digital divide has taken us almost 2 decades to reach where we are today. And an AI divide is not where we want to repeat that cycle.
Yes, so for me, I think we have to at least tell our young generation that 1 + 1 is not equal to 2. It is more than 2. And that's where the cross-disciplinary aspect of AI should be more visible, that AI is really becoming multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, and it is no more a technology. Everyone can contribute, even if you have background from psychology, sociology, or from where you are coming. So people should be encouraged to jump into this by seeing the multidisciplinary nature of this. Okay.
Thank you. And now we open it to the audience. Any questions from the audience? We can start with you, and then there are a couple of hands here.
Should I start? Good morning. My name is Gibson. I'm from UNICEF. I'm the Chief ICT and Digital Innovation at UNICEF in India. One question to the panel. Do you believe education for young people, or there's a risk with learning AI for the very young? And if there is a risk, what is it, and how do we tackle that? Because I've heard people talk about children here. I get concerned, as you know, or should we expose our children to the same platform, to the same generative AIs as adults? So are there risks for children if they're exposed, or should we have a separate learning tracks for kids? Thank you.
Thank you. Amit, would you like to answer that because you spoke about grade 3?
Yeah, I have no, I don't think it should be the same, right, as a parent. I do think, however, that the learning potential that AI provides for the little kids can be used. So it's not about learning AI, but it's learning better with AI. And in that process, if they become comfortable to understand what AI can do, what it should do, should not do, and grow with it, I think that can be powerful. But it needs to be curated. It cannot be the same thing that, say, middle schoolers or adults are looking at.
Thanks. Raghav, do you want to add something at Coursera? Do you have young learners as well?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on young learners per se, so this is more a personal example with my kids as well, but I would plus one what was said, that I would imagine the context is different, the controls, the learning would need to be quite different. I do think there are lots of opportunities for young learners to benefit from what this technology can bring to them, but the context needs to be different for sure.
Thanks. And I'll just quickly add to that is there's also a walled garden approach which we normally take with young learners. Because it is being facilitated by the teacher, by a human teacher at the end of the day, I guess it will be delivered in a way which is easy for them to assimilate. But I completely agree with what both of them said. They cannot be excluded from the environment because that's an environment which they've grown into. Thank you.
What we are doing at UNICEF basically is we are actually looking at responsible AI for children. And we have been looking at trends around the world and how AI is shifting and how children, the guardrails we need to have. So I think it's good for us to look at that. It's publicly available, and you can look at that document. It will help you to understand the importance of really, as we move along this discussion, to really put the children at the center of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Again, from personal experience, the more the children, small children, start using these tools to prepare their assignment, that should not lead to less critical thinking, because so the teachers have to play a very important role. Otherwise, what will happen? Oh, ask ChatGPT and it will give me. So you have to write a letter to your, like what we used to do when write a letter to your principal, or like this, write essay. All those were done, our thinking. But if you start using machines only, then what will happen to us? So that part, the teachers have to take care of that. So that's what I think he's worried. How will that take care of? I mean, how will that be taken care of?
Completely agree with you here.
I'm too excited. You're talking about teachers, but we're all teachers. And it doesn't mean that we have to be in a formal setting. I have children, but I'm sure most of you also have children. You have nieces and nephews, or youngsters around you. And that's the thing. It's not just teachers. It's us as role models. Because my twins, they role model me and my husband. And the things that they say come back, and I'm like shocked. Oh dear, did I actually say that? So what more about generative AI? If they look at us, the youngsters, children at early stages, how do we use AI? Be it simple Google AI, things like that. It also depends on what we are giving them as role models, and that is also as important as the information that is found from AI. Thank you.
Thanks, Joyce. And just to quickly sum up this discussion, because this is a question which kind of fascinates a lot of education systems around the world. What is the right age where you should introduce AI to students in a given environment? Teachers themselves are building lesson plans today, integrating AI as part of the learning process. How do I teach an English poem better using an AI tool? Now, the student may not know the AI tool, may not even know what's at the back end of the AI tool, but just to use the tool to improve learning outcome is something. And if you go online, Diksha, you would see almost like 250 odd lesson plans, which are very well integrated with subject education teaching for younger classes. Another question from the room? Yes, please.
Good morning, good morning to the panel. So my question was specifically for Anil sir, but for the panel also. I am a engineering student, third year, and I am pursuing BTech in Artificial Intelligence and Data Science. Like, these programs were started in 2020 by AICT, and I am from one of the first batches, pursuing it from GGS IPU Delhi. So the primary challenges which we face during our higher education is, like, for even training a basic CNN or a AI model, we hit the limitation of the GPUs. For even using a basic Google Colab model, you have to make a lot of effort. You may use i7, i5 PC, but it still hangs. So I would like to request the panel, the government should introduce some kind of a scheme for the students so that we can at least train our models or even do basic experiments with the GPUs. Ma'am, my second question is, request is to the panel, despite the government of India introducing data.gov.in, there is a lot of public data available, still it is very, very less as compared to the European data models like the US, Europe, and due to that, even if we train our model on those data points, our model is not effective in India because the data is not from India. For even basic collaborations, we have to go to AIMS, in Delhi University there is Patel chest for even basic X-ray photos, because the time it takes nearly 6 months to 8 months to get even basic approval from the university. So even if I am just saying that the data could be privacy treated and it could be made available to the students. Ma'am, my third
okay, can you go with two, because a lot of hands up.
Ma'am, last thing. Ma'am, the third issue which we face in, all our faculty is from CSE, and what they do is that they take a 6 months NPTEL course, they take a 6 months IBM course, Coursera course, and they teach us. But the issue which we face is that the quality of the courses is not that good after the NPTEL courses.
Okay, get it. So, Dr. Tripathi, do you want to first talk about the first question, access to GPUs?
Actually, your concerns are very genuine, even first two concerns. So I also talked about that. So it's important that all the data which can be made public should be placed in a single repository which is accessible to everyone. Because I'm also a professor, so I find that getting data from any government institution is a hard task. You don't get, in the name of privacy, you don't get, whether really it is private or not, but you don't get it. So for students and researchers, it's a real problem. So that government can only address and will certainly recommend. And under AI mission, I think for computation, a lot of infrastructure is being created now. Intel is also creating this IndiaAI Data Lab in Delhi, in Nilet. You can come to Kadakarduma. We can help you. And we are creating 27 more now in India, which will be hub for such kind of trainings. And then it will again spread out to 137 more institutions. So in a very structured way, in a hub and spoke model. But it will take some time. And it's a real challenge. And if you are computing power you are taking online, that cost is very, very high. So maybe some industry can support with CSR to the students for your university can approach to get, such things.
Actually, DST has some schemes which you can apply for to get it at a lower cost. So that's another possibility. Your third question, let me just kind of put it at ease by saying that computational thinking, algorithmic thinking are skills which the teachers are learning. Like all of us are learning, they're also learning these skills. So I'm sure Teacher quality, you would see an improvement there. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I spoke a little bit about how in emerging technologies, AI, Gen AI, it is a challenge to get high quality faculty. What we see many campuses do in the country, and now, as a part of NEP, National Credit Framework, this is allowed as well, is a campus says, look, I'll take a 3-credit course from IBM or from another university on Coursera, make it available to students. Faculty play the role of a mentor as opposed to trying to teach that course. And then the campus does assessments during the semester at the end of the semester. And that works out to be a fairly good experience. So that's what we've seen some campuses do, but there's a lot more to be done in this space.
Okay, so I did have a limit of asking 3 questions. You've already asked 3 in 1, and I compliment you for that. But maybe over tea, you can catch hold of anybody, and we can address
so, Sweta,
that.
just about the data.go. Here.
Yeah.
So, in fact, under this mission itself, the government is going to place, in fact, they've already started placing people, data officers in every ministry. And the job is to categorize the data to help the data owners. Generally, joint secretary rank officers are data owners. To help them to categorize into 3. What can we straightway put in the public domain? Second, where you need some permission. And third, which you cannot put and cannot share. Now, what happens, the administrators who are not trained, they find it difficult. They always have a fear, what will happen if something leaks out? And especially after DPDP Act, people are very, very careful. Because the fines are huge. So they don't want to do it. So that's what Abhishek and his team is doing to help the ministries to do that. And hopefully with that, we'll have more data on data.go. In fact, I also suffer because when our trainees who are government officials, they want to do a project, they don't get data. So that's the thing which is being done by METI. I thought I'll just inform everyone here.
No, thanks. Thanks for sharing that. So trust me, everybody on the panel feels your pain points. And yes, we will include it in the recommendations. One last question before we wind up. I can see a hand there. Sorry. Yeah. Oh. Okay.
No, so one question which is really like I have been using AI from last 1 year when it came. So one thing which I am observing in my industry, I am part of Hewlett Packard Enterprise. So the logical thinking, I think if everybody start relying on Gen AI, on asking any questions, like if even my intern joined and I asked him to write a program, so he just get it ready, a Python program in just like couple of hours. So then I had to tell him that, see, if you are using Gen AI, you are getting the answer, but then logical thinking is not happening at that point. Logical, analytical, and critical. All these three things are actually coming at a stall because they have got something which is offering them a kind of a close answer, and now they have stopped thinking. So do you think that this is a problem in your, like, whatever domain you are interacting with young individuals? Like I felt that I had to tell them that you explore this in the internet so that you come to know 10 ways it will not work. So that you are already aware that, okay, this is not going to work, this is not going to work, and that way you have developed your logical thinking of 10 approaches by which it will not work. So that's how I promote in my way. So what is your thoughts in promoting that? If at all we have start using Gen AI, relying a lot, then all these new generations and even the generation who has joined our industry in IT, I see that as a problem, that logical thinking. They just want ready answer, and they are getting the answer and then not working with SMEs to get it done.
Okay. You want to go ahead first, Raghav, and then maybe Amit in your role as a CTO.
So I really think garbage in, garbage out completely applies to Gen AI as well, right? And I'm building my own personal skills. I've taken a course called Generative AI for CEOs, a leadership handbook. The instructor tells you there are 3 levels of usage of basic ChatGPT. 1 week, write me an itinerary for a holiday with my family, right? That's the easy part of it, which is where I think garbage in, garbage out completely applies to this technology as well. So it's a matter of how we use it, pretty much.
That's great advice. Amit?
Yeah, I won't say that I don't share your concern, right? It's there, but I think it's there because we have been doing things in a particular way and expecting a certain kind of skill from our workforce, which is at that level. Given a problem, solve it. I think we need to evolve towards a place where it's curiosity-driven, continuous learning and continuous creativity in the technical domain also. What do I mean? Why should we limit the skill of our early career hires to writing these single Python programs. It's there because that's all you can do in a certain amount of time today. But if it becomes faster and quicker to do that, there is enough demand that the market will create for innovation at a higher level, at a system level. I think that we have not explored yet because we've all been writing these programs. And also the pace of change, like we're still talking about ChatGPT, but really in the tech world, ChatGPT is old news, right? That you give something, you get something out. It's become building workflows, agents, and that's going to be that's already happening. And so the skill now needed is to be able to constantly build on top of these and innovate on top of these, which is a new kind of logical thinking than the coding logical thinking on which we have built such a big software industry, right? So it is difficult to go into that paradigm, but that is how we have to, it's pushing us to go in that direction.
Thank you so much. I am sorry we are already out of time, but just feel free to engage once we step out. I'm going to feel very bad by saying no to questions because I love it when the audience asks questions. But we're just out of time. To very quickly wrap it up, I think what really kind of synergized is the thought process which we heard across different user profiles on how they need to upskill themselves, reskill themselves, the applicability, the relevance from an India standpoint, and more important, how everybody needs to work together, whether that's a public sector, whether that's a corporate sector, or the industry at large, or whether that is a civil society, to really build an AI-ready generation in India. There's a lot of efforts which need to go in that space. There are a lot of efforts where we will have challenges, not to say, but I think the vision which everybody shared, or the wish list which all the speakers on the panel really shared as to what would they want to do or see to get that vision into reality was really critical. So thank you so much, and a huge thank you to the audience for your participation as well.
A big thank you to our esteemed panelist and moderator. Your inputs, perspective, and thoughtful contributions have provided us with a wealth of knowledge and sparked meaningful conversations that will undoubtedly inspire further reflections and action, be it on personalized learning paths, need of inclusive and ethical AI, or on how the AI divide is growing. I'm sure all of this will help make India AI capital of the world. Now we'd request Dr. Tripathi to please felicitate the speakers and the experts on the panel. I would also request the panelists to please stay in the room for a quick interaction with our social media team. I would also request Ms. Savita Utreja, GS Cybersecurity, Ministry of Electronics and IT, to please come up on the stage and felicitate Dr. Tripathi. Please. Thank you all for being a wonderful audience. Thank you.
question. Of this funding, approximately
Hello everyone. I would request everyone to be seated. We have the next session which is going to start here. It's going to be from seed to scale, empowering India's startup ecosystem. Please have your seats. I request everybody to please be seated. We'll be starting our next session in another 10 minutes.
ये पीछे चेयर पे रख दूँ? नीट रहेगा ना, यहाँ पे रख दो। ठीक है हाँ। आप तब तक सर का रख लीजिए तो हाँ। कौन लगाएगा? आप तो बोलोगे, वो अनंता बोलेगी, मैं तो बस बैकअप में हूँ। नेक्स्ट सेशन मेरा है, आपका सेकंड नेक्स्ट इसके बाद मेरा है, तो आपको जो भी चाहिए मेरे पास। ठीक है, इसको अगर मैं नहीं बोल पाई तो आप बोलो, है ना? तो ये लगाएगा कौन लास्ट में? हाँ, कौन लगाएगा? जो यहाँ पर खड़ा होगा उसको करना होगा, ये तो मैं बोल रही हूँ। अनंता को मैं अगर अनंता है तो अनंता को बोल देना। सेक्रेटरी सर आते तो सेक्रेटरी सर, अभिषेक सर आते तो अभिषेक सर, सेक्रेटरी सर भी आ जाते हैं तो वी हैव एक्स्ट्रा चेयर ऑल्सो। ठीक है, तो हम लोग कहीं से मैनेज कर लेंगे, है ना? डू यू नीड एनीथिंग फ्रॉम माय साइड? अभी तो मैं वो पता करने गया है अनीश। ठीक है, जैसे वो पता कर रहे हैं इन्फॉर्म क्योंकि देना सर तो मुझे यही बोले जो आएंगे पक्का। समझ नहीं आ रहा, विनय जी का फ़ोन तो आएगा, दोबारा करूँ क्या? फिर फ़ोन काट दिया उन्होंने मेरा। नहीं, कोई पीपीटी नहीं है। इसमें सिर्फ अमिताभ कांत सर का है ना? वो कितने बजे है? अभी नहीं, मतलब अभी फोटो होगी, फिर मैं अभी सबको मैं बोलूँगी।
Hi everyone, I request everyone to be kindly seated. We'll be starting shortly. Yeah. I request all speakers to kindly be seated and come onto the dais. I request all speakers to kindly come onto the dais. Shri Jayesh Ranjan, Special Secretary, Information Technology, Electronics and Communication and Industries and Commerce Department, Government of Telangana. Mr. Raman Ramanathan, First Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission. Mr. Rajan Anandan, Managing Director, Peak 15 Partners and Search. Mr. Mayuresh Raut, Co-Founder and Managing Partner, C Fund. Mr. Abhishek Upperwal, Founder and CEO, Socket Labs. Mr. Abhinav Agarwal, Co-Founder and CEO, Fluid AI. Ms. Chandra R. Srikanth, Deputy Executive Director, Money Control. Shri Abhishek Singh, Sir, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. I request all speakers to kindly stand in front so that we can take a quick group photograph. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and valued participants. I am Ananta Sharma, a member of the Global India AI Summit team at the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. It is my honor to welcome you all to the session From Seed to Scale, Empowering India's AI Startup Ecosystem. The India AI mission, launched with the vision Making in India and Making AI Work for India, aims to build a comprehensive ecosystem that fosters AI innovation through strategic programs and partnerships across the public and private sectors. This mission drives responsible and inclusive growth of India's AI ecosystem through its 7 key pillars, ensuring India's leadership in AI innovation and application. One of the core pillars of the India AI mission is startup financing. Designed to support and accelerate deep tech AI startup, it provides streamlined access to funding, enabling the development of cutting-edge AI projects. This pillar not only offers financial assistance, but also creates an enabling environment that can propel India to the forefront of global AI innovation. Today's session will shed light on the vibrant and rapidly evolving startup ecosystem in India, with a particular emphasis on startup financing. We aim to acknowledge the progress made through existing initiatives, assess the current landscape, and evaluate whether these efforts can sustain a thriving startup ecosystem. We would like to start with a special recorded video message from Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa, Government of India. He really wanted to be with us here today, but currently he is in Brazil for the 3rd Sherpa meeting of G20. Can we please start with the video?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly in a unique moment with the ongoing AI revolution. Its relentless advance in capabilities across the board, its increasing adoption by citizens, and most importantly, its potential to redefine the very fabric of industry and society mark this as a transformative era. Today, we stand at the cusp of a monumental shift akin to the greatest industrial revolutions of our past, where steam once powered our engines and electricity later lit up our cities. Just as these technologies did centuries ago, AI is poised to ignite a new chapter of innovation and growth. I will come back to this analogy, but for now, let me draw your attention to some facts about India's current state of AI. The government of India has committed a substantial 5-year budget of rupees 10,372 crore for the India AI mission. This visionary initiative is designed to fuel AI innovation through robust public-private partnership. Of this funding, approximately rupees 2,000 crore is earmarked specifically to nurture deep technology startups, significantly boosting research and development within these crucial enterprises. India proudly holds the position of having the second highest number of GitHub AI projects globally, accounting for 19% of worldwide AI projects. This demonstrates a vibrant and active engagement in AI development on an international scale. From 2015 to 2023, India has shown remarkable growth in AI skill penetration, leading the world in the expansion of its AI talent pool with an increase of 263% since 2016. In 2023 alone, the hiring of AI talent in India increased by 16.8% year-over-year, reflecting a significant and growing emphasis on AI capabilities within the workforce. Over the past decade, India secured its position 7th globally in private investments in AI with a total of almost 10 billion invested. Ladies and gentlemen, according to NASSCOM, 70% of Indian startups are prioritizing AI to drive their growth, underscoring the critical role of AI in our startup ecosystem. The AI market in India is on an impressive trajectory, projected to reach close to 10 billion by 2025, growing at a compound annual growth rate of over 40% from 20 to 25. Ladies and gentlemen, insights from the IBM Global AI Adoption Index 23 highlight that 74% of Indian enterprises that have embraced AI are not just utilizing the technology, but actively accelerating their investments in AI over the past 2 years. Now, as we embrace this revolution, the question before us is not merely how we can participate, but how we can lead the world. In our opportunity, it is our opportunity and indeed our responsibility to harness this powerful technology to propel Indian companies to the forefront of the global stage. This is our moment to redefine what it means to be a leader in this pivotal technology and to demonstrate that Indian startup enterprises are not just participants in this revolution, but are driving it with vigor and vision. Allow me to draw parallels from the past technological revolutions and paint a picture of what the AI productivity frontier brings today. I will touch upon a few key levers of AI potential to make Indian enterprise global champions. Ladies and gentlemen, for me, strategic integration, AI-led data analytics, core R&D, ethics, and governance are critical. Ladies and gentlemen, just as in the first industrial revolution gave birth to various industries with the introduction of the steam engine, AI has the potential to revolutionizing multiple sectors in India. Establishing AI integration across sectors like healthcare, logistics, agriculture, FMCG is akin to laying down the foundational infrastructure of steam-based power industry. By implementing AI technology strategically, Indian companies will set the stage for a sweeping transformation, enabling them to innovate and improve efficiencies across the board. For instance, in healthcare, AI can significantly enhance diagnostic accuracy and patient care efficiently, directly impacting patient outcome and healthcare delivery. In logistics, AI applications can streamline supply chain operations, optimize routes, and reduce operational costs, making the entire process more efficiently. However, rather than adopting a generalized approach, the key lies in developing customized AI solutions tailored to meet the specific needs of each sector. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure these AI applications are effective and efficient, they must be developed and accessed through a cross-disciplinary lens. This involves analyzing your startups and your company's objectives and aligning them with AI capabilities, serving as the guiding North Star. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, let me bring your attention to AI-driven data analytics. Its transformative force is akin to the role of electricity during the second industrial revolution. Just as electricity expanded operational hours and revolutionized factory efficiency, AI introduces a new dimension of power, the power of insight that can fundamentally transform business operation across industries. Today, your enterprises have the capacity for enhanced decision making. AI production processes can analyze data sets at unprecedented speeds, enabling swift, informed decisions that enhance business agility. They can provide predictive insights, operational efficiency, personalization at scale, and innovation acceleration. Ladies and gentlemen, to maintain a competitive edge globally, Indian businesses must fully leverage the stack of AI-driven data analytics. This is particularly true for the startup movement of India. This requires us to focus on cutting-edge technologies and talent, cultivating a culture that prioritizes data-driven decision-making and continually adopting your inherent internal processes to advancement in AI. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also now reflect on the transformative impact of the research and development around the microchip during the third industrial revolution, which marked the dawn of the digital age by dramatically enhancing the processing capabilities via computers and other electronic devices. This is important because this seemingly modest component brought about profound efficiencies and functionalities, revolutionizing an era of industries from telecommunication to space industry. Similarly, the most critical element in which our potential to become global champion hinges is core AI research and development. India must aspire beyond merely serving as an application layer for global needs. Our ambition should be to offer comprehensive end-to-end AI capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, consider the striking fact. India generates 20% of the world's data, yet hosts only 2% of the world's servers. Our current computing infrastructure represents less than 2% of the global capacity, a critical bottleneck in our technological advancement. The central government is set to procure and enhance our computational capabilities significantly by procuring 10,000 graphics processing units within the next 18 months. This strategic investment will dramatically boost our processing power, aligning our resources with our data generation capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, as you would have seen, OpenAI and Google unveiled updates to their large language models. In our case, it's important that the deep penetration of AI into our daily lives sets a new standard of interactivity, compelling industry players to evolve or risk losing relevance in a world that prioritizes personalization and user engagement. Startups like Anthropic and Mistral, along with tech giants like Google and Meta, have narrowed OpenAI's sans Google early lead. These advancements are not just enhancements, they are calls to action for all players in the tech ecosystem to build core capabilities, face risks of overnight disruption in an increasingly AI-driven world. As AI evolves, the real challenge isn't whether it will be capable of handling more complex cognitive tasks. It will be. The critical question is, how will we adopt, ladies and gentlemen? It is imperative that Indian enterprises do not merely consume at the frontier of productivity, we must lead it. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we are presented with a defining opportunity that arises perhaps only once in a generation. Ladies and gentlemen, as nations and industries worldwide grapple with establishing frameworks for responsible and ethical AI, it is imperative that we seize this moment with determination and enthusiasm. It is essential that startups pilot, experiment, showcase, and share best practices. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by drawing a parallel from the ongoing fourth industrial revolution for AI and your enterprise. Just as the advent of digital technology introduced critical challenges such as cybersecurity and data privacy, the AI revolution confronts us with our own set of challenges, including biases, data security, and ethical use. Ladies and gentlemen, the proactive approach is essential for shaping a future where AI is not only transformation, but also trusted and ethical. In this global odyssey, where AI is both the vessel and the compass, Indian companies are the navigators of the Indian economy, steering towards our potential. By mastering these elements, strategic integration, AI-led data analytics, core R&D, ethics and governance, we can charter a course that not only leads to technological excellence, but also earns the trust and admiration of global marketplace. This journey from our startups to becoming global champions in AI is not just about deploying technology, but about pioneering an innovative path that others will follow, and others from the rest of the world will follow the Indians. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks. Now I would like to hand over the session to our esteemed moderator, Ms. Chandra R. Srikanth, Deputy Executive Director at Money Control, who will guide us through the panel discussion. Ma'am, the floor is all yours.
Thanks for that. I'm glad we didn't need an AI to do that. Thank you, everyone. And, on day 2 of an event, to see the hall packed, so many people standing at the back, puts a lot of pressure on the panel and especially on the moderator, but we'll try to keep it lively. We will be taking a lot of audience questions because I sort of don't want to hog the discussion, and it's a very good mix of policy makers at the central level, state level, VCs carrying large checkbooks. So if you're a founder in the room, heads up, there's Rajan and Mayuresh, and 2 very exciting founders who are building 2 AI startups. We are going to learn more about that as well. And interestingly, one is the foundational layer and one is the application layer. So they've got the mix totally bang on for this session. But thank you all very much. And Abhishek Singh, sir, I'm going to start with you. A lot of things stood out from what Mr. Amitabh Kant said in terms of India's own vision with respect to India AI. He also spoke about the outlay we have, 10,000 crore over 5 years. So, and of that, I think 2,000 crore is, towards funding deep tech. So tell me about the compute as well, because I think we reported last week that you will be floating an RFP for compute very soon, something that everybody is looking forward to. And when can deep tech startups really hope to, get a piece of that 2,000 crore? What's happening? What's the government's plan when it comes to nurturing the AI ecosystem in India? And if you can also give us an overview of what your sense is in terms of where India is today in the global AI race.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chandra. And as you rightly said, the interest in this session and the esteemed panelists who are there and the audience which is there shows that there's a lot of expectation with regard to what India can do for AI. And Amitabh Kant sir rightfully explained that. Your specific question with regard to the investment, what we have spent, what the government has approved, 10,000 crores can be looked at into both ways. At times it will look at a large sum of money, but when you look at the amount of money countries globally are investing in AI, it's not much.
Anyone thinks it's large.
Yeah, but the more important fact is that it shows the intent of the government with regard to the way we want our AI ecosystem, deep tech ecosystem to go. The government's intent is that whatever are the bottlenecks, especially with regard to compute, with regard to data sets, with regard to skilling, those are the bottlenecks that the government intends to fulfill. And there will a lot of investments will come from the investors and the VCs and all, and that will add to the pool of funds that will be available for the AI startups. With regard to compute, where we are, yes, we have almost 5,000 crores earmarked for providing more than 10,000 GPUs that is required. Because what is felt is that if Indian startups, people who are building AI applications or researchers who are training AI models or doing inferencing or coming up with AI applications or solutions for solving problems in healthcare, agriculture, education or social sectors, if they need compute, they should get access to compute at a subsidized cost for whatever nature that they want. So, as you rightly mentioned, we are in the process of floating the tenders for procuring of compute, but it is not that we will buy chipsets and we'll build up a public-owned, public-run infrastructure. We will want the investments to come from the private players but the part of the cost of access to that compute will be subsidized by the government, so that those who need the compute, those who are building models or training models or doing inferencing or doing research or working on algorithms, they will be able to access compute at a cost which is much lesser than what they are incurring today, so that we will be able to do more experiments and more of these startups will come with solutions, and hopefully they will scale up in the times to come. And then the other part that is that we are trying to address is the data sets part, because compute is one, and to train model sets you need data sets also. Yeah. So there are some startups who are using synthetic data sets for doing that, but we are also wanting to augment that synthetic data sets with real data sets in Indian languages, so that the Indian foundational model can be built. So there's a whole ecosystem of interventions which is planned with that 10,372 crores, addressing compute, addressing data sets, trying to get a foundational model, addressing the skilling piece, and providing funding support for people who are building applications which can be deployed at scale across the country.
Right. Just a follow-up question on the compute, sir. 10,000 GPUs, again, how are you going to go about this? Will it be NVIDIA plus Intel plus AMD? Are you in talks with multiple players? By when do you expect this to be available for the startups waiting here?
See, what will be required, the way we are building the procurement model, is that the users, the end users will decide what they want. So if anybody wants H100s, they will be able to access H100s. If anybody wants MI300s, they will be able to access that. If anybody wants Gaudi 2, they will be able to access that. If anybody wants to use CPUs to build an AI solution, that will also be possible. So sitting in the government, we will not sit into judgment what the end users want. Ultimately, the startups and those who are building the solutions, they are the best judge with regard to how they want to train their models, which infrastructure to use. So we will trust them for doing that. Only thing will be that there will be some checks and balances to ensure that it's not misused, or we don't start getting into voucher trade, that people get subsidized compute and give it to somebody else. So those checks and balances will be there, but by and large, it will be trust-based. It will be there to support the Indian startup ecosystem, the research ecosystem, to build AI models. And which flavor they want will be decided by them.
Right. Before I move over to Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, based on yesterday, today, the people you met, Mr. Singh, all the delegates you met, the Indian founders, technologists you've interacted with, if you have to give us a sense of where is India today when it comes to AI, are we behind, are we in line, do we have time to catch up? Are we just at the beginning, early days yet, like people are saying? What would your assessment be?
See, as is well known, we are known as the IT capital of the world. We are known as the tech garage of the world. We are known to have the skill sets, the trained engineers to build AI models. The minister also mentioned that we are number one in the AI skill penetration. Several indices and all say that. So our core strength is the AI talent that we have, the workforce that we have. Second strength that we have is the amount of digitization that has happened, especially with regard with India stack and all. We have, and given our population, we have large amounts of data sets in almost every sector. What we need is to invest in the research ecosystem, which would ensure that the researchers are able to build cutting-edge solutions, because AI and deep tech requires going beyond just having coding skills. It requires going much beyond that, and to provide access to compute. So we have a lot to catch up with countries like China and the US. We are much behind there when it comes to building AI applications, building products related to AI. But we have the potential, we have the skill sets, and hopefully with the investment that is happening by the government and by the industry, we'll be able to catch up in due course.
Great. Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, your thoughts, sir. I think I was talking to Ms. Ramadevi Lanka, and she mentioned that you have your own AI summit as well in Telangana, I think sometime in September. But, Telangana has always been at the forefront of encouraging startups, encouraging IT companies, tech companies. You have a sprawling T-Hub in Hyderabad. What's your strategy when it comes to AI? How are you going to work with the center on some of these initiatives, such as GPUs, data sets, deep tech funding, and so on?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Chandra. Greetings to all the panelists. Greetings to members in the audience. First of all, I'm grateful to the conference organizers for asking us to represent the 28 states of our country. So feel very privileged about this. But let me also mention, I spoke yesterday as well in a session, and I mentioned this, that our journey, our engagement with AI in Telangana began in 2020 itself.
When it was the year of
AI. And we had created a framework. So in many ways, there are
And
lots.
Interestingly, this was before ChatGPT sort of
true.
burst into the mainstream.
Exactly. Those were early days for the country as a whole, but like many other domains, we decided to be one of the first movers. And we have reaped lots of advantages also. So for example, in the session which I addressed yesterday, when I mentioned that we have supported 150 plus startups, we have rolled out 52 use cases within the government. There's lots of amazement and lots of appreciation for what we have done. So we had introduced our framework in 2020, and when last year when the India AI mission explained their 7 pillars, obviously there are lots of similarities. We also have focused on compute, on making data sets available, on skilling, on adoption in the government itself, on innovation, on responsible and ethical usage of AI, practically everything which the India AI mission contains. And therefore it's very encouraging to see that what we started at that time, there weren't too many benchmarks or references within the country. But the direction which we took is completely aligned with what India AI mission promises. And of course, India AI mission has started now, but as I said, we have been working on it for the last 4 years now. So while high performance compute capacities are available only in a small extent in our country, we have taken some advanced steps. So for instance, again, this is a MATI institution, CDAC, everyone would know them. So they have compute capacities in Pune, and we were possibly the first state to strike a deal with them to ensure that the startups who are part of our AI program, which is called RevUp, we run it together with NASSCOM. They get subsidized credits to use compute capacity. And now CDAC Hyderabad has also committed 20 petaflops of compute capacity, which will be coming up in the AI city, which as you know, there's a change of government in Telangana. So the new government is very ambitious about setting up an AI city. And everything else that we have spoken about, skilling, ensuring that lots of data that resides within the government that is made freely available to startups. Also ensuring that some very good social impact, public service delivery focused use cases are rolled out. And yesterday I was in the session where people were speaking about applications and adoption, and some of the use cases that I shared with, they were kind of very amazing. We have, for instance, as you know, in the entire country and many other countries in the world, one of the big challenges is how to ensure that young people do not fall prey to, let us say, drug addiction and things like that. So possibly one of its kind application that we have created in Telangana, which has now supported the enforcement agencies and education institutions to identify early symptoms. And even at a pre-early stage, when you are in a peer group where anything can happen, and to detect through a very simple screening mechanism, provide interventions at the right time. And we have started it a few months ago. Already 536 cases have been identified. And at this stage, whatever counseling and medical support is possible, that is being given. So imagine the impact of this tool, that 536 lives are getting set. And of course, 536 is just till today. I mean, these numbers will go on. Many such other very interesting use cases that we have rolled out. So I see very great opportunity with the help of the India AI mission, with some of the progressive states like ours, to really fulfill the ambitions which Mr. Kant, Mr. Abhishek spoke about.
Are you able to attract AI startups to Hyderabad?
Yes. So as I told you, there's 150 startups who have been supported. We have a program with NASSCOM called RevUp. Now, I know that you live in Bangalore. Your normal mindset is attuned towards Bangalore, but the reality is that people are fleeing Bangalore because they see various other advantages. They see various other advantages in Hyderabad. Of course, the infrastructure advantage is very strong, but certain other things. So for instance, our innovation and startup policy has a feature that if you are a homegrown startup.
This is becoming like a Karnataka versus.
No.
But sir, I
always see you.
More than Bangalore, you should watch out for Vijayawada and Amravati. Huh?
Of course. So one quick point. I don't want to hog all the time. But one very quick point. See, there are lots of young innovators, entrepreneurs in the room as well. Telangana government has a very interesting startup policy. One feature is that if you're a homegrown startup, which means that you are located within Hyderabad or Telangana. And if you have a product or solution which is of relevance to the government, then I guarantee to you that we will procure it bilaterally. We will give you the first work order without any procurement process. There'll be no bids, there'll be no tenders, no RFP.
I hope founders are listening to this.
So this is one very important thing, because you might have developed a very brilliant solution, but typically the challenge is how do you procure the first customer?
Correct.
And we help in that problem by guaranteeing that I will be the first customer. No bids, no procurement, just bilaterally we'll fix the commercials.
That's a great incentive.
And of course we help you with data, with POCs, with adoption, skills, and so many other things.
Great. So I hope founders are taking note. If you're building in Telangana and if it's of relevant to the government, then you don't have to worry about getting your first customer. Just approach Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, no red tape. But Mr. Ramanan, if I can come to you, you were the first mission director of the Atal Innovation Mission. Take us through, how the government, industry, startups, how all of them can work together when it comes to AI, because we are seeing some breakthrough happen every day, every week. People are releasing new versions of their product. It's almost hard to keep up with the pace of change. So, what can how can initiatives such as these help?
Thank you so much, and it is indeed a pleasure and privilege for me to be part of this very distinguished panel. The Atal Innovation Mission and many other innovation initiatives that actually started from 2016, they had two primary purposes, and I see the topic here from seed to scale.
Yeah.
So how do you ensure that you sow the seeds of problem solving, innovation, and a culture of innovation in our young people, our young population? We have 65% of our people under 35 years old. We are one of the youngest countries of the world. So how do we ensure that we have all the young students empowered to and also acquire a culture of problem solving and innovation which has sadly been absent in our educational system? It has been mostly rote learning, get good marks, go to university, go get good marks again, go to university abroad, and then join a company, whether it is IBM, TCS, and so on and so forth. Even today, if you see, a lot of corporates are saying we are going to have 100% scaling of AI. And what are they trying for? They're trying to ensure that they are able to meet the global demands, not the India demands. The opportunity for India is, and that's how the Atal Innovation Mission was formed, was how do you create a nation of job creators, not just job seekers? And while AI and all the technology that has come into play in the last 5-6 years, 3D printing, robotics, IoT, miniaturized electronics, augmented reality, virtual reality, and so on, while all of these have come into place, the fact is that our educational system is not enabling access to these technologies. And therefore, the Atal Innovation Mission was formed to say how at the school level you can empower the students by providing access to the latest of technologies through the tinkering labs. So more than 10,000 tinkering labs have been set up in India across the various parts, across all 715 districts of our country. And how do you set up incubators in universities which will support innovation and create a system of startups that are supported not only at the university level, but also subsequently by the VCs and other fundings that are made available. Now, this is a very important part when we talk of seed to scale. How do we ensure that we have access to, and when we are talking of AI, in the tinkering labs, we had a limitation, or we still have a limitation, that you have to set up a lab and make access, have access to those technologies which are there, so that students can have, through do-it-yourself kits, they can start playing with it. But back in 2020, when COVID set in, we actually teamed up with NASSCOM to introduce two modules called AI Step-Up module and AI Basic modules, so that all the students who are not able to go to schools are now able to learn AI. And they have Atal Tinkering Labs, and we expose them to use cases and so on and so forth.
What has the response been, sir, to
so
these
the response today is, if you look every year, Atal Tinkering, I'll talk about the school level first, and then I'll go to the university. At the school level, we run what is called as an Atal Tinkering Marathon every year. In the last marathon that was run, almost 60,000 students participated in the marathon, and more than 6,000 to 7,000 prototype of innovations are created. And they are created by whom? By grade 6 to grade 12 students. Like an IoT-based solar panel irrigation management system. That is what is created by a bunch of school girls in Salem in Thoothukudi. You are talking about the remote coastal parts of our country. So you empower the children and you empower them with access to technology, access to resources, access to training programs. They will learn and pick up on their own and they will run with it. And 70% of the tinkering challenges today are integrating AI in some form or the other, either as a conversational AI part or some other, because students are very attracted to the whole concept of AI. Now you go to the universities, 700 incubators have been set up in India today through AIM and DST, DBT, MATI, everybody together. And there are more than 118,000 startups, as you are aware. As Amitabh Kant said, I travel around and meet with many universities and meet with many startups. 70% or 80% of the startups are integrating AI into their solutions. And mind you, these guys are creating solutions for India. They are not necessarily creating solutions for the overseas market. And that is where the opportunity lies. India is 650,000 villages. We have 715 districts, out of which 115 are aspirational districts. They are at the bottom of the pyramid in terms of basic access to healthcare, education, clean drinking water, sanitation, waste management. And in all of these areas, or affordable housing, in all of these areas, AI will play a crucial role in being able to target innovation, entrepreneurship, and startups, and be able to address this huge demand. You know, some of you may have been familiar, the Prime Minister talked about Atmanirbhar Bharat, and he talked of 5 pillars. And in those 5 pillars, one was the pillar of education, the second was the pillar of infrastructure, third was the pillar of demand, fourth was the pillar of societal good, and fifth was the pillar of technology. And AI and technology, all the emerging technologies, is what is going to address all the other 4 pillars. This is a common glue with all the other 4 pillars. If I want smart infrastructure, smart villages, smart districts, smart cities, AI is going to play a very important role in the realization of that. If I want education to be reaching to the remotest part of this country, it's distance learning, AI teaching. You know, why can't we think about AI teachers? We always talk about teaching as a fundamental gap in our, teachers, good teachers we don't have accessible. But if I can have AI teachers teaching in multiple languages and being able to access through distance learning, see the impact that it can have. And similarly, in addressing the burgeoning demand of 1.4 billion people, if we don't fulfill it, somebody else from outside is going to fulfill it. So we have the opportunity of creating all solutions which are AI driven today and affecting every aspect of whatever we do. So I do think that when we talk about empowerment, the initiatives that MATI has undertaken is phenomenal. You know, to make access computing infrastructure, powerful computing infrastructure to all the schools and all the research universities and so on, we are actually on a level playing field from my point of view. The world is still not advanced. They are using ChatGPT, yes, which is a product of OpenAI and so on and so forth. But still the world is grappling with what solutions can we develop, generative AI solutions that we can develop. And India has an advantage because you have the demand and you have the need. And you have the data which can be generated. But we, of course, have a gap in the data collection and cleansing and capture, which we need to address. But if we do that, we can definitely be the leaders of AI in the world. And that is where industry partnership is very, very crucial. If you don't have industry partnership, you don't understand the demand. And you don't understand the opportunities. And if the startups, all the startups who have succeeded in India has been because they have been able to realize the market demand and the industry demand, and they have been able to address that.
Great insights, and you captured it so well, right from the seed level, at the school level, the role that's being played. And as you said, we are actually working on use case. I think Nandan Nilekani said that India will be the use case capital of the world, and this is one step towards that. But from seed to scale, which is where the venture capital money comes in. Rajan, there is a sense that investors or VCs in India don't really invest in very risky bets, so they don't give the kind of capital that we are seeing in the US that's pouring into AI. I know Peak 15, I think you've invested in Sarvam and InVideo, which is again an AI play. But do you agree with that criticism? Particularly in the last year, post the funding winter, we've seen investors in India, become quite cautious. They're investing in some apparel brand, ice cream brand, clothing brand, very safe areas which will not go wrong. Where do you think the gap is as far as the VC ecosystem in India is concerned? Because the government is giving 2,300 odd crores for deep tech startups, but what are you guys doing?
Yeah, good question. So I think the first thing to keep in mind is, the startup opportunity in India is very different to the US. Okay, the US today, if you go to the Bay Area, it's only about one thing, which is AI.
Yeah.
India is about AI squared. It's all about India and AI. Now, why do I say that? Because, India today is being built, okay? And as India gets built, we need more brands, we need more hospitals, we need more retailers, we need more schools, we need more financial institutions, we need more banks, we need more lenders, we need more insurance companies. And by the way, we need a lot of core technology, we need more semiconductors, we need to recycle, we need more EVs, right? And what you're seeing in India today, and that's the first part of the AI, it's all about India. It's a very different ecosystem, right? It's much more broad-based, it's much more vibrant, it's much more diverse. So I think we need to keep that in mind, because the reality is, I don't know whether you know this, the last big new consumer brand in the US that was successful as a startup was Lululemon, and they were Canadian. Okay? There was a company called Away. They made these cool bags. It trades at 100 million. Mokobara, which is an Indian company, actually is going to be bigger than Away in about a year.
Your portfolio also.
No, but my point is, look, I think it's important to keep that in mind, because you shouldn't sort of look at some of these things that investors are investing in here and say, well, that's not cool, because as long as you're building things that are very useful for consumers and they're willing to pay for it and you're meeting a real gap, that's a very useful thing. So that's the first thing to keep in mind. I only said that because, we think there should be many more brands, there should be many more retailers, many more hospitals, many more financial services companies, right? Now let's get to AI, which is what this is about. So first of all, we just within Peak 15 have over 25 AI investments that we've made over the last year and a half, okay? And as you know, there's a lot of capital in India. There's over $10 billion of just venture capital dry powder. Dry powder is capital that is raised that hasn't been invested. And if you look at venture and PE, private equity, it's over $20 billion. India doesn't have a paucity of capital, right? And today what is happening is that capital is being invested in the best founders who are building the most interesting companies. So in AI, what you're seeing is we are beginning to see a very, very interesting wave of AI application companies, right? So these are companies that are leveraging AI to build useful applications. Ramanan just talked about it, right? Those are consumer applications, they are prosumer applications. InVideo is a prosumer company. There are vertical applications in healthcare, in retail, in financial services, in agriculture. And there are also what I call enterprise AI applications for customer support and so on and so forth. So that wave has started. And if there's one thing that our entrepreneurs are very good at, is applications. We are extraordinary at applying technology to solve real problems. So that is happening. The next layer then is what I call AI tooling and data infrastructure. Recently we had one of our companies called Atlan. They're in the data governance space. They're just booming. It's driven by the AI wave. They just closed a $100 million round, right? And there's beginning to see a bunch of companies, whether it's, for instance, we have a company called Infosys, right? So they're a serverless GPU platform, right? How do you make costs lower? How do you train models faster? So that layer is beginning to happen. I think what a lot of people sort of talk about, and we have a startup on this panel who will talk about this, is sort of at the core research at the foundational level, right? So that's where, and the discussion always goes back to that. But I think what everybody forgets is there's actually many, many parts of this layer, right? I think that is where you have a company like Sarvam. We have another company called GAN.ai that's actually embarking on. In fact, we were just meeting with Mr. Abhishek Singh before this. They're gonna do something really revolutionary, right? I think we'll hear from one of the panelists here on what they're up to. I think that is where we're we have the fewest number of companies, right? And then you ask the question, okay, at that layer, what do you need? You need more AI researchers, right? That's what Mr. Abhishek Singh talked about. And we just need more AI researchers. Where are they going to come from? Well, firstly, 20% of the global AI researchers are Indian. They're of Indian origin. We should bring them back.
Where are they sitting? Not in India.
Mostly in the US, right? But we should bring them back. By the way, China did that very successfully over the last 15 years, right? We should bring them back. But secondly, by the way, we have the largest number of STEM graduates. So actually, we have the raw talent, right? We just need to make sure we invest in them over a period of time. And what I can say is, we always tend to get a bit very fast. Something new happens, and we're like, India is behind. Let's keep in mind, India is never first. India is never second. India is never third. But generally, Chandra, we are the best. Okay?
Round of applause for that.
No, but I want to give you real examples because it's easy to say this and then say, okay, like, whoa, really? Let's take digital payments. I don't know how many of you know this. 2015, top 100 companies in the world, India is not on the list. Today, 48% of real-time digital payments happen in India. It took 6 years, okay? It took 6 years. Let's take, I don't know how many of you have been in the US or gone to Europe recently. The mobile phone networks don't work anymore, okay? We were not the first. We were not the second. We were not the third. We were not the fourth. We were not the 15th to get 3G networks. Today, the most advanced mobile telecom network in the world, better than China, certainly significantly better than the US, is in India. So I think when you look at that third layer of AI, what we should keep in mind is we don't have to be the first, and we're not the first. We're not the second. We're not the third. But that doesn't matter. The question is, when the dust settles, and the dust's not going to settle for a decade, at least, this is a 10, 20, 30-year game, okay? Are we going to be the best? And the reason we have a shot at being the best, you know why? Because we have the talent. And by the way, it doesn't matter where they are, because that talent actually came from here. The next set of talent, the deep researchers in AI, actually, they're kind of going to come from here. And what we have to do is we just have to keep them here. So what I would say is, a long answer to your question, in AI, there's a lot happening. We certainly have lots of interesting things that are happening. If there's one ask that we have, Chandra, so we have about 16,000 crores of dry powder. Just our firm, one firm. So there's no cost shortage of capital, okay? We just want more people starting up in AI. The last thing I'd say is, are Indian VCs risk averse? So just in the last 15 months, Chandra, we have invested in 2 semiconductor companies from IIT. They came out of IIT Madras Research Park. A green hydrogen recycling company, a space tech company that basically is going to monitor debris in space. I mean, think about this, okay? By the way, there's so much debris in space, it's like driving around in Delhi. So if you're going to launch a satellite, man, boy, it's dangerous, okay? So it's a company called Digantara. So look, so I think this whole thing about, Indian VCs are risk, I don't think so, right? Like, of course, should we all take more risk? Of course we should, right? But the reality is, what I can say is, especially for the entrepreneurs in the room, is make sure you're building something that is truly 10x better and very useful.
No, so
okay, it can't be 10x better and not
Rajan,
useful.
you said you have 16,000 crores to deploy, and you want to deploy that money. So for entrepreneurs, budding entrepreneurs, technologists, give them 1 or 2 things that they should be doing right to, get that capital.
I think, look, the first thing is, look, firstly, you want to talk about core research. Transformers is not the end game. Everybody's focused on transformers. What's next? Let's talk about that. So you really want to go like there? Well, let's go there, right? And I'm sure one of our panelists can talk about that. But like, let's take a simple idea, okay? Mr. Abhishek Singh talked about this. We have more data than any other country in the world on everything. Why? Because we have 1.4 billion people. You want to take healthcare, you want to take cardiovascular disease, you want to take diabetes, you want to take tuberculosis, pick your favorite disease. We have the most number of patients in every single one of them. And by the way, this is important in AI because that is data. Okay? Now, that data cannot be useful for AI, right? You have to actually annotate the data. There's a company called Scale.ai. Last round valuation, $14 billion, over $1 billion of revenue. And here's the interesting thing, Chandra. They have over 1 million people that are annotating data all around the world. I think a decade from now, the largest company in the world that is going to help large AI companies train their models should be, yeah. Why? Because 2 out of the 5 largest IT services companies are Indian and 5 out of the 10 are Indian. And boy, don't we have more people that can annotate just about anything? We have more doctors, we have more scientists. I mean, you pick your favorite. By the way, we have more agronomists. I mean, you can like, in every single profession today, outside of China, we have more people. And in most professions, we have more people than China. So you know, like, look, there are so many ideas. And the one thing I would say is just build something that is truly useful. And it has to be 10x better. I think the power of AI is AI allows you to solve a problem not just 10% better, 10x better. So what do we look for when we talk to entrepreneurs? Look, every single day I meet 5 new companies. I have a simple rule. Every day I have to meet 5 new companies. 30 minutes each, okay? What am I looking for? I'm looking for 3 things. One, I'm looking for founders who are very strong. They know what they're doing, right? If you're building a core AI sort of research-focused company, boy, you better have a PhD in AI, okay? You know, you have an MBA from Stanford, ain't gonna cut it. Because, you know, really, you don't learn that at MBA school. But the second thing I'm looking for is, are you solving a real problem? And third, do you have a way to build a 10x better solution to solve that problem? So look, I think we're just getting started, Chandra, and you and I have spoken about this before. This is a long game. And remember, we're never the first, we're never the second, we're never the third. Sometimes we're not even the 10th. But actually, it doesn't matter, by the way, whether you start fast. You just want to win. And that we know how to do.
Okay. Mayuresh, as the other investor on the panel, you know, what is your take on how VCs are looking at the AI space? Rajan listed out his criteria when he meets those 5 entrepreneurs every day. But take us through C Fund and what do you look for?
So thanks for having me here. C Fund looks at deep tech for the most part of investing their corpus. I can't resist the Bangalore Hyderabad thing.
Where are you based before I?
Bangalore, okay. Obviously. We need more Bangalores. We need more Hyderabad's. Bangalore has been doing the heavy lifting for a while. If we have to look at it from India sense. So the more parties join the game, the better for all of us. 2-3 things, a lot of which I will echo with what Anand just said. There has been a lot of talk of funding winter. I don't see that because valuations have not gone down, especially in new age areas like AI, like deep tech. If you bring a certain pedigree in terms of knowledge and a problem that you're trying to solve, there is still money. Lack of money is not a problem at all. If anything, there is increasing pressure from our investors that you are sitting on capital for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th year, start deploying. And we have maybe a couple of years or so, depending on when you went out and raised. So you will see a lot of investments being made. I think there are several playbooks that have successfully been rolled out. And we don't see that, but let's focus on the positives, which is look at all of us have been beneficiaries of the India outsourcing story, right? And the entire SaaS economy that India has built out is a result of these employees who work some of the most demanding customers on the services side and then figured out, hey, I have something more to offer, and they went out and started building products. We don't see that happening in AI because here's a bunch of young guys, and you wouldn't see that on the deep tech side of things because these would be guys who would have studied for a decade or so and then worked a decade more because these are complex real world problems. Why don't we see that? Because we don't see that kind of research being done. We don't see these guys having done those 10 years of education and then backed up with the corporate experience. I'm not worried about the application side at all. We got enough and more of these things happening. I don't think investors are risk averse at all. It's changing, because if you would ask me in 2018, sitting back, would my first 4 or 5 investments from the current fund come in deep tech, I probably would have laughed at myself. I absolutely am sure that the same story will pan out on AI. When was the last time you heard of Indian founders building out a quantum computer in India? There are at least 3 of repute, and it's only going to add to the story and make their jobs easier. We run into guys who are trying to use compression algorithms to make, again, their jobs easier. We run into somebody who's trying to build at the compute level a platform that makes the infra play much more easier. Now, the common story for all of these is these guys want to go and flip to the US. Why? Because India is still at the at the foundational level, at core technologies, and we don't have the pricing power. But look at what's happening on the first lot of companies which went public, and the current lot which are flipping back to India, because it's the Indian markets which are going to give them those multiples, which the US market may or may not, but you have to understand what stage of its economic cycle the Indian economy is. Our growth is ahead of us. There's a whole lot of things that are being done by folks at the policy level, at the government level. I think the easy jobs have been done, which is throw resource. The intent, Mr. Singh used the word intent, that was lacking for a long time. I think that is very clear across the spectrum. But the easy job is throw money and resources. The hard jobs is get those people scaled, get those guys equipped to leverage these technologies. So short answer, we'll look at all of these areas. The 3-4 examples that I gave you, those are few and far between. The application part of it is a lot of which we see. But I think all of us in this room, the one thing we should walk away is, and I have a different point of view, that we don't have a lot of, the window of opportunity is not that great. All such evolutionary technologies have had their areas. I mean, AI has been, people have been doing it since the 1960s, right? And woe befall on you if you were doing AI or you were an AI founder till before 2015, before the famous Jeffrey Hinton paper, right? But I think that window of opportunity is decreasing. It's not going to be as long as it has been before. And India has got a lot of tailwind, what's happening at the geopolitical level, what's happening at the policy and the regulatory level, and these young whiz kids. So I mean, this is something that we have, and we have to grab it with both hands.
Right, grab it with both hands, which brings me to the 2 founders. Abhishek Upperwal is building a socket which essentially builds LLMs for 22 Indian languages, and you also do research on ethical AI. So, Abhishek, take us through, the difference between building LLMs for 22 languages and just translating the English responses of LLMs into 22 languages. Why is one approach, more efficient than the other? And what's your experience been like building an LLM out of India? Sarvam is one more example. We've also had Kritrim. I think we also have interesting initiatives by IIT Bombay, Hanuman and Bharat GPT. But in terms of the ecosystem support that you get here, how different is it from the Valley? Because in Valley, I think, there was an entire generation of AI researchers who began with DeepMind, and then they went on to the other AI startups. So they have that vintage there. But what's it like been for you?
Right. So coming to the first question of, thanks for having me here. And coming to the first question of why do we need to build an Indic LLM, and what's the primary difference? The primary difference resides, there are a lot of aspects to it, but in a very simple term, we're essentially paying language tax to OpenAI when you are ultimately utilizing or doing some sort of chat with ChatGPT in Hindi, Bangla, Gujarati, any language.
Language tax.
Yes. So what that essentially means is that when these models were built, there was an inherent biasness within these models, and that was not by design, to be very frank. OpenAI is an amazing company for sure, but the algorithm is like that. So for example, the algorithm that is being utilized to train these models at the tokenization layer, it's a frequency-based algorithm, and because we have a large amount of data primarily in English on the internet, the algorithm or the system becomes biased towards English. So what's happening at the core is that
whenever we are tokenizing or converting these sentences, hi, how are you, into mathematical form, for English the compression is highest, but for Indic languages the compression is very, very bad. And because of that, essentially the compute requirement that has to go into generating any sort of response from these models go up, and because of that, obviously the cost will go up. So just an example, with GPT-4, I'm not talking about GPT-4o, you were paying 3 times to interact with the model for Hindi as compared to for English, and the cost can go as high as 13 times for low resource languages, say like Assamese or Kashmiri, even if there is certain support in the model for OpenAI, for example. The second aspect, so this is the cost aspect and the efficiency aspect. The second aspect is obviously the context for us Indians. You would have seen that when you were interacting with these systems in any of the Indian languages, they don't understand our context that well. You try to poke the model, do some sort of prompt engineering, even then the model is sometimes biased, will not give you that proper response, because these models or the creators never gave emphasis into creating the data set which is more context aware when it comes to the global south, not just for India, the entire global south. And that induces these biasness within the model. So, so if we have to, say for example, be more efficient, be more context aware, we definitely have to go and build our own sovereign AI. So sovereignty again is another aspect. I won't be touching it because other discussions have already happened over it. The second question, how are we building and how are we going?
You know, if I can ask you, Mr. Abhishek Singh spoke about the RFP for compute, the 10,000 GPUs. So how are you solving for these constraints when it comes, because training an LLM can be very costly?
Exactly. So training can be very costly. Like our estimate is that for a 7 billion perimeter model, we would require essentially close to 2 million USD on the compute side of things. And this is not a one-shot learning that you essentially do when you are doing it from scratch. These are iterations. So sometimes a couple of checkpoints fail, you have to backtrack and then start doing the training bit again. So on the government part, I would actually say that there has been tremendous support when it comes to the government for supporting startups like us. We are also one of the beneficiary of the CDAC access, CDAC cluster that is available in Pune. But the problem is that the compute availability at CDAC and the affordability is not that great, to be very frank. Like these systems are still expensive. Unless you are super funded, you won't be able to access these systems. So that is one aspect. I will also touch upon what can be done for the future, because there's something, and I'm glad, I'm super happy that people are talking about research aspect when it comes to building foundation models, because that is ultimately very, very important. Until unless we don't break that particular barrier, we will mostly be executing and building on top of whatever has been done. Say, for example, OpenAI is building, or some Western country is building some model, we will ultimately be building on top of it. But if we have to be at the frontier, we have to essentially invest in research and break that particular barrier. Just to a particular example of how we are dealing with it, how transformers work, it's a very inefficient algorithm. And Ranjan Sen has actually pointed that out as well. And future of Gen AI most probably won't be in the transformer architecture. How our brain works is also fundamentally very different. How our brain works is that we have a linguistic engine which is separate from our knowledge engine. So if tomorrow I learn French, I'll be able to very easily translate my knowledge and we'll be able to converse with my friend in French using all the facts that I have already learned. These systems never do it. For a new language, I essentially have to show almost all the data set which we have shown to the model in English, for example, and then only model will be able to learn. But there are techniques like transfer learning. And then there are architectural nuances and innovation and research where you break the architecture into different aspects. One architectural component can just work around the linguistic part and the other can just work around the knowledge part. So it would be like an adapter. You keep on adding new languages to the model and the model would just retain the knowledge, and you can even separately train the model to actually enhance the knowledge capability of the model. So that is why I see the Gen AI research going forward. There are other things as well, but these are some of the core aspects which will push further. And I believe that no other country will actually look at it, because multilinguality is our problem. It's not the problem of the US. US is primarily English. We have 22 scheduled languages and we have more than 2,000 dialects in India. So it's the problem that we essentially have to solve. and not the US.
Great, great. Thank you for those insights, Abhishek, and here's wishing you the best. On CDAC, I think you'll have to talk to Mr. Singh separately after the session to sort that out. But from the foundational layer, let me come to Abhinav, who works on Fluid.ai. You know, Abhinav, the one thing that we keep hearing about startups that are working on the enterprise side is that they find it hard to roll out GenAI use cases because of high compute and cloud costs. So how are you dealing with that? And the second part is that a lot of these use case focused GenAI startups essentially are described as wrappers that are, you know, vulnerable to disruption. So how do you avoid being a wrapper?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think great question there. So I think every application startup always struggles with this, right? If you're just a very small layer, a very thin layer, right? You're using a ChatGPT API or a Mistral API, and you know all the magic is happening in the LLM, and you're this very thin layer that's kind of making it usable by the end user. Then 6 months to a year down the line, that wrapper is going to get wiped out, right? A Microsoft will launch it free, and AWS will launch it free in their solution, and you're wiped. So that's the application layer problem. How do you make that thicker, right? Then you go downwards, right? You go to the LLM side. That too is having a big level of commoditization, right? Yeah. The models are becoming open. There are a lot more models out there to choose from. They've become free, and they're getting smaller, right? So the ability for newer entrants to enter is becoming a lot easier. So that space is also getting heavily commoditized, right? What we found is that if you take a hybridization of the two, right? So you take the application layer, say you're solving for an end use case, right? I'm trying to make a manufacturing plant more efficient, right? And you build an application layer for that. But then you build some layer of fine tuning around the language model, right? So you're kind of also doing some thickening over there. That combination delivers two really fantastic things. One, you're delivering great value to the end customer because they're not just getting another API to ChatGPT to do the same problem in a okay-ish way. They're getting a really powerful solution. And at the bottom layer, you're also ensuring that you're not getting disrupted in the next 6 months to a year's evolution. Now, when it comes to the Indian model challenge, like the localization for India use cases, right? So we do use cases abroad and we do use cases in India. What we found, at least so far, the place where we are struggling with the Indic models is that 1 year down the line or 2 years down the line, most of these models or approaches are becoming agentic. By agentic, it just means that the model thinks through a little more, like it takes like 6-7 steps of reasoning before it gives the answer, right? So it's not like, okay, who's the Prime Minister of India? And then the LLM just responds back with an answer, right? It's thinking, if it's a more complex question, right? I have this data, how do I solve this problem with these constraints? The model will think through 7-8 steps. Now, English reasoning is phenomenal at a language model level. At an Indic model, we're still getting to the level where the Indic models are just good at doing the basic prompting.
But not the reasoning that
right. So the worry we have is that how will they reason in the future, because most models are becoming reasoning based. So our approach to solve it for now has been that we put a translator model in the middle. Let the question come in whatever language. The translator model will send it back to English. Then it reasons all its steps. It calls whatever 50 systems, it looks up a knowledge base, it does whatever. Does those 50 things, translates the answer back. We found that so far has been more effective.
Maybe you should work with Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have an interesting conversation post this.
Yeah, into his model. Yeah.
So I think that's it. I think that these two layers, right? One is you hybridize. The other is you solve the use case bloody well, right? You get really, really deep into the end use case. I think when AI is nothing, that's when it's everything. So I'm going to repeat this. When AI is nothing, that's when it's everything. Which means that when you put AI in the back burner, right, you're going to solve a problem, right? You're making a plant more efficient, you're automating a customer support center, you're improving a bank's internal operations for SOPs and information, you're having them access data a little better through their databases, right? When the problem is front and center and you're solving for a real problem, and AI becomes one of the tool sets that's enabling you to solve that problem, I think startups will succeed far better and differentiate themselves far better than the ones that say, I want to do something cool in generative AI. So I have this great solution toolbox. Now let me go and search for interesting problems to solve. So I think that's another way we found that it's far better to solve and kind of beat the market. So those are the two kind of layers that we found have been more effective.
Great. I'll just take one question with Rajan before I throw it open to the audience. Rajan, Vinod Khosla recently said that AI compute costs will crash in the future and startups shouldn't be limiting their innovation based on the current high cost of compute. How do you look at the way this is going? I think this one is on.
Yeah, look, I mean, in tech, all costs come down. So that this is absolutely right. But the reality is, look, I mean, entrepreneurs are building companies today, right? So entrepreneurs they have to spend money. So the money is spent today, not the money is not spent 3 years from now. So I think what the AI India mission, Mr. Abhishek talked about this, is super critical, right? Like we have to really make sure that we have I think an interesting goal might be, Mr. Singh, like we have 1,000x more, maybe 100x more. Let's say we have a few hundred really good AI startups today. Like, can we have 100x more startups? And the compute capacity that you're going to subsidize, enables that. I mean, this is a real issue, right? Like, because if you let's say you raise a $3 million seed round, which is a large seed round, right? Not in AI, but in general, it's a seed round, and you have to spend 2.8 million of that on compute, which is sort of the scenario today, So basically, you have to live on vadas, like vada, and 1 meal a day and vadas. That's all, So this is very critical.
Great. On that note, I want to open it up to questions. I already see a lot of hands going up. Okay, can we get a mic, please? Please introduce yourselves briefly and, just ask the question and also who you want, who it's directed to. Yes, sir, we'll come. Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. I am Aditya from Joe Stocks. So everyone was talking about how to make India, like AI for India. So what exactly is the data sets required for like you guys or anybody to make AI for India? Like you said, reasoning skills. Or language. So do we need a Malayali person solving a problem in Malayalam, like the language, or like how does it look like for India to make its own reasoning and the language also? And also the important thing I discussed yesterday, it should understand the cultural aspects of India. So what are the requirements for data sets for India that only India can make?
You want to take that, sir? Yeah, Abhishek, yeah.
Thanks for the question. So the kind of data set, we typically require two sort of data sets if you have to work only on the language part of things. One is absolutely raw data. It can even be very bad quality data too, in the sense that, like for example, if you scrap the internet, most of the data sets are not that clean. So language specific data set, not that clean data set, but a variety. That is the important aspect. That is how the model learns. So if I say, for example, I want to go to Delhi, if I can phrase this particular word in say 100 different ways and then show it to the model, that's fantastic data set. And not just show the same sentence 100 times to the data set. The model would just fit perfectly on this, but never generalize. That is where the concept of AGI actually comes in, artificial general intelligence, where you learn a concept and not just a particular, say 1 + 1 is 2, not just that, I will learn counting. And then the model can count whatever you give the model to. So language specific data sets, for example, say you said Malayalam. So we might have to generate a large quantity of pre-training data, which can be scrapped from the internet, or it can also be translated and things like that. We have been experimenting with that as well. And the second type of data set that we require is for ultimate fine tuning, which has to be of ultimate quality. And that is where companies like Scale AI, for example, comes in, where you have these human beings who are annotating data, generating data for different sort of tasks, say summarization, question answering and things like that. But these are very, very high quality data sets. So initial phase, not that high quality data, but a variety. In the second phase, very high quality data, even if the quantity of the data is less. So I also want to point out one thing over here. The pre-training data set, it's practically impossible to generate this data because the amount of quantity that we would require to train like decently large enough model we can't generate it. Most of this data, even OpenAI and all, have scrapped from the internet. Just as statistics, one of the most famous data sets that is available out there, multilingual C4, has less than 1% Indian language representation as of now. Imagine all 200 dialects, 22 scheduled languages and all, less than 1% representation in the data set. So just imagine the kind of data set that we would require. We have to go from this 1% to almost increasing it to 99 or somewhere 80, 90%, because some of these data set is also like mixed for coding and all, but that's the quantity that would ultimately require, yes.
So like since you have been researching, so can you just estimate the amount of data that would require for, let's say we would discuss 22 languages, but there are dialects also, right? So we would need data on each language. So how much data is required for, let's say, next 10 years?
Okay, so I'll give you an estimate around what people have been training on. So all these models, like for example, Llama 3 came out, that's trained on 15 trillion tokens, but the thing is, there is repetition to the data set when it is shown to the model. So I'm assuming that close to 3 to 4 or 5 billion tokens is what these people have gathered, and then might have done 3 epochs for model training part. So that's the quantity of data. That ultimately translates to the entire internet scope of data, plus collaborating with some of the news agencies and all to get some proprietary data as well. So the scale is internet scale. Whatever text data sets is available on the internet, ultimately you would require that. Another, again, because you are mentioning the data part, it's not necessary that we actually scale up to that particular bit. I am hopeful that the research would actually take us forward, and where the data requirement won't be that much. One of the technical terms we basically require is called transfer learning, where you actually transfer knowledge from one domain to another. Say, for example, I train a model on English, but ultimately I'm able to encode the knowledge in some embedding space within the model, and then I would just have Hindi as a plugin, as a language plugin, and the model would conceptually understand English concepts, but will be able to inherently translate that particular content to Hindi then. So then I don't need that much data, obviously. I can just train my model on English, and then ultimately figure out how can I inherently translate all that knowledge to other languages, yes. So I think that's the way going forward, especially for Indian languages. It's impractical to generate internet scale data in the next couple of years.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, you can start and then.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Sivans Devedi. I'm a founder and CEO of Predlib Labs. Basically, we are building AI-enabled drones for infrastructure and agriculture. I had a question with Rajan sir right now, because he mentioned like there's a lot of funds everywhere, and like the startup had like getting opportunity. So like I will tell about my story. I'm a young startup founder. I started working 21. In next 3 years, I already winning like more than 15 contests, presenting my company outside India. But the problem I'm validated everywhere. And I am also doing POCs, but the problem with when we are talking with the investors, like they are telling like you had a less valuation come after like when you are like a series level, because maximum investment is coming for a series A, series B, series C. But pre-seed investment and seed level investment is very less nowadays in India itself, and which we are lacking right now. And the second question from government side, like, because sir, I am working, because I am based in Uttar Pradesh, and where we did a lot of consolidation POC project, because as a startup we are only able to do a POC. But when they are contract, like when they are making a contract, they make a contract like for bigger companies, like 110 crore rupees, like 100, 200 crore rupees. The problem with it, we don't have that much of valuation, we don't have runway, like we don't have turnover. And we generally like pointed out we are not able to qualify the project. So that is two things we are lacking right now.
Rajan, and then I think Jayesh and Abhishek.
Yeah, look, so we have looked at a bunch of agri-drone companies. In fact, I think again, you have to, like at least the way venture capitalists look at it, okay? You have to have a very strong ROI. I think the issue with drones in agri in India is that farming labor is very cheap. So the ROI that you can deliver is not as compelling, number one. Number two, unlike in, let's say, even China, right, where there's been some very large agri-drone companies that have been built up, you don't have corporatization of agriculture. So the question becomes, see, at the end of the day, you're not building an AI company, okay? You're building a business. The business has to have customers. The customers have to pay you a lot of money, and that money has to be higher than your cost, right? So the challenge with agri-drones, as we looked at it, and look, we've looked at only a few companies we haven't obviously met. So our issue with agri-drones is, right now, farming labor is super cheap. So how much are they going to pay the agri-drone company? So that's, just so that you know, that's the issue. So you have a category problem. So what you'll have to do is, unfortunately, you're in the sort of the situation where you'll have to show that somebody's going to pay you a lot of money. And that money is going to actually deliver an ROI versus the alternative. See, China, by the way, agri-labor has gotten quite expensive now. That's why agri-drones have taken off. In the US, it's super expensive, right? So you have to think about the business economics of that. But like, I think one way to solve it is get some large government contracts. It sounds like you should go to Jayesh, you know?
I can't help someone based in Uttar Pradesh.
But you know, he has T-Hub.
Yes.
I think tomorrow morning you should get on a plane,
to Hyderabad.
move your whole team, got a strategy.
And more importantly, I would like to say is that if you are a startup entrepreneur, then follow the advice that Rajan gave. Don't think of being dependent on a few government contracts, because even if it happens, because some subsidy or something, you will not be able to sustain it for a very long time, because subsidies don't last forever. Second, I will say is that you mentioned about the limitations that you have with the tendering contracts, the turnover and all. If you are a DPIIT empaneled startup, then the government procurement norms exempt startups from turnover criteria and prior experience criteria. So there you have an opportunity. Even if you don't have 110 crore turnover, you still can bid for projects. And third, I will suggest is that get a copy of the Telangana procurement norms, how they do one-on-one contracting with startups, share it with the UP government, and we will also do that, taking it and sharing it with all the states, so that the more and more states become startup friendly.
And you will ensure that our competitive advantage is lost.
No, but seriously, you should just move Telangana. Yeah. You know, it's very interesting. By the way, I'm not pitching for Telangana. I'm just like building on this. No, you know, it's very interesting. There's a reason that a lot of high-tech startups move to the Bay Area. It's just easier to get going, right? Like, so, especially for you, if let's say government contracts is going to be how you will build your business, because farmers are not going to, I mean, like, maybe they'll pay you, but like every other ag tech company that we funded, man, it's very hard to get paid by farmers for anything. So I think it's a great idea.
Definitely, sir. I will follow.
Yeah.
I already get a response from sir yesterday.
Actually, start looking at flight options, I think. Delhi
I just want, I mean, I have come across this problem at multiple places. I think when startups create a startup like yours, you should see the global market. You should not just see the Indian market. And maybe your solution right now is more, when he talks about the ROI, and if he says that in the US and in China, you are able to get multiple ROIs. So that's the market you should be, also looking at. So I think that's very important. Many of them restrict themselves to a particular market. And if your solution is mature enough and good enough, you will find investment.
Actually, sir, problem is this, like lack of fund is one of the reasons, because we are not that much fund to put on research. We have to sustain. And on that sustainability part, we have to do a project continuously. On that basis, we are lacking how much money, because we don't have external fund support. Certain support might be funded us, as through that basis we are scaling, but it will take time. But thank you so much, sir, for your suggestion.
And thank you for your question. Someone at the back who started. Yeah,
this is Sunny from Pratico Global Research. So my question is basically on the foundational LLMs, that basically all the foundational LLMs that we want to build models are actually like Microsoft and all the big companies are controlling that. I just want to know from the community that if in case there is some changes to these foundational LLM policies and all, I have built a model for 2 years, built on that foundational LLM, suddenly there is some problem or some change in the policy. Now my whole model will go for a toss. My whole startup, which has worked on these models for 2 years, it will suddenly collapse. So what we can do to safeguard the startups who are working on these foundational LLMs, which are not India based? So how we can do to make India AI much stronger based on these, working on these foundational LLMs. Second, my question is looking at the funding, you're talking about the funding winter. Should we go all out, like supposedly we are running a startup, should we put accelerator on the things to move on, or there is some, like people are saying that interest rate in US is at all-time high. There might be some funding crunch in the coming years due to that particular thing, because risk capital may dry out in coming years. So what is the thing of startup funding community on that?
Abhinav to quickly respond to this, and I think we'll have time for 2 more questions.
Yeah, so I think anytime you're building a foundational model, right, there is inherent risk, like you pointed out, right? The industry goes in a completely different direction. suddenly what you built is not valuable anymore, right? So you've gone from hero to zero like overnight. One announcement by someone saying, okay, now we're not doing text-based models, multimodality-based models, right, which support voice, like what GPT-4o showed. That's the new way. And everyone's like, oh, now let's start from scratch. So I think there are two ways to tackle that problem, right? One is try and build great tech that you can showcase, right? Don't start, if you don't have a lot of funding raised already, then I think trying and building a foundational model is tough. Unless, if, you know, like you talk to Abhishek ji and you get a lot of GPUs access, right? You get that access to build it, then you're not spending too much, right? Then talent is your only cost. Then go ahead and spend it, right? So I think back yourself on the resources that you have first, to then decide, should I build foundational or not? If you can't right now, build, because if you can build, if you have the capability inherently to build a foundational model, that means you have great tech capability in-house, right? Use it to maybe build one layer higher, fine-tuned versions of something. Showcase that tech to the world, raise a lot of capital on the back of, wow, these guys, great talent. So if we give them the GPUs and we give them the money, they can build something really phenomenal or pivot along the way as needed. And then go and build that really large model.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chandra. I'm Tarun Vijay from Dehradun. I work for the tribals of the Himalayan region for the last 24 years. And the second segment we work is for the children with special abilities. I have found that the many of the tribal communities in the Himalayan region are fast forgetting their languages and dialects. We have a couple of such communities in Uttarakhand. They are not using Kumaoni, Garhwali and Hindi even at home. Can we revive their languages? And we want to have a startup in Dehradun in our institute also. Maybe Abhishek can also help us out, or Rajan can guide us. We try to have an Atal Tinkering Lab in our school, in the which we started 24 years, but we are told that you have stopped giving Atal Tinkering anymore, and we have to wait for another couple of years. So we would like to know if we can be helped through AI. Secondly, the children we are working with are especially with the special learning disabilities, dyslexic and autistics. Can we give new confidence and the new hope for a better life that can make them confident and live on their own? Because the parents always feel that, oh God, give me one more day than my child, because I would like to see that he's okay, she's okay. So in these two fields, can there be some solution that you all guys have spoken so well, and you have given me so much of confidence that I haven't seen 1857, I haven't seen 1947, but I'm fortunate I'm seeing 2024 emergence of a new revolution in India. Thank you so much for your all confidence. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good, very important questions. The first one on languages.
Thank you for highlighting this. We have a project called Bhashini, which is ensuring building tools, speech to speech, speech to text, text to teach, and text to text, and also enabling websites, enabling portals, building and releasing APIs for startups to use for all Indian languages. So I will need to check with my colleague Amitabh Nag. I will put in touch, ask him to get in touch with you with regard to whether the Kumaoni, Garhwali and other languages are already covered, or at what stage they will be covered. I'm speaking about the tribal language. Exactly. Vanished. So So it can be done. And of course, one initiative that has also been launched by Bhashini is to create data sets in various Indian languages. The Bhasha Dan portal, the bhashadan.gov.in, wherein if you want to contribute data sets in your language, you can go and contribute there, and that will augment the data set that is available for training various models. He mentioned that on Wikipedia or any other internet resource, the number of data sets available in Indian languages is very, very limited. Like Hindi, still we may have a few thousands of pages on Wikipedia, but we come down to the lower, smaller languages like a Bodo or a Santali or a Konkani, the number of data sets are very limited. So if the languages are vanishing, we need to start identifying who can contribute to the data sets and augment that. On your second question with regard to the specific learning disabilities, it's a classic use case for AI-based solutions. So we are, in fact, in partnership with the Department of Disabilities, we are launching a hackathon for building AI-based solutions for helping children with SLDs, whether it's dyslexia or dyscalculia or dysgraphia or autism. For all such for all such startups who have such solutions, some of them already have. In fact, I saw a solution by a company called Cognable, wherein it was using AI to detect autism. So similarly, several startups are working on that, and the hackathon that we'll be launching for identifying applications that can be scaled up, specific learning disabilities will be a very, very important part of that, and would look forward to learning from you, collaborating with you, so that these solutions can ultimately move on from being pilots or POCs to actually being scaled up and deployed across the country.
Great. I think we are completely out of time. I'm really sorry. The organizers already. Okay.
The one I already studying from. I'm really sorry for that. But myself, Shivam Tyagi, I studied with CGS Gurugram.
Okay.
My question.
I have Mr. Singh's permission for 2. So 1 and 2, and that's it. Sorry, you'll have to take it off.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my question is very general one. As we see India as a diversity, where you guys are talking about that also, like so much diversity, so much difficulty. Can we take it as an advantage? Because if we are able to succeed with these 22 plus languages, we have a very wide market open at international level.
I think that's an observation more than a question. I think Rajan and others on the panel did highlight the part on languages, but anything that you would like to add? Can we take
then
the
it will be
diversity?
completely open market for us, and we have the ability to do things.
Yeah,
and so more than 500 languages and 200 plus countries will be our market where we can play nicely and importantly.
I'll take
your
that
comments, please.
very quickly. So you are absolutely right. The thing is, the variety that we have in India because of the languages, if we are able to build a multilingual technology based on Gen AI, that can be ported to outside India as well. So that's a fantastic idea, again, being explored even by us. We have been exploring it. It won't happen on the data set and the models that will be built. It will be on the tech side. So if you are able to figure out these architectures, why can't we train all these Arabic languages and European languages? So that can be done. So absolutely yes.
Great. One last
excuse
question,
me,
please.
Just a small one, please, ma'am. Just a small question, if I have the permission.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'd just like to start with saying that.
Just the question.
Yeah.
Please.
So my question is, how can startups be made towards encouraging DPIs or the digital public infrastructures with the help of government? And how could it be helpful in that regard, I would ask.
Mr. Singh?
Yeah.
One thing that you should access is that there is a portal called apisetu.gov.in, wherein the APIs of most of the DPIs, which are common building blocks that are required for building many solutions, can be used. For example, the DigiLocker APIs, which is used by KIC for most of the fintech companies, and they have cut down the KYC cost by using those APIs. So those APIs you should use. Similarly, there are other APIs that more than 2,000 APIs are available there. So depending on what solution you are making, depending on which sector you are working in, whether it's healthcare, agriculture or something, you can go and search for the relevant APIs, use it for leveraging the DPI infrastructure in that. And in case the DPI, the APIs that you are looking for not available, you can make a request for that also. That is one way for doing that.
Okay, final question. Yes.
Thank you everyone for having such a insightful and thought-provoking points. Mr. Rajan, you mentioned 3 crucial points regarding AI researchers and research in India, which are producing, keeping, and bringing AI research back in India. So my question, to cut it short down, is that how we as India are aiming to tackle this problem of keeping the AI minds and to bloom the AI research in India in the next 5 years?
See, the only way we can retain is by ensuring that whatever they are getting elsewhere is made available here. And if you talk to most of the AI minds who are migrating to Stanford or MIT or any other Ivy League university, is because the ecosystem that they get there, the network of faculty, the network of industry, the partnership with the industry that we make. So if we kind of strengthen that partnership, that network, so that our industry, our academia and the researchers work hand in hand, then it will happen. As Rajan told me a little while ago, that we need to build up a Stanford in India. So can IIT Bombay become the Stanford of India? And can IIT Bombay or IIT Delhi or IIT Madras start working with industry and startups in building the solutions? And the second most important thing will be to look at programs like what China does, the 1,000 Talents program, in which they pay money for people to come back. Why do people go? Because they get those, we read every year around this time that 1 crore package given by Google or Microsoft. So all our minds are being taken away by they pay money to them. If we start paying them money, people will be here. So both things will work, building the ecosystem and ensuring that we pay the right remuneration for the right minds.
And just to add, I think just looking outside of, I feel that not just the engineering talent, right? I'm a CA myself, so the reason I was a self-taught coder, I realized there's tech capability when I won the TechCrunch Disrupt Hackathon in New York. Went on to make it to the cover of Forbes. I work in the core tech of the company. I feel there's so much talent in India, not just restricted to the tech side, that can actually contribute to the deep tech mission of India. And if we can just get them access to great tech, great GPUs, build great tech out of India, I think the talent will automatically start to flow back.
Great. On that note, thank you very much for being such a wonderful audience, and thank you also to the panel for taking the questions very patiently. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
I request all speakers to kindly stay back. We will quickly felicitate all speakers. Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Special Chief Secretary, Information Technology, Electronics and Communication, Government of Telangana. Mr. Raman Ramanathan, First Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission. Mr. Rajan Anandan, Managing Director, Peak 15 Partners and Surge. Mr. Mayuresh Raut, Co-Founder and Managing Partner, C Fund. Mr. Abhishek Upperwal, Founder and CEO, Socket Labs. Mr. Abhinav Agarwal, Co-Founder and CEO, Fluid AI. Ms. Chandra R. Srikanth, Deputy Executive Director, Money Control. I would also like to request Ms. Chandra R. Srikanth to kindly felicitate Abhishek Singh, sir. Thank you everyone for joining the session. Thank you. I request all speakers to kindly stay back. We will have another group photograph.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and valued participants. My name is Sukanya, and I'm part of Global IndiaAI Summit team at Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. It's my honor to welcome you for our session on AI competency framework for the public sector. As we stand on the cusp of fourth industrial revolution, AI has emerged as a cornerstone of socio-economic and technological advancement. Its impact is pervasive, touching every sector, from healthcare to finance, entertainment to manufacturing. The need for being AI ready has never been more imperative. India recognizes this vast promise of AI in improving administrative efficiencies, ensuring equitable service access, and fostering positive citizen experiences. However, to realize this promise, we must have a clear understanding of foundational requirements for seamless AI integration. A strategic vision underpinned by ethical consideration is paramount. Internally, government officials must equip with necessary digital expertise and adaptability to navigate this dynamic landscape. Today, we draw insight from UNESCO's report on AI and digital transformation competencies for civil servants, which provides a valuable foundation. In addition, in order to build a comprehensive AI upskilling roadmap for public sector, we can also leverage from existing initiatives such as Capacity Building Commission and Karmyogi Bharat. So our session today aims to accomplish several key objectives. One is to identify specific AI competencies required by the public sector officials at various levels, and to develop a framework that is adaptable and provides an actionable guideline for future training and capacity building programs. I'm pleased to introduce our distinguished panelists who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to this discussion. I will also request them to kindly join me on dais. We would like to take a quick group photograph before proceeding with our session. Shri Surendranath Tripathi, Director General, Indian Institute of Public Administration. Mr. Rakesh Verma, Chief Operating Officer, Karmyogi Bharat. Shri Prakash Kumar, Chief Executive Officer, Vadvani Center for Government and Digital Transformation. Mr. Hezekiel Dalamini, Advisor for Communication and Information for South Asia, UNESCO. Ms. Kirti Seth, Chief Executive Officer, NASCOM, SSC NASCOM. Dr. Sri Vyas, Project Director, Center for E-Governance, Government of Karnataka. I would request my panelists to come forward. We'll take a quick group picture. Thank you. Thank you so much. Without any further delay, it's now my pleasure to invite our keynote speaker, Shri Surendranath Tripathi, Director General, Indian Institute of Public Administration, to kindly share their insights on this critical topic.
Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon. So at least you are listening. Friends, India gave yoga to the world. Did we not? Now we gave DPI last year, Digital Public Infrastructure. And I'm sure Bharat AI is going to be the next big gift of India to the world. If you have to teach the whole world one thing, what you will teach? Any answer? You will say AI, somebody will say blockchain, but I will say don't quit. Quitters can't be winner and winners can't be quitters. AI-based nutrition tracking in Gadchiroli, Maharashtra by an IAS officer Subham Gupta is a recent use case in point, but then why not others? He used AI to track the health of 223 children who were suffering from body mass index problem, and using AI, he was able to improve the health of all the children. So it is possible, and this is the best use case that I know of. Today I've been supposed to talk about the BMI of bureaucracy. bureaucracy mass index, how we can make this BMI efficient, functional, AI compliant, and perhaps future ready. Most of you think that India is over bureaucratized. Yes or no? How many no's, how many yes? Anyway, I will not go for head count to expose you. But let me put it. India has 16 officers per 1,000 population, though we are a welfare state. A capitalist state, USA, has 36. A communist state, China, has 39. A developed state, Netherlands, has 137. They will certainly deliver better services, which are to be delivered by using human beings. This gives us an opportunity also that if you have only a 10 for 1,000, and if you want to go up to Netherlands 137, there is no need for recruiting an additional 120. You can use artificial intelligence. I am a bureaucrat. We all know how artificial we were there in dealing with the facts and figures, and how virtual we were there in public connect. Literally keeping a safe distance, mostly managing with presence of mind or absence of body. But friends, AI gives us that tool that we can make the state succeed in delivering welfare at the doorstep of people. Me and Prakash belong to 85 batch of IAS. When I joined, the story was that every 100 rupee left that leaves Delhi, only 15 reaches Kalahandi or any other place. We knew the problem, but we never attempted solution. In 2017, we had the same problem, but we had a solution. There was an Aadhaar, there was Jan Dhan, all those things, and we are today transferring about 32 billion INR, sorry, $32 billion terms, Indian rupee, and with 100% efficiency. Earlier we thought that trickle down will work. अधजल गगरी छलकत जाए, कुछ न कुछ तो गरीबों को मिलेगा. But that did not happen. We went to the waterfall approach. Today 100% goes to the people of India. Friends, technology is double-edged weapon, and AI is no such exception. I am one of those who believe I am aiming in political science, so I have very little concern with the science. But I know that in Indian Institute of Public Administration, where we serve as a think tank of the government, where we provide training to the serving bureaucrat, especially the mid-career bureaucrat, because it is easier to train the raw hands. When they join, they come with a lot of dreams. Within 10, 12 years, their dreams are shattered. They become worldly wise. Many become corrupt. Some go to jail. Some go for voluntary retirement. Some even join private sector. If we keep a track of all these lovely bureaucrats and create an ecosystem where performance matters, we can deliver development and become Viksit Bharat in one's lifetime. Friends, I will give only one statistics. It has nothing to do with AI, but very relevant for AI. India, since 1947 till 2023, has received $950 billion of FDI. $950 billion of FDI has come to India from 1947 till 2023. 632 billion has come in last 80 months. People are responding to the growth prospects of India. This 632 has come to about 26 states, so it is not Delhi centric. It has gone to 16 sectors, so it is not AI centric. It has gone to everywhere because India is now responding to the global challenge. Prakash is there. We make India as one market with GST. With Jam Trinity, we made everybody give a mobile phone. And today India is on the verge of the biggest market of any social media company in the world. If 3 billion emails are transacted in Google, I'm sure that at least 1 billion must be transacted by India alone. There is no need to talk about DPI because more than 12 billion transactions are happening every day, and there is nobody becoming rich by these transactions. So this is the power of technology, friends. Today we are discussing how artificial intelligence can be used to improve public policy on the one hand, improve the delivery of public policy, and also to ascertain whether the public policy is working in the field. India suffers from pilotitis, what we call it. There are a lot of pilots which are the graveyard of all these things. Not only public policy, but even technology also. Even AI is suffering from this pilotitis also. I'm one of those who believe, and I quote you an economist study, who say that very little money is being made by AI companies even today. Though 400 billion US dollar has been committed by Magnificent Seven. $2 trillion market capitalization has happened to all those companies which are using AI. That means whole tech world, whole knowledge economy is seeing a lot of focus in AI. Friends, if this is the scenario, can bureaucracy be sitting aside and watching the fun without becoming a participant? You will be happy to know that 4 million bureaucrats belonging to Government of India and 52 million bureaucrats belonging to state and PSU. We are next to many countries which don't have that much of population. That's the size of bureaucracy. That's why I call it bureaucracy mass index can be handled by using artificial intelligence. We will discuss a lot of things because a very distinguished panel of experts have been arranged by the organizers. I must compliment them. I'm a public policy analyst guy, so I will certainly say that making a public policy which is based on evidence-based data is today possible. Earlier we were saying that we will Garibi hatao. We didn't know who is the Garib. So how can you hatao? We say that we will nationalize bank to give everybody a bank account. We nationalize the bank, but bank remain elitist. In 2014, we proved that people don't need bank, people need banking. People don't need bureaucrats, they need public service delivery. And today AI can, AI should, and together we can make it happen. Friends, in Karmayogi framework, which we will be discussing in detail, in IIP and mid-career bureaucrat, there is a mandate for everybody to understand what data analytics is all about. How data can be used for anything and everything. I'm one of those who believe that more data does not make you wise, but otherwise you are fool. Better use the data, use your insight, and deliver development to the satisfaction of people of India. Today, India is ready. We are growing at almost 8%. We are the darling of FDI. We have a single market. We are leading AI world. We are software capital of India. We are back office of the world. Most global research centers are functioning in India, and tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. In fact, there is no tireless city in India. 4,000 cities are competing for investment, and they are providing human capital to this great world. We can become human factory of the world, and we are prepared to do that. Bureaucracy has to learn the art of using artificial intelligence, art of using virtual reality, and how together we can enhance their confidence, enhance the confidence of people of India. Friends, Indians have delivered what is unthinkable anywhere in the world. Can anybody anywhere in the world count 640 million votes in one day? Can anybody in the world count 40 million people coming to the bank of river Ganga for Kumbh Snan? This is the total population of many countries who come to take bath in one river at one time. It looks crazy for the world, but we are used to this type of satisfaction. Friends, in mission mode, we are the best. We fail when it is peace all around. AI can disturb our peace and can make us very effective delivery of public service. We will share the content as and when it comes, but I do believe that behavioral, functional, and the domain expertise is needed in the bureaucrat. A driver need not know AI, but the transport secretary must know how to use AI. A driver of a vehicle must know how to drive the vehicle. He may not know the AI principles, but he is also a citizen who participates in development process. So each one, every citizen need to be exposed. To conclude, since time is very less, I will say only one thing. AI is one where people are afraid of to make it friend, and people are also afraid of to make it enemy. कुछ लोगों को डर है कहीं हमारा दुश्मन न बन जाए, कुछ लोगों के भय है कि अगर दोस्त बन भी गया तो क्या कर लेंगे, क्या उखाड़ लेंगे. Time has come to reinterpret bureaucracy, use AI as a tool of public policy design. In fact, OECD countries are trying that all rules are converted into a code. Acts are being used as a code, rule as a code. So when you are making a law, how many law it is going to affect? So that algorithmic effect, if then what, can be considered as a lawmaking. If lawmaking is made AI compliant, rules following that can become AI compliant. Public policy following that can become AI compliant. And then budgeting, expenditure, UC, and all those things. All that nonsense that bureaucracy does. And we keep engaged ourselves in making hisab of all the things. We rarely have time to deliver development. Today AI makes it possible that we can provide 1 billion teachers to the whole world. We can provide 1 billion Anganwadi worker to the whole world. And we can make the world a better place to live with. Maybe we can make a Viksit Bharat also in only next 25 days. We need sabka saath, all of you are here. So very intelligent mind is sitting in front of me. Since I'm MA in political science, very little science, I would not like to waste your time. Wish you good luck.
Thank you, SNT sir, for the keynote speech, setting the context. In last couple of years, we have done many experiments, pilots, prototypes in the government ecosystem. It's in time for a scale now. And without building the competency of a government civil servant, we can't do a scale. So there's a sense of urgency now to build a AI competency framework for our government officials. I think we have seen top nations like USA, Singapore, Japan, Finland. The way they teach or build capacity of their civil servant for AI, I think it's example for all of us. I think USA has a program to train their government officials, especially on the AI side. Finland also has. So we have, I think, global study also available. In India, in last 12 months under Mission Karmayogi, we are building the world's most comprehensive capacity building platform, which is competency-led. We have on board 4 million civil servants now on the platform. We've done 9 million courses on the platform now. And the courses of AI is the most popular course on the platform now, thanks to our partner like Vadhavani Foundations. And also, under Mission Karmayogi, we have built Karmayogi competency model. I think it's an indigenous model we have. So we have now sub-themes available also on this. And there's a study done by UNESCO as a good example available. So idea would be, how do we build that AI framework as early as possible with the help of our ecosystem partner? But to start with, we have a esteemed panel here, and they all have work in their respective domains. So I'll request each panelist to spend 5 minutes on their own role, what they are doing in the respective domain, and talk about one of those. So can I request Ms. Rivas? Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm representing the state of Karnataka on the AI initiative. So, Karnataka being one of the leading state in the, digital initiatives, we have started, we decided we need an AI system, or we need to come up with AI, a project, so that we can support all the departments. Ultimately, we need to enhance the service delivery for the citizens. In that way, recently we have started an AI cell with 3 pillars, 3 important pillars we have identified for the state. One is on the advisory part, because any government department, if they have to implement AI-based solutions, and they have to consult this advisory, because government should not duplicate the efforts. And also, we want to build a responsible AI system, which is ethical, trust, safe, kind of without breaching trust and privacy aspects. Second pillar is we have solution development. So to avoid vendor locking kind of things, we want to strengthen our in-house team, and we are also working on the solution development aspects. And the third one is about upskilling, because as a state, I'm sure this is applicable to other states also. Lack of expertise and skill is a major concern in the emerging technologies. So in that way, we have come up with three capsule kind of thing. One is basic AI literacy, so that is AI literacy for all. And the second one is for the intermediary kind of thing, where AI for decision makers. So to achieve that, we need top-down approach. So we want to, do that AI for policy makers or decision makers. And the third one is, of course, on strengthening the in-house developers. Or I know we cannot immediately start with, government officers cannot immediately start with the implementation, because that requires a lot of R&D efforts, things like that. So in that way, collaboration is the key. We believe in collaboration. So now we are open to work with private industries as well as academia. So in this way, Karnataka is working with started working on the AI mission in line with the India AI policy. So I think that's enough now, sir. I'll take the next questions. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
I prefer to sit here and then answer. Okay. So the question to us was that why did we get into scaling of bureaucracy, and that also in the field of new and emerging technologies. I must give full credit to the government. Around 4 years back, in a meeting which our chairman of our trust had with senior leadership in the government, he was asked whether our foundation, which is working in the area of skilling and entrepreneurship for last 21 years in 15 countries, can also do this. And it was agreed. And that's how we started this Vadvani Center for Government Digital Transformation, to skill bureaucrats, mid-level and senior level, on new and emerging technologies, with basic intent was to give them business level understanding of what these technologies are, with lots of use cases from the government on how these can do the following. The ask from the government was, one, they should be trained to use lots of data which is being generated by various applications, measure the impact of policies and programs. So that was the first. Meaning, not the output, outcome. Is it leading to reduction of XYZ indicator or increase of ABC indicator? So that was the first one. Second, new policies to be drafted should be evidence-based, which my friend Mr. Tripathi talked about, because now that's possible. And the third one was, how do we improve service delivery in the sense that it transforms the way completely how businesses and citizens interact with the government. Give simple example, the way when the bank automation started, it was done at the branch level first. But still we had to go to a bank, issue a check if it was from one bank to another. Then they did core banking, where one bank you could do your transactions from any branch. And today you have online, you can get a bank account, you get loan based just on your demographic data and your CIBIL score. Now that's the huge transformation which has happened. Can we think of doing some similar kind of things, how people get services from the government? So that's the basic intent. So we started with the basic courses, and all our courses initially were in classroom style, where we were conducting it only for the senior leadership and the mid leadership. Started with central government and then we went to the state government. But there was a difference from other training programs. This is not just for the sake of training. There is a very clear agenda that they should go back with clear idea how to identify area where these technologies can be applied, number one. And number two, our KPI is on number of projects started by them. So it's not how many people we have trained, how many projects they have started, and I'm happy to share that, of course, we have started in a very small manner last year. 16 projects at Government of India level were started by those who got trained. This year, again, it was very interesting. Capacity Building Commission asked us to conduct similar training program for scientists of ISRO. When this proposal came to me, I was astounded. I said, what can we teach to ISRO scientists who are sending rockets to, these vehicles to moon? And we said, no, go ahead, talk to them. There is a need because there are people who specialize in certain areas, but they don't know the breadth of it. And again, we started with one. We conducted 4 training programs. And this year, they have started 14 projects using after our ideation session. We conducted ideation session, helped them, and they have started the projects. So just to inform you that this is not just for the training sake, but it goes from training to ideation and project identification. We help them to develop the approach, in certain cases prototyping, but thereafter they do everything on their own. We also get lots of startups in our training program to showcase how they have solved the problem, because that interaction with the startup gives them an idea how the startup started it, looked at the problem, analyzed, and then actually they have implemented it. Then the Ministry of Personnel asked us, this way you are only reaching 3,000 to 4,000 officers. We have large number of people. So Mr. Rakesh, we work together, and today we have 8 courses all in the field of AI on IGOT, and I'm happy to inform that 370,000 officers have completed our courses out of 40 lakhs or 4 million government officials who are registered there. So there's a huge uptake. I can only say that there people want to learn new technologies. And there again, on the advice of IGOT and Capacity Building Commission, we are now making specific courses. Initially started with introduction to emerging technologies, then we went for data-driven decision making, blockchain, and now what we have started AI for digital transformation, health sector, education sector, like that. So that's basically, they said that do it for specific sectors so that people from that sector with examples can learn. So that has been the journey so far, but the aim is to help government officials understand technology and start implementing it. Of course, they do it through their own agencies, whether it's NIC or CDAC, or they select someone. But our job is to help them to convert their idea into a project by giving them basic skills and also do some hand-holding.
Thank you, sir. Can you move to Kirti now?
Namaste, everyone. Thank you, sir. I think your opening was amazing, absolutely brilliant. Woke everybody up, which is a good thing. So I'm from NASSCOM. I lead the Sector Skills Council for IT. So I think the question that Rakesh asked was like, what mission are you on? I think we're on a mission to make India the global hub for digital talent. So that's how we name it. And we can't do anything, while I represent the IT industry, we can't do anything without the government and the people in the government, and we can't do anything without the rest of industry as well, because today IT is everywhere. So the basic thing, I think the core of which what the Sector Skills Council does is it sets standards. It defines standards. So when we talk of competency and competency framework, the job of the IT Sector Skills Council is to say, what is this competency? How do you describe this competency? How do you measure this competency? And at what level is this person displaying the competency? So if I'm a cloud architect, for instance, what are the different things that I need to have as a cloud architect? And this definition is really important. It sounds like a really boring thing to do. And frankly, in my organization, when I joined, everybody thought this was the worst job in the world of defining competencies. It was so boring and bureaucratic. But when you actually understand what a competency is and what a definition can do, you realize this world of possibility. So the first thing that a definition does is, you know what you're getting. So if you say you're a cloud architect at level 4.5, then you have a piece of paper that says this is what this person knows, and there is a certification that measures and affirms that this person actually knows this. If you're a cloud architect at level 7, then there are certain different competencies, or competencies at different level that you need to display. So this has become really important and really interesting, because now with the national education policy and the national credit framework, which if none of you have heard of it, please do read up about it. I think it's the most fabulous piece of policy that has come out of India in a long time, the national education policy. It's opening up our world. I mean, we keep complaining that our graduates don't know, are not employable, and they don't know how to do stuff. Now the NEP allows the flexibility to embed skill development courses inside curriculum and inside colleges, so we'll get a better quality of person out from our education system. So it's that fundamental. It's not just for the education system, it's also for continuing education. So you, even if you're working, you've done your bachelor's, you can keep learning, add those credits to your bank of credits. And I see Abhishek has just walked in to the academic bank of credits. And you can go from your bachelor's to your master's, and you can keep accumulating your credits there. Now, where does this come into the public sector? And I was in a meeting with Rakesh just yesterday, and they were talking about this Karmyogi framework, and I said, look, just use what the Sector Skills Council has created. It is the National Skills Qualification Framework, and as a country, we should all be subscribing to the same set of qualifications and definitions, because what this means is that if I know this is my definition, my college system can educate to that level, my training system can train to that, my internal programs can subscribe to that, my progression can be determined to say I'm going from level 4 to 5 to 6. So it's very clear. Now, if we have to talk about promotions, and we have to talk about development, and we have to talk about competency build-up, you know exactly what you need to train the person on. So this was my big aha moment in my job, to understand why this skills qualification framework is such a great thing and really not boring at all. It came up in the G20. It was one of the things that, that we signed up for in the Delhi Declaration, which was that we will, the framework that we build will enable comparison of skills across countries, which means that when I'm talking about a AI a DevOps engineer in India versus a DevOps engineer in the US, my definitions will allow me to compare. So you don't have to train the person all over again. You can just do a gap fill to say what is really missing. So this, so that's a core part of what we do. Of course, we also have the Future Skills Prime platform, which is funded by METI and implemented by NASSCOM. That, just like Karmyogi Bharat has this massive mission, we also have a mission of training 1 million people in the emerging technologies over the next 3 years. We are currently at about, I think, and I have to compete, I mean, since Prakash ji has just said his numbers, and I can't be left behind. So we have almost 2 million people on the platform as well. We have 700,000 people enrolled in programs, and we have 110,000 people enrolled in just AI programs. Now that, and the beauty is that it's not just, and you know, I loved what you said, that for government people, it's so much about use cases and application as to how this technology can be learnt. So we created this concept of digital fluency, and that is what I believe, that, you know, leaders and, you know, people, like the government doesn't have specialization. You have a IAS cadre that can keep getting transferred across different domains. So by definition, they are generalists. They cannot get deep into too much, but they need to understand and very quickly understand, because when they take charge, they have to understand what it is. So this digital fluency is 30-minute programs, ranging from 30 minutes to 7 hours to 30 hours, depends on how deep you want to go, just on use cases, applications, problems, challenges, linkages, which all technologies work together, how does edge computing work with IoT, work with blockchain, work with AI, because all of it comes together. Nothing works in isolation. And while we are talking about AI, it's pretty much all the technologies. If you don't understand cloud or big data or IoT, then pretty much you can't do anything. So we start with digital fluency, which is bite-sized learning. We go to foundation programs, which is just conceptual knowledge of what is that technology, whether it's AI or blockchain or cybersecurity. And then we go to deep skilling. So the programs are aligned to as per the National Program for AI. We created a framework saying few, many, all. Very simple idea, but all means something everybody should know. So basics of cybersecurity, applications of AI, just basic digital literacy, everybody should know. Many goes to, okay, who's going to be actually applying this? Maybe using the tools that are available to build some applications or work on those applications. And few other people who actually work on deep skilling, create stuff, write programs, build algorithms, things like that. So we try to plug all our programs into one of the 3 levels. And it works really well because even with things like, we just did this work for Project Vishwakarma. This was a scheme for tradespeople, craftsmen, artisans. We say, what do they need to know about technology? But they do, because if the person knows what YouTube is and what Instagram is and what Amazon is, suddenly the world is their market. So the craftsperson sitting in Santhal in Jharkhand can now sell their baskets on the internet, voice-enabled interface. I mean, there's translation of YouTube videos on regional languages. So this just opens up this world of possibility. And as soon as you realize that everybody's enabled, imagine what happens to the policymakers who are thinking about what are the schemes that they should go for this last mile, if I can call it that, for our country. So that's what we do, I think, from this range of literally from the artisans to the artists who are creating our large language models.
Thank you. The last, Mr. Haskell.
Thank you very much, and it's good to be here. UNESCO started its work on AI with the development of the recommendation of on the ethics of artificial intelligence, and that was developed and launched in 2021 and adopted by UNESCO member states, all of them 193 member states. The recommendation focuses on the protection of human rights and dignity. And it also is based on the advancement of fundamental principles such as transparency and fairness, and always remembering the importance of human oversight on AI systems. The initiatives that followed the recommendations included the readiness assessment methodology, which is now being implemented in a number of countries, as well as the ethical impact assessment. Furthermore, UNESCO then started, if you like, smaller initiatives based on the recommendation, which included AI and the rule of law, which targets judicial actors. And then, of course, AI for the public service. We also have initiatives focusing on AI in education. And I'm sure these are not the only ones. Some more will come. Basically, all these initiatives have or are embedded in the legal and ethical concerns that are advocated and defined by the recommendation. And even the one for civil servants or for the public service, it has these legal and ethical concerns built into it, because that is the mandate that we have to ensure that we don't lose, human rights as a result of this beautiful technology. I think I'll stop there and then I can elaborate later.
Thank you, Nazir. I'll start with you on this. So we also need to build this AI competency framework for India. Can you walk us through the journey of your UNESCO, the way you consulted various stakeholders from different countries? It will be easy for us to, I think, frame our policies also.
Thank you very much. UNESCO started when we recognized that with AI, a new set of skills need to be developed for the public sector. UNESCO actually established a working group, a global working group on AI competencies at the UN Broadband Commission. And it is this group that kind of led our initial work on developing the framework for the public sector. The idea was to consult widely and indeed globally with experts and also organizations representing civil society, academia, and so on. And one of the first things that we did after the establishment of the work group was to hold regional consultations, Asia, Africa, and so on. And this helped us, therefore, to capture the ground needs. And the work that we did there identified 3 broad categories of challenges. 1, cultural and organizational barriers. I don't know if I need to elaborate what we mean there. Maybe I should. Just the work culture, which is adverse to experimentation and innovation, along with low levels of leadership support to ensure innovative ideas, posing challenges to digital transformation initiatives in governments. And then the second one was data and infrastructure barriers. I think there we are aware of, here I'm not talking about one specific country, I'm talking globally, that there are countries and indeed regions that are lagging behind in investment in AI infrastructure and even internet infrastructure actually, especially where it concerns the delivery of government services. We also identified as the last category of challenges the human resource capacity gap, or the human resource capacity gap regarding AI and digital transformation. These are just the gaps that need to be met or addressed to improve competencies that are related to these areas. And basically, following this identification, the working group proposed that we work in basically 3 areas. That is, promote digital planning and design of AI systems. And there would be addressing competencies such as systems thinking, problem identification, solutions, and strategic foresight, as well as strategy development. The second one is data use and governance. And there would be considering, of course, literacy, which has been mentioned already, would be considering data-driven decision-making processes, open data, and open government, privacy and security for the systems that we are employing. And lastly, we also identified digital management and execution. Now, these training needs or the skills gaps, the group that was working, the working group proposed that they should be addressed by modular training or modular frameworks, meaning that the framework that UNESCO developed with these partners is like a menu. Not everybody has to do everything, and not everybody has to start where the other started. And therefore, together with this framework, we use contextualization to identify needs that are relevant to that particular country or even that particular institution. I don't know if I've answered the question, but that's what I would say.
Thank you. That's very, very useful. Next question I'll ask SNT sir. Sir, you work in states also. I think from a government perspective, the important competency would be how do you identify the use cases? Okay, because AI is like, I can use AI for anything now. What would be your guidance on this? Yeah.
See, my guidance would be the same what all the technocrats are thinking, that how we can make AI to solve the people's problem and not the solve the problem of technology. There is a difference between the two. If you buy Microsoft Office or PowerPoint, you don't become PowerPoint expert. You must learn how to use, ultimately, what is the content that you are communicating matters, not whether you're using PowerPoint or Google Sheet or any other thing. So I, as a layman, would think that technology, including AI, for me, A means area, I means individual. People are not poor, areas are poor. A person in Kalahandi with the same skill sets of AI will get 100 rupees an hour. Same person shifting to Mumbai will get 1,000 rupees. If he shifts to Mangalore or Bangalore, he might get 2,000. And if he goes to San Francisco, maybe he might get the same amount is converted into dollars. It increases by 83 times. So if we are solving the problem of society using AI, then we will be doing on the right path. Otherwise, we will be talking the virtues of blockchain, AI and others. We will not be able to reach and touch the life of people. So that is my first submission. Second submission is what Government of India is doing to build the capacity of bureaucrats. We are 30 million bureaucrats, senior bureaucrats, from lineman to chairman, if you call it. Everybody doesn't need training in AI, but those who need it, how to identify them? One tool is that you identify the roles that they play, activities that they do, what we call it framework of rule, activities, and then competency. So once we have done the detailed analysis of roles that I play, rules that I need to understand, and competency that I need as an individual, then a good, perfect training program or capacity building program can be thought of. As you are aware that India, at Government of India level, there are 59 services including IAS. So there are remaining 58 also whose capacity need to be built. There are only 4,400 IAS officers. There are 6,400 MPs and MLAs. But there are 4 million elected people's representatives. Out of them, 1.1 million are elected women. They are all part of government. We can't say that AI will be made known to the IIP and Badwani Foundation, I mean, incidentally, or any one of us, but not to the rest of India and rest of the world. It is they who matter. Second thing. And the network of training institutions that we have, Government of India alone have 1,100 central training institutions. IIP is just one of them. 1,100. If you take up state and defense and home, the training institutions still become more than 5,000. So 5,000 institutions to be made compliance of framework, and then they identify which technology, which competency need to be given training. Otherwise, one size fits all is not the right solution, and we have burnt our finger many times. And maybe I have retired, but I have not burnt my fingers as yet. But I would like to. And let me tell about IIP, Indian Institute of Public Administration. Those institutions which give training at the base level or the foundation level, they have right to choose their profession. When we do at mid-career level, people are battle-hardened. They have come with a certain prejudices and biases. Changing their mindset to use emerging technology and futuristic technology or become future-ready, it becomes very difficult. So our job is that mid-career segment where we try to change their mindset, give them relevant skill set, and maybe try to give them some tool sets so they can become more relevant when they go back. They don't remain idiot when they enter into the institution. At least they go back, they are slightly wiser. So we are working on this theme, and this has worked for us. Of course, I can't compete in number with Badwani. We have only trained 1.5 lakh people, but all of them are in senior public policy positions. We train brigadier, joint secretary and above. So they make public policy. If something is wrong, I can't be blamed. But if something right, I can certainly take credit for it. There are 21 professors who give them training. So we have all the technical knowledge. I always claim that very few people understand government the way IIPA does. Earlier, IIPA was headed by the Prime Minister of India. Today, it is headed by, upgraded to the Vice President of India level. Our chairman is our Honorable Minister DOPT. So we have that the assessment of what is relevant for the people of at least bureaucracy level. And I'm one of those who believe that everybody need not understand AI, but everybody must understand how to interpret data. Now, ignoring data is you are ignoring your risk and cost. When we are launching, let's say, PM Kisan Samman Nidhi, 13 crore, 130 million people have to be transferred 2,200 rupees in with one click. identification is the problem. Similarly, we are giving free 5 kg rice to every individual. 800 million people are getting 5 kg of rice per month without fail. It is the same bureaucracy is delivering without knowing even AI. My point is, I'm not against AI per se, because this AI summit, and I can't call, it would be wrong on my part. But I do remain that even the sizing of technology that need to be told to the bureaucrat, their need for assessment, and perhaps capacity building commission might be doing that. And together we can do it, because for those AI and other tools are required, they must know it. But today, sir, we all have seen, nobody has trained us in using WhatsApp. I don't know anyone has gone to get training for how to use Facebook. Has anyone gone training for how to use Instagram? I don't think anybody is here who has not used WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook together. We are providing data to the Western world. Why not we use our data to provide good for public policy? And it is there we should invest our time and resources, one. And second, sir, the global problem is rising income inequality, aging of population, climate crisis, and all these things. Can AI solve any one of them, or none of them, or all of them? Can AI be customized to look into the income poverty and asset poverty of the people? That is what is relevant for Global South, and that is where India can play a role in transferring our knowledge and wisdom, both at level which is available at the bureaucracy level, plus what it can be enhanced by technology. So there the role of Badwani Foundations and NASCOM and all those who are setting standards become very relevant. But first we need to have this prioritization, how much is good enough and how much is unnecessary. Because if everybody is given AI training and still then they don't solving any problem, my driver doesn't need AI certification. Maybe not that he is a citizen of India, doesn't need it, but I don't think that he should be trained and I should invest resources on him for learning AI. But yes, my joint secretary, my additional secretary, my FA, and rest of India must learn it. There is no choice. And therefore, state, center, and all those things, we need a comprehensive competency building policy. We are working on it. We have already identified 67 competencies where every bureaucrat needs to be trained for behavioral purpose. In fact, I can't framework. I mean, all of us are a little in the professor mindset now. So we do believe that technical skill everybody should have for the job what he or she is doing. Which if it includes AI, let them know it. If doesn't include AI, let them not be bothered about it. But behavioral skill, how to behave both horizontally and vertically, how to behave with the citizen, how to behave with illiterate, how to behave with the strangers who are unlike me. This need to be trained to the bureaucracy, because every handshake with the bureaucrat is not very pleasant. And I can certainly say, despite being a bureaucrat. So technical skill to all for the job that you do, with or without AI, behavioral skill to all which does not need AI, and conceptual skill to all the public policy maker who need all the best of the breed technology. And perhaps there may be 10,000, 15,000, or maybe 100,000 people who can be trained on these lines in an intensive manner so that they can become as good as Prakash is, or as good as Ms. Seth is there, or many other people who have enough say on these lines. Maybe I am wrong, but that's how I feel it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I move to Prakash sir now. Prakash sir, in last 1 year, I think with our iGot courses, your visit to multiple CTI, ATI, we train people on the basics of AI now. But as SNT sir spoke about how we move from learning to a competency building, how we move from learning to an application now. So what's your views on this?
Okay, but let me just add to what question you had asked him, because that's also what we see. And as I had mentioned at the end of our 2 days training program, we request officers to come up with their problem areas. Now, many of them can be solved using simple IT solutions. So we need to tell them that, look, and many of them, they feel bad, oh, AI can't be used here. Because there is a tendency that, okay, AI is the silver bullet. Any problem, we can do it. So in fact, we tell them that you don't need to force fit AI everywhere. You need to first, don't think about technology. Think about what your problem is, understand where the challenges are, what you intend to do, and then technology will give the answer. There are people who will give. You just need to understand how to dissect the problem and how to devise it. Now, coming to do that, and in our courses, what competencies, personally, if you ask me what are the top 2, 3, first is functional competency, I think is more important. in my view, then your behavioral or domain comes next, and behavioral is, I'll put it third. Now in functional, AI is built on data. That's the primary thing. And that's what we tell our people about data. How do you collect data? How the data is generated? Is it coming from a transaction? Or someone is keying in a Excel and uploading it? Someone is keying in an app? Or someone is recording on a paper and then it is getting transcribed. All of them have different levels of accuracy. So we prefer that it should come from any transactional system, because then the chances of transcription errors and others get reduced. Second, what we have seen in many multiple use cases in government, there is a tendency to just fill the data at the field level. Now, unless until we have mechanism to ensure that we check whether data is within the specified range, how does it compare for last 2 or 3, and things of that sort. Just basically data sanity. So we don't use any, I don't use any technical jargons, but we say, okay, this is how you can do, this is how you can check the quality. Then comes completeness. Many times, suppose the data is coming weekly, you may have few gaps. Data is not uploaded. How do you handle that? Next, if you have outliers, first we need to make them understand what is meaning of outlier. And then how do you handle outlier conditions? So basically all these are, how do you clean data? Once you have done that, then comes what are the basic analytical skills you should have. Starting from simple graph, trend line, getting into correlation, understanding basic statistical things. So how do you use, and I'll give you some specific example. Suppose in a program or a scheme, the requirement of the policy is to reduce certain indices. It could be stunting, wasting, or to improve some other statistics. Now that's the goal of the scheme, that we are investing so much money into providing portion, that nutrition items to so many crore children. It should reduce stunting, it should reduce wasting, and this is measured on 12 monthly basis. Now what we see, it is measured how many children were given food. But we never measure, or we are not using that and putting in public domain. What has been the impact? What was the stunting 12 months ago? What is stunting today? Has it led to reduction of stunting? So that's what we teach. The next, okay, I have identified district A is working very well, but district Y, it is not. Now we need to look at why it is working in district A and why it is not working in district Y, because we need to help the district officers of district Y by identifying factors which are leading to better outcomes in district A and poor outcomes in district Y. For that you need secondary data, do some correlation, sit with subject matter experts. So this is basically data literacy part. And the second one, what we teach them is technical proficiency, basic, about technologies, what is machine learning, what is computer vision, all based on application. So how do you use computer vision? And we see variety of applications. And we start with like, large number of people have used DigiYatra. Now DigiYatra is basically computer vision and AI behind it. But then, what are the other applications? In Assam, they are using it for marking attendance, with huge impact on attendance in the classroom and attendance of the teachers. What is the other impact? Once the teachers are in the school from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., there is a marked improvement in pass percentile and other things. So how do we use technology and how do we measure the impact? That's what. So these two competencies out of functional competencies, I think, and that's why we concentrate more on them. And of course, project management is there, because AI project management is quite different from normal IT project management. But then that's not required for everyone. As my friend SNT was saying, that my driver doesn't need to know AI, he needs to know how to use Google Maps. That's the case. Like, so not everyone needs to know AI project management, but everyone needs to understand, especially mid-level, which is under secretary, deputy secretary, up to a director, and then senior level, which is joint secretaries and all. So we have different durations, different way of conducting the workshop for these groups. And these are the two major competencies which we think are required, and that's what we concentrate on.
Sure, sure. Kirti, I move on to you. Kirti, you've seen building government competency is very different from corporate sector. Okay, if you see in last a couple of days today also, we talk about building AI infrastructure, computing, storage, network, and so on and so forth. But from a government perspective, building competency like how do I procure IT solutions? How do I pick a IT offering coming from market side also? So what do you feel building this AI competency framework would be very different from your framework, or it's going to be some part we can leverage from your framework also?
I think I'll pick up from what SNT sir said and what Prakash said, that he said, firstly, let's not make the AI a solution looking for a problem. Let's figure out what is it that we're trying to solve. So I mean, when we look at procurement of any solution in the government, there are some basic competencies around procurement that have to be followed, which are today also required and will be required tomorrow as well. The change that will come, in my view, the easy part will be an understanding of this new technology. That will be the easy part, because teaching someone about, say, why is it important to have whatever application, whatever IT solution you're procuring, whatever fundamentals of data it should have or data structures, we should be able to leverage the data in multiple applications. We should talk about, ask questions about bias and stuff like that. So that you can teach quite easily. But where I think we will really have to up our game is understanding of regulation. So when I look at the DP, the data protection. Yeah. So that bill actually is going to be is going to have such a lasting impact, because every line of your contract, every line of your deliverables of your vendors, every data point that you are capturing from the public, from the citizen, how is it going to be used? How are you going to take consent? How are you going to make sure that you protect it? What is the security of that data? How are you going to make sure that there are no attacks happening on that? So what is your cybersecurity guardrails around that? So again, cybersecurity will be horizontal. I think everybody will need to understand what are the basics of cybersecurity. Data privacy, basic, you'll have to understand. So understanding that law, the recommendations that Ezekiel talked about, because the whole ethical AI and responsible AI framework is something that today is a recommendation. Tomorrow it is going to flow into regulation. So regulation is going to be such a big part of the procurement exercise, which is actually not technical. You will need to understand the technology behind that law. So why is that, what is it talking about? And my favorite story is about a law student who 2 years ago I met, who had done a foundation course on AI. It was 70-hour course. 70 hours of AI for a law student. She said, I think all law is going to be about AI very soon. Because whether it's IP, whether it's privacy, whether it's cybersecurity, whether it's data sharing, I mean, you name it, it's going to have a legal implication. So that, to me, is going to be probably the toughest one to know and how to apply. The data piece, I think that's fundamental, that you must be able to have data-driven decision making. So that, again, but easy to teach, in my view. The technical competencies for public sector, I don't think are different. They will still follow the few, many, all framework. There will be some people who will need to know the technical, deep dive into it. There's some who, at the managerial middle level, they will not need to go deep dive. They will need to understand, the law, the legal implications, but that's where everybody will trip up. And I mean, we've seen enough examples of that lately, because people took a quick decision without really understanding the implications. So we have to guard against that. And all will be the digital literacy and all, which is, again, not tough. But more tough is you can take a horse to water. Can you make them drink? So you give them all the resources. Will they learn? How will you ensure that? Don't ask me that question. Give it to someone else.
Thanks, Kirti. I'll move to Dr. Srivyas now. Srivyas, from a state perspective, I'm sure you're also working on some policies, framework for your own employees also. Can you throw some light on this?
Sure. So Karnataka has come up with a data policy. So 2 years back now, but 2 years, a lot of things happened. Like she mentioned about DPDP, things like that. So we are redefining that policy in line with DPDP Act. And whether it is state or with ministry, data exchange between departments is a real challenge. Getting data from other department in my own state, it's very tough. So even getting with the ministry is also equally difficult. So in that way, we are coming up with a data exchange framework and how the data has to be exchanged. And AI, we all know that AI can do magic, but without data, I mean, it's like garbage in, garbage out kind of thing. So even though we have so many electronic databases in the state, but if you see the ground level, there are a lot of challenges. Data quality and data standardization, there is no unique parameter, so you cannot build such kind of things. So I can give you an example. We have a social registry called Kutumba, where about 6 crore citizens' data is available. We provide most of the beneficiary schemes on a voluntary basis or entitlement basis. Without even asking from the citizens, we can identify the beneficiaries and we are dispersing it. This registry was built based on the Food and Civil Supply database, FCS database. And when the data exchange happens, suddenly FCS department deleted around some 35 lakh ration cards, RCs. So, I mean, we have no clue what to do with that, whether the data, whether these people are dead, or is it they have changed from BPL to APL, or, they have formed a new families. So, it is like, for the department, it's not a mandate. For them, it is only giving the ration. But for us, it's a very important data. So they don't maintain history at all. So I can give you n number of examples with every department. So managing data is not so easy. So what we have done at the state level, we have identified around 170 chief data officers. So because they are our master trainers, we do some refresher sessions with them. See, we may talk so many things at the national or state level, but trust me, when you go to an undersecretary or officers, they can't even identify what is personal data, what is non-personal data. Most of the personal data go through WhatsApp in government, so we have seen that. So we are working on that digital literacy part. Digital literacy is more important to AI literacy, I believe. So in that way, we are also working on an act, state-specific act, how the data has to be exchanged, how departments are mandated to share the data. We are also building on a data lake because, when one department secretary take report to chief secretary, other department report, that they're two different. It's not, because it is not seamlessly flowing from the data lake or from the databases. In that way, we keep conducting, educate on the data, importance of the data, data classification, how it has to be handled, things like that. And also, this act will talk about pseudo-anonymizing and consent kind of things. In addition to this, so what we do, as Tripathi sir mentioned it very clearly, it is not about the technology, it's about the data. Before solving any problem, first, we need to ask ourselves whether AI is really required to solve this particular problem. What are the alternatives? What are the consideration at the first place to consider AI? So what I think, as a civil servant, as a public servant employee, everybody should know. Like CEO NASCOM mentioned that security is something, it's a non-negotiable component, horizontal across the thing. It's security by design, privacy by design kind of thing. Everybody should know what is AI, why AI should required, what AI can do and what AI cannot do. When we know that limitations as an employees, probably we can really, contribute to that service delivery enhancement part. And also, not only on the service delivery enhancement and also on the leakages part. For example, I can tell you, we have a project called Crop Survey. I mean, there we have photograph what type of crop is grown in that particular land, when it can be harvested. We have more than 5 years of data. You tell a survey number, I can tell you what crop is growing there, who is the farmer, what much is land is there, and when it can be harvested, what type of, all these things are there. Basically a surveyor will go to that particular land and take a photograph. We have geofenced it so that he has to go to that particular land and take the photograph. But still, the surveyor will, instead of taking the photograph of the land, he will take photograph of the photograph, photo of the photograph, because the benefits will go based on the type of the crop it is grown. This is less than 1%, but when you see that number, when you have 240 or 250 lakh hectares of land, so even 1% is a big leakage. There actually we are, trying, working through an AI solution now, so that AI model will detect whether it is an image or a photo of a photograph. So like this, we are working on a couple of things. So basically, to answer your question, we are working on the policy part of it, because building responsible AI is very important, we believe. In that way, we are strengthening our Kutumba Act and as well as on the revising on the data policy in line with the DPDP. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Srinivas. So we have 15 more minutes. I'll take one more question with basically you. So based on your experience, if you need to prioritize the competency attainment journey, which two competencies you can prioritize with the government officials?
Yes, thank you very much. I've mentioned some competencies that the working group identified in the UNESCO processes. I think many more competencies have been identified by the panelists here. I don't want to repeat them, but let me just mention one set of competencies that have not been mentioned so far: attitudes. We all know that AI will give a lot of power to those who deploy the systems, those who develop and deploy the systems. And these do include public, the public sector, those who manage systems in the public sector. So attitudes by those who manage and those who operate these systems will also contribute to a broader or a wider uptake of the services offered by AI. Here we're talking about trust. The person deploying these systems, the person who captures or processes the data that is treated or processed within the system, will need to exude or portray trust. Trust to the public, trust to the person receiving the service. Yes, there will also be issues of creativity that public servants will have to develop, experimentation, curiosity, and adaptability. But for me, I think trust takes the first spot, because trust doesn't come unless we are all ethical. Those ethical standards, they transcend cultures, they transcend identities. Everybody understands ethics. If you're doing right to me and I'm doing right to you, you understand that I'm doing the right thing. So for me, if we uphold these kind of standards with AI systems in the AI environment, we will ensure that the majority of our people are empowered by AI.
Thank you very much. Now we open for the delegates Q&A. So please raise your hands. You can name the panelists and ask your question. Yeah. Someone pass on the mic, please.
Good afternoon. Thanks for all your brilliant remarks. So I have a question which actually goes a little beyond the competency framework. As government undertakes procurement of AI systems, how will you evolve those frameworks, and which will kind of help procurement of AI systems from the private sector. And the second question I have, I mean, something which was not spoken about was, let's say, I mean, building the capacity of National Informatics Center, to undertake AI projects, and if anything has been done on that.
Second question first. The competency of NIC must be developed. In fact, all the important programs that is running across India are being run by NIC, be it e-office, be it procurement, be it many more. So they must be upgraded to the AI level also, so that they set the highest standard. There is no doubt we must propose it. But as far as buying the AI system, or for that purpose buying any other system, there are procurement norms. But again, I will put the question in a different way. Love your problem, don't love your solution. If you have developed a solution which is made on blockchain or AI or ML or some machine learning, you try to sell that solution whether it is relevant for the problem or not. Two, the problem might have a very different and any different type of solution. So I always say that love your problem, because then if you love your problem, you will find out more than one solution. Which one works better in a country specific or situation specific, whether with AI or without AI, with this and with that, that could be the way out. And procurement, I think I will not give any advice except that you follow the GFR and all those things, unless you want to go to jail by buying anything.
So Anirban, if I understand your question correctly, is in case of AI model development, we don't know a priori which particular model will fit well. Now, if my attempt, if I have to make or develop 3 or 4 different models and then decide which is the best one, I may be lucky the first time, or may be unlucky and then I have to go up to 4. Now, this particular uncertainty is a big challenge, both for those who are procuring and those who are responding to the bid. And I'll tell you from my own personal experience, when we were doing it in for GST system, finally I had to, we wrote the RFP, and this discussion happened with prospective bidders, because we had not specified which, and we didn't know which one, whether it's a random forest or something else, which one will work there. And then finally we had to take people from the market, so we went other way around, where we took people and then made them work as per our requirements, so that they developed it in-house. So that was because we were doing it a little earlier. Today things might have improved. I don't have the current, but this is a challenge which, if it is big, it's always good to get people to do it under your own control, under your own environment. That's much better, rather than, because you cannot specify which particular way it will go. And that's whereas in other cases you can give and they can do the t-shirt sizing, they can know effort, they will be doing very accurate effort estimation and they will be able to bid. But here that's a major difficulty which all of us feel. And in government, unlike private sector, you can't discuss it after bid is open. You can't negotiate. So that's a big challenge. I mean, I understand if that was your question. Would you like to add something?
I think procurement of AI solutions needs some innovative approach also. I think we have a guardrails. We are bound by the GFR norms. I think there would be a requirement to build capacity of our government officials also, the way they procure AI solutions. I think it's an evolving process. I'm sure MIT can look into this and it will work.
But just like GFR was developed, I'm sure a framework will be developed as well, because these are, I mean, there are so many, like you said, guardrails that have to be met. So I think it'll come, it has to come.
So I can just give you another example. Change request is something which is not very clearly mentioned. It was not earlier mentioned in GFR. Now when we were faced with it, we didn't know how to go about it. And then suddenly it occurred to me that PWD does change request left, right and center. No, but they have a method. Let's not laugh. They have a method, because PWD code was developed more than 100 years ago. And it has, so what they do, they break it into efforts for various activities. And for every activity, even lifting a brick and from the site which is dumped to the site where it is used, they have a rate. So then we realized, oh, can I break my requirement into so many identifiable pieces and then do some estimation, and then based on that, and then it worked. So we have to think about it, and we have Mr. Abhishek Singh sitting here, and I'm sure he will be, and many people must have come to him and said, look, do something. And as Kirti said, we have to develop that framework. How do we design so that it can be done? So what we did for change request, now many departments are following that. Whereas in private sector, they do T-shirt sizing. Now T-shirt sizing is quite different, where you negotiate, which is not the case in our case. So in our case, we say, okay, we'll break it for each activity, how many man days, and then you add it up, negotiate, and then there is a, you have a committee, technical expert, they will say, okay, this is what it is. Because the vendor will say 200 man days, I will say 150, it will be somewhere in between. So that mechanism has to be there, and something of that sort needs to be done so that we are able to take care of this requirement.
Can I add one sentence? In fact, in procurement of each type of things, we don't know what we are procuring. When we prepare RFP, the solution provider says that I will solve all your problem. Once the L1 is selected, he becomes brother. Very soon he becomes brother-in-law. And then each one of you start chasing each other. Reason is we do not have, in fact, the risk allocation in the government is such that it belongs to the supplier all the time. Whereas we are selecting a partner in delivering a development or delivering a particular project. When you are a partner, all these issues get sorted out. When it becomes only contract to allocate risk and disproportionately in favor of the supplier, then all these problems happens. I think you have rightly said that PWD and CPWD, they revise their schedule of rate every year. They go over time and motion study. They never, every bridge cost 3 or 4 times schedule is revised. Nobody has gone to jail. But here if you buy a small e-office application, if the original value is 3 crore, and if the gentleman comes there, sir, aapka sab theek hai, but I only need 27 crore more, I mean, both of you deserve to go to jail. I mean, does it require another analysis? If you have underestimated and overpromised, then you better pay for it. So therefore, I will suggest that don't go for partnership, don't go for PPP. PPP is otherwise a bad word, that don't PO and PPP is like that. It is not public-private partnership. It should be partnership for public purpose. And that will make a lot of change. It does not require change in GFR. GFR is valid for buying Rafale to buying a Rafale pen. It has withstood the test of time. So only thing, how you imagine the problem, and then we get the bits. We under-imagine and we try to get all the problems solved. Even, I mean, I always said, don't compare me with Almighty. Compare me with the alternatives. And same thing is true here also. Thank you.
So digital management of projects and execution of projects is the core competence we need to look into. So digital leadership, agile execution, iterations. So I think that's one competence the panel could always highlight, starting from digital leadership to digital management and execution of projects which are AI based. Thank you.
Taken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Sir, Prakash sir, the question is to you.
If you can identify yourself.
My name is Jacob George. I'm part of the AI team at Invest India under DPIIT. The question is fairly simple. The courses and the frameworks that are created, how do you sort of ensure that they're not lost in compliance, where people who are already burdened with courses and work don't just watch the videos, take a few tests, and they're lost in the time and no real upskilling is done? So what are the key principles or factors you would account for to avoid such compliance?
I mean, you're asking one who has given 8 courses or who is managing 600 plus courses?
It's open to everyone actually.
Okay, so I think you should answer that and then I'll supplement.
So I think competency attainment is a journey on the platform. Course completion is only one part of that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so you can do courses on iGot, you can do courses on a Coursera also, but you can assess your competency on some other framework also. So I think it's not linked with the long or short courses. We have a different framework to attain the competency here.
Nicholas, there is a point also. If you are doing a surgery, you can find out what is the immediate result. But if you are doing immunization, it will give impact after some time. So digital learning or physical learning, they will give impact not immediately. We think that within 3 days of training of AI, even if by the Lord Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, all the three give you training, you can't become expert on every aspect. So as you have rightly said, life is a journey, learning is a journey. So we are better off than what we were earlier, and that's how the competency framework will work. Thank you.
So thank you very much to all the panelists and our delegates. Yeah, not on time. So I think this is the journey. We is a starting point only. We look for your feedback to define our AI competency framework. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And as we draw this enlightening session to a close, I would like to take a moment to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished panelists for sharing their valuable insight and expertise. Given that METI has huge stakes in AI and AI competency, we're really hoping that our collaboration and partnership today will also extend beyond this panel discussion. I would now like to request Shri Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary METI, to kindly join me in warmly felicitating our esteemed panelists. Shri Surendranath Tripathi. Shri Prakash Kumar. Ms. Kirti Seth. Mr. Rakesh Verma. Mr. Hezekiel Delamni. And Dr. Srivyas. Thank you. Special thanks to our attendees for their active participation and engagement. Your presence and inputs are invaluable as we move forward to our collective journey towards harnessing the power of AI in public services. Thank you so much. We'll take another group photo. So please kindly join. Hi, we would request everyone to be please seated. We'll start with another session shortly. This is on sustainable agriculture. Thank you.
था, ये तो नहीं है ना?
हाँ यही है पहली
यही है।
वाली।
हाँ तो आप नेक्स्ट कीजिए, इसमें क्लिक कीजिए। ठीक है, ऑन नेक्स्ट। नेक्स्ट नहीं हो रहा है क्या? कोई नहीं, से सेल डाल दो, सेल में ठीक है, ठीक है, ये लीजिए।
हो गया?
हाँ जी।
प्रेजेंटेशन पहले यहाँ पे आएगी।
आप कीजिए, आपको आ जाएगा। ठीक है ना? बाकी
तो
माइक
ये कब आएगा स्क्रीन पे?
जैसे वहाँ पे लॉन्च करेंगे,
जब
जैसे
मैं
स्टार्ट हो जाएगा।
शेयर करोगे ना?
नहीं मैम, जूम पे चला जाएगा वहाँ से।
यहाँ से जूम पे चला
सब जा
जाएगा,
रहे
तो
हैं।
यहाँ से ये चेंज कर पाएंगे?
हाँ।
मेरे को कुछ करना होगा?
आप
मैं एक
आपकी slide
अनाउंस
आप-
करूंगा कि श्री राजीव चावला विल नाउ गिव अ कीनोट एड्रेस।
जी।
वो जूम पे होंगे।
हाँ, हाँ।
फिर उस टाइम पे आपको मतलब प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ लगानी होगी।
हाँ,
एंड फिर मैं यहाँ से कंट्रोल करूँगा।
बिल्कुल।
एक सेकंड, आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन।
मतलब सर वो बाहर से जुड़ेंगे?
हाँ,
वो बाहर से जुड़ेंगे।
ठीक है।
हाँ।
उनको ये प्रेजेंटेशन कैसे दिखाई देगी?
दिखेगा,
कैसे
शेयर
दिखेगा?
करना पड़ेगा वहाँ से।
हाँ,
आपको
तो आप
स्क्रीन पे
Zoom
शेयर करना
करिए, फिर देखिए चला पा रहे हैं।
राजीव चावला, we have to control his presentation from here because he doesn't want to do it.
So he's going to talk to it.
First is Rajiv, then is Anil. Then we'll ask you all to take like photos. Yeah. So once you come on stage, then it's group photo. Then I introduce Rajiv Chavla. Then he does the keynote. Then group photo. Then Rajiv. Yeah. Once I invite you. आपको एक बार पूछना पड़ेगा, मैं पूछ लेता हूँ मैम से। ये रिजर्व किसका है? ये किसका है जो पेपर पे रिजर्व है? I know they're saying वो उनको अलाउ कर दो, उनको बोल दो अलाउ करने के। Hello everyone, we'll start the session in 5 minutes. If you're taking tea, I would request that you please come in quickly. That's okay, they're not going to hear me outside. They're not going to hear me outside. They'll hear it once we start.
This is a sound check for the our virtual participant. Can they hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me? I am Rajiv Chavla.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for confirming.
Okay, can you hear me? I am Trilochan Mahapatra here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll start. All right. Thank you everyone for coming. Please settle down as you take your tea and coffee. I'd like to welcome everyone here, our distinguished guests, esteemed speakers and participants. I am Bhavya Singh, a member of the India AI mission team at the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and it is my honor to welcome you all to the session on sustainable agriculture. I'd like to invite all speakers, case study presenters on stage to please settle down. A round of applause, please. While we settle, I'd just like to introduce the context behind this session by introducing the Global Partnership on AI. Launched in June 2020, the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, or GPAI as it's more popularly known, is an international multi-stakeholder initiative aiming to bring countries and experts together to support and guide the responsible development and use of AI grounded in human rights, inclusion, diversity, innovation, and economic growth, while seeking to contribute concretely to the 2030 Agenda and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. India is a founding member and the current lead chair of GPAI for 2024. And as the lead chair, India proposed sustainable agriculture as a thematic area for the 2025 GPAI work plan. This was approved and promoted by fellow GPAI member states during the 2023 New Delhi Summit through its inclusion in the ministerial declaration. This session seeks to build upon the success of the summit and the GPAI virtual convening earlier this year that included critical discourse on the subdomains of crop advisory, market access, and climate resilient agriculture. Before we begin, I'd like to invite all our speakers, panelists to stand up for a group photograph to capture this momentous occasion. I think this is fine. Yeah. Thank you so much. Moving on, we will have two virtual keynote addresses for this session. First off, we have Mr. Rajiv Chavla, who's the Chief Knowledge Officer and Advisor at the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Rajiv Chawla is an IAS officer of the 1987 Karnataka cadre and a senior fellow at Niti Aayog. He's led groundbreaking projects like... Thank you so much. Please let me know as you would like for us to change the slides. Can we have the slides?
Yeah.
So, can you see the slides, Mr. Chawla?
That's right. I can see the slide.
Awesome. We can begin.
Yeah, thank you so much. I am happy to participate in this conference, although remotely. I thought that on this occasion, we should discuss a little about what is happening on this national project on agriculture, digital agriculture, called AgriStack. This project, which is on for last about 2.5 years, is a data project. It consists of various databases and registries, as I would explain, of course, based on data standards, which is very important, and then policies on this data sharing, the regulations, and the APIs. Next slide, please. Can you shift the slide? Yeah. So this AgriStack project, basically, a given person is a farmer. What are his or her lands? Where are the lands located? That means the coordinates of those lands grown in the current season. Now, this would apply to about 15 crore farmers who are land-owning farmers, about 5 crore landless owners who may be the cultivators, the sharecroppers, etc. About 2 crore farmers who would be purely animal husbandry farmers, milch cattle, and then of course 3 crore farmers who may be practicing fisheries. As far as the crop details are concerned, there would be approximately 30 crore parcels which will belong to the category which I have listed on the left. So this is the size of the work which is intended to be done. Next slide, please. Now, when in a full-blown AgriStack, this lady called Neelam, who happens to be a farmer and owns land, her lands would be, so this is like a golden record of that Neelam. You can see her demographic details. You can see her lands on the right-hand side. The lands come from the land registry, the land record system, and dynamically gets changed into the farmer registry as and when mutations happen. Of course, each of these land locations would be known through the georeference digitized cadastral map, about 7 lakhs in number. We have 7 lakh villages in the country. The crop details, which will be carried out by the crop survey, would be carried out during every season by about 6.5 lakh crop surveyors who may be either government servants or Krishi Sakhis or rural development officials or even private local youths from the village who will be engaged for this work. You will also have soil health details of each parcel of land. And then, of course, the benefits which are taken by Neelam and others. This would be basically the golden record. Next slide, please. All this data which is available or which would be available in AgriStack would then be made available to all the players, including private sector, of course, government sectors, government, state government, central government, through the API layer called UFSI, Unified Farmer Service Interface. And there would be a strong consent layer because the data, the land, the crop, and the personal details are considered by us as personal data of the farmer. Next slide. There would be a very strong, there is a very strong AgriStack consent manager called ACM, which works in a typical way. And any land data which would be shared to any player, including government scheme, unless exempted under the Data Protection Act would be shared only with the explicit consent of the farmer. Next slide. Seen in this sense, AgriStack is Aadhaar Plus for the agriculture ecosystem, whereas Aadhaar only gives you the KYC detail. As I told you, here you have the land, the crop, and the demographic details. And like Aadhaar API, you have UFSI APIs, and then you have a regulator, which is planned to be put in the way so that when the private sector consumes these services, or for that matter, government sector, and if any harm is caused to farmer, or if there is any grievance from the farmer, the regulator can control and regulate the sector, regulate those harms, etc. Next slide. There are lots of supporting registries, about 25 of them, which are being built in a federated manner. So you have a crop master, you have seed master, etc. Similarly, you have the banks master, you have the scale of finance. These are fertilizers, pesticides, which are required for the AgriStack to work in a more effective manner. Next slide, please. There would also be a data exchange, which can be more than one, but to start with, AgriStack has worked with Ministry of IT, METI, and the data exchange built by them is being used as a data exchange. The purpose of data exchange is that while the government AgriStack would provide only the crop, the farmer's ownership details, the cattle details, and the crops, the data exchange would ensure that various private sector players who have the data and which are required for any use case to complete can onboard onto this data exchange so that the data seekers, the non-personal data seekers, to complete a use case, apart from getting a personal data from AgriStack, can get non-personal data from the data exchange by, of course, paying if so required. Things like satellite data, things like weather conditions, etc., would come from this data exchange. There is no hard and fast rule. There can be multiple data exchanges if so required. Next slide. How will the farmer benefit from AgriStack? The various schemes of the government are now being linked to AgriStack, and this means that farmers would no more be required to give their land, crop, and personal details by submitting documents. A farmer ID would ensure that the farmer can just authenticate and give his farmer ID, and as soon as he gives consent, the whole personal details are populated, which would result in KCC loan in less than about 30 minutes. In fact, it takes about 15 minutes as on today, as it is being piloted. The Kisan Credit Card loan through the Jan Samarth platform of Department of Financial Services is used by various bankers to provide Kisan Credit Card loan. The MSP, etc., the crop insurance, all would happen very quickly with the help of AgriStack, because that is the required data. Even the NDRF, SDRF benefits, whenever there is any drought or flood, would be immediately released using AgriStack without seeking any application from the farmer. In fact, during the current year, Karnataka distributed DBT money to about 75 lakh farmers without any application from them, because they knew from the AgriStack farmers registry whether he is a smaller marginal farmer. The crop details were known, the damaged crop details government knew, and therefore the payment was just pushed to their electronic system without any application. It would also be possible for a suo moto inclusion under the PM Kisan, there would be no need of application. And then, of course, advisory, which would come primarily from private sector, but also from government sector. And today, I think in the discussion, the advisory is being discussed. The required personal data and the land data crop details will come from the agri-stack. Next slide. The agri-stack would also help government in a very big scale. There would be about 5,000 crore saving under PM Kisan, debt farmers who are not having land, who have transacted the land, would be automatically removed. Of course, on a suo motu basis, they would be included also. No more misuse of MSP or PSS by unscrupulous people by faking others' land. No drudgery required, reduction in drudgery for government officials to check the authenticity of the document will all be avoided. And most importantly, accurate crop production details, estimates could help the timely decision on import and export. Because you will now know on each of those 30 crore plots what is grown, and you will be able to have aggregated data, disaggregated data at a village level, tehsil level, district level. Next slide, please. Just to give you an example of how a typical use case would happen, a very powerful case, I would like that you explore this case further and see whether how private loan systems can imitate, check, copy this. Farmer would apply on a mobile app of Jan Samarth, would do a eKYC. As soon as he goes eKYC, the standard digital form across 9 banks, major banks, would be digitally filled. The data would come from AgriStack with the consent of the bank, with the consent of the farmer. The data would be checked, the application would be approved using the business rule engine, which would be a part of Jan Samarth, without any bank official taking any decision. And as soon as it is signed, there would be a digital agreement using the Aadhaar-based signatures and the PKI-based signatures of the banker. Again, no digital intervention, and the money gets released. The details also goes to Government of India for interest subvention. Everything happens electronically. And in fact, after the crop has been sown, loan taken, the AgriStack will help bankers to find out whether the farmer had indeed grown the crop for which he had applied for. Next slide, please. Jan Samarth acts as a switch. That means farmer would switch as in NPCI, like NPCI. Farmer would have complete freedom to apply and use any of the front-end applications, which would all connect to the Jan Samarth switch. So you can apply from the Jan Samarth application, which would be like a Bheem application, or you can, which is like a reference application, or you can apply from any of the bank's application, bank's front-end. From all the banks, and the farmer can choose whichever offer is best for him and would get the loan from Jan Samarth. The data only comes from the AgriStack, the crop, the personal details, and his land details. Next slide. There is a huge role of private sector for advisory, credit, sale of input and purchase, which you are discussing today. And of course, for this purpose, they would need to develop their digital solutions for those use cases and publish their data on data exchange in case it has to be consumed by others. Any private sector can participate only after the regulator clears and impanels, checks the system in the sandbox. And of course, for private sector to participate, the government will have to decide when they want to open AgriStack for private use cases. Next slide, please. Finally, while AgriStack is use case agnostic. It only provides data, just like Aadhaar. And it is for the other use cases to piggyback on AgriStack and then consume the data and then provide use cases delivery. Approximately right now, 5 crore plots are being surveyed now. They will increase to 30 crore in next 1.5 to 2 years when all the states participate in the program. And these plots along with their geo coordinates and photos would be available for the private sector to then use for as a training set for crop signature, because you will now know the coordinates, the photo and the crop name. You can use this to train your tools for the satellite data, and then which would result in future in more accurate finding out of which crop is grown when you look at the satellite data. There is a very important component of data standards. While the AgriStack is working on, as a government right now, on data standardization in case of land, the crop, and the farmers' demographic details under the MDDS initiative of Ministry of IT. There would be many other data sets on which data standardization would be required, and government would be working with the private sector, with the universities, with other national and international bodies to come up on data standards for all type of use cases in coming days. So this is all I wanted to tell you. Thanks a lot for giving time for explaining AgriStack. Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Shri Rajiv Chawla, for making your presence felt, even though you couldn't join us in person. Next up, before we kick off the case study and the panel discussion, we have a special recorded video expert keynote address from Ms. Inma Martinez, who is the chair of the multi-stakeholder experts group at the Global Partnership of AI, and also a digital pioneer and AI scientist and director of MSc in AI at the School of Engineering in Loyola University. Can we have the message from Ms. Inma Martinez?
Thank you so much for inviting me and GPAI to present at this panel on sustainability in agriculture. My name is Inma Martinez, and together with Professor Daniela Russ of MIT, we are the co-leads of the GPAI project, Introduction of AI in Agriculture and Livestock Farming. In November 2021, GPAI's Executive Council approved the proposal of its Innovation and Commercialization Working Group to create a dedicated project that would demonstrate the significant traction and transformation that artificial intelligence has created in agricultural practices around the globe, not just in developed countries, but for specific crops and for cooperative farming environments, especially in countries in development, where the most vulnerable population, oftentimes women and children, tend to the land and the animals trying to make a living. The technification of agriculture has emerged, pushed by the urgency of solving pressing challenges that force the farming communities to respond to global demands, climate change, reversals of human eating habits, food safety, and the urgent need to preserve natural resources in agricultural practices. Furthermore, the need to datify agricultural sectors is now a top priority for both food exporters and food buyers, because agricultural data governance is a first pillar of infrastructure in the roadmap of AI and other data gathering technologies used in agriculture. AI's superpower is optimization. AI has managed to deliver specific valuable insights to farmers that now allow them to yield more from arable land, but to do it in sustainable ways, contributing to create a new agricultural landscape in which farming communities are able to produce higher quality of produce, look after their animals in improved and more humane ways, and to look after the biological needs of both lands and bioecosystems that coexist and are interdependent in arable lands, the oceans, and the green feeding pastures. In the last 2 years of gathering case studies, we have seen how satellite data helps farmers identify the dry patches in their fields far better and more affordable than using drones, which require drone pilots and for insurance reasons prevent farmers to pilot them in many countries. Using water, irrigation and pesticides in controlled quantities has created the new precision agriculture. And AI modeling has allowed farmers to learn the ripeness processes of their perishable crops, allowing them to deliver to food markets a fresh produce in optimal quality. Animals are monitored in pasture lands via GPS geofencing, allowing them to feed and to move in liberty. GPay sees 3 particular aspects of AI transformation and optimization of agriculture that have a direct effect on the global efforts for sustainability. And the first one is agricultural data governance as a requirement for all agricultural nations to build in order to optimize the human food chain and predict farming resources, potential famines, and the historical yields of land and farmed animals. Agricultural data is fundamentally real-world evidence data that must be governed within regulatory frameworks so that all nations can cooperate in sustaining agriculture within the UN sustainability principles. And GPay has already opened up a dedicated research track for this endeavor, and we look forward to collaborating with all international organizations interested in this aspect of data analysis and governance. The second aspect is that AI and other technologies are opening up job opportunities in agricultural regions to new generations of technologists, data scientists, and AI modelers. This is creating a negative net migration in rural areas previously affected by young population leaving for city jobs. Returning to agricultural lands and creating new GDP and regenerating the population is vital for all nations. But what about developing countries where women and children perform agricultural arduous tasks? Who will protect them from men taking over these jobs once AI and technology make farming more attractive? We are highlighting this social issue, which goes beyond technology and needs direct government attention. We do not want women displaced from agriculture when it finally becomes a decent way to earn a living. And the third aspect has to do with agricultural practices being affected by dietary changes in the world's population, who are beginning to consume higher protein grains. This means that farmers need better data in order to yield to this new requirement, especially when arable land decreases year on year due to climate change. It is also a new opportunity for farming cooperatives to export new grains to countries where the population is shifting towards plant-based diets. Supporting this emerging trend, AI has managed to allow small farming communities to make the shift to ancient grains, specialty crops, and animal produce that comes from better farming environments for animals, which the quality increases and it becomes a factor for purchase for many consumers. It is a gap in the market that will allow small farmers to earn a better living and get out of dire poverty. And to this end, GPay is working towards creating a repository of AI practices towards higher yielding crops. And again, we hope to be supported by the collaboration of other bodies. I have worked as an AI scientist in agriculture across several countries and practices, and I have witnessed the beneficial transformation for both farmers and the land. The themes of this panel are incredibly important to support, and GPay looks forward to the global efforts that we can put all of us together towards the development of sustainable agriculture practices, thanks to AI and other technologies. Thank you very much.
We thank Ms. Inma Martinez for again making her presence felt virtually. Moving on, the next part of the session involves the presentation of 3 case studies from AI practitioners working in the subdomains of agriculture in the subdomains that were previously identified in the GPI virtual convening. These 3 subdomains are those of market access and financial services for farmers, climate resilient agriculture, and the third one being crop advisory. The first presenter for today is Mr. Sanjay Uppal, who's the founder and CEO of Finbots AI, who will be making his case study presentation on scaling agri-finance responsibly with AI credit scoring. I invite Mr. Sanjay Uppal to take the stage. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here and delighted to share with you a case study that we have and also give you a broader perspective of what we're doing with financial institutions that are looking to work closely with communities, including the small, medium businesses, consumer borrowers, and obviously within the ambit is also agri-finance. So I'm founder and CEO of Finbots AI. We are a Singapore-based fintech, and we started this journey in November 2017. So what we're going to share with you is capabilities that have been developed over extensive R&D over the last 6+ years. So if you look at the market, one of the things I always notice, when you go for events like this, and I always say this, which was that one part of the entire event that attracted the most crowd? It's the mealtime. So when you talk about agriculture, it's the food. The population continues to grow. We're looking at numbers between 9 to 10 billion by year 2050. What it really means is agricultural productivity has to go up by 70%. On the other side, it continues to have a pretty dominant effect. So globally, agriculture is about 4% of the GDP. In India, it's about 15% today. But if you look at a lot of other developing countries, some of them, the numbers are going up above 25% of the GDP. So a significant portion of their economic environment. Globally, the estimates are there are about 600 million farmers, and they roughly own about 1/3 of the total crop production, the food supply, and about 1/4 of the entire agriculture area. Coming to the agriculture value chain, and in terms of the financing, essentially, and these are global numbers, the financing gap across the entire chain, whether it is farmer credit, supply chain finance, which is post the farmer stage, or consumer finance, you're looking at only 1/3 of the requirement is being met today. 2/3 of financing requirements are still not being met. And this is kind of a proportion that hasn't moved much over the years. So what are the challenges lenders face today? So when we talk to lenders, one of the things that they say is, look, this is a high-risk segment. They don't have enough data to work with. Their credit models are not that great. They do face NPLs, non-performing loans. Legacy data, low accuracy of the credit models, as I mentioned. And then another factor is the transaction cost. The way the information is collected, the way it is approved, the way the costs are also incurred at the farmer end, the entire transaction cost of making that loan sometimes makes that loan exercise unfeasible. When you talk about the borrowers, they typically see lower approval rates. Money lenders, which is the informal borrowing that many of them tend to do, tends to be very expensive. I've taken an average number of 20 to 50%. I've heard numbers going up to annualized rates of 200% plus. No formal credit history. Again, the data records are missing. And obviously, in a whole host of cases, there's a lack of collateral. Even if there's a collateral, there are very often legal limitations around whether that collateral value can be realized in the case of default. Let's bring it in the context of India. You're looking at 15% of the GDP, about 150 million farmers. Mr. Chawla just shared numbers, including some of the other sectors. We're looking at a market of potential need for $600 billion of finance, out of which today what is being met is essentially about, again, 1/3. So the proportion here is not different to the global 1/3 that we looked at. So today, the institutional finance is about 37%. 16% is coming through informal finance, which is the money lenders, family, friends, etc., that are being used to access. And then nearly half of the farmers today have no access to finance. today we have clients across 13 countries. That includes NBFCs, banks, etc., lending across various sectors. And, Southeast Asia, Africa, where we are, obviously, this is a significant part of the target lending. In India, we're really pleased. Avais, one of my partners at the panel here, is from Samanati. It's the largest agri-enterprise in India. We work with them. They're using our product to essentially develop credit models to be able to scale up their business, lend confidently, and obviously make finance accessible to a much wider pool of agri community in India. The mission of Samanati is really clear: unlocking the $1 trillion plus potential of India agriculture. And we are really delighted to be a partner in this journey. So just to give you a sense of scale, they've powered over $3 billion of gross transaction values today in India. They've got access to 6,500 farmer collectives, 8 million farmers, 500 AEs or agri-enterprises across 28 states. So, and they bring a very holistic approach to how they work with this agri-sector today. The requirements that they had essentially were, look, we need to enhance the accuracy of our scorecards. We need to be able to develop these new credit models, update them quickly, but at the same time ensure that the approval process is streamlined, so obviously the ability to do more efficiently and scale it up. Faster assessment of new loans, but also as further drawdowns happen. And then obviously reduce the cost of transaction, and that's very often a bottleneck, because the size of the loan that you put as a minimum threshold is often defined by the cost of transaction, because beyond a certain level, even if this is going to be a well-performing loan, the cost of transaction pretty much starts eating into the principal itself. The outcomes with CreditX, which is today the world's only credit modeling system, it's an AI-powered system. High approval rates for loans, and when we worked with them in the initial pilot, the numbers were very impressive. Reduced credit losses, just in terms of the enhanced and additional level of security or scrutiny that could be added. And then obviously the operational efficiency in terms of the cost of developing credit models, but also the execution of credit decisions. So how our product essentially works is it's enormously provides huge automation. It's data agnostic, and that's what lends itself to multiple use cases, including agri. And our last couple of days, we've been exploring how do we leverage a lot of the data, and Mr. Chawla in his presentation also talked about a lot of the new data sets that are going to come in. And we're talking about bringing all that data to enhance the quality of credit decisioning. We're talking about improved accuracy, reduced loss rates, operating efficiency goes up phenomenally, and obviously, the time advantage. Just a quick snapshot. So we today are essentially in Southeast Asia, South Asia, Middle East, and Africa. So my classic case, and this is something that's going live as we speak, is the largest bank in Myanmar, who lends to consumers, but also to, down the entire agri chain, in the SME chain, etc. They're talking about, can we feasibly loan out amounts as small as $10 US. So you're talking about 800 rupees equivalent or even lesser. And that's a great test to what we're trying to do. And why is it $10? It's essentially that vegetable seller who's buying a basket of vegetables in the morning, selling it, and then returning the principal and interest, and keeping the rest of the profit end of the day. And that's a huge market, especially in the rural areas of that country. So, one of the things is, and we talk about this, how do we collaborate? How do we bring different data sources together? And I think working with Samanati, this was a great experience, because they obviously have the entire loan performance history. But the second thing was, for some of the enterprises that are borrowing from them, there's data with CRIF, right? That's the credit bureau data. The other thing is, we also brought in a data aggregator, Pro42, who brought in, I think on an aggregate basis, more than 900 variables of data. And all that is seamlessly connected and being leveraged to create credit scorecards and the decisioning process. But this is not where I think we'll stop, and this is where it connects with the presentation you saw earlier. This is the current data that you see on the left, right? What we talked about. But the key thing is where you start sensitizing this data to the real underground economic activity that's happening at each of those farms. You know, the agronomic data, the remote sensing data, and we'll hear more about it shortly, the market data, the price trends, etc. And some of the limitations we even have with the historical data that you see on the left will be more than addressed with the data on the right. We've seen that happen really well with some of the other use cases where the underlying economic elements of the business are proving to be really great insight and credit decisioning. So as we look forward, I think we are really optimistic about what's happening in the agri space here, the plans and some of the actions that are already afoot, and quite excited about the potential of what the entire agri industry in India can look like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Uppal, and thank you also for keeping time very well. Next up, we have Mr. Praveen Pankaj, who is the Vice President of Data Science and AI at Cropin. Praveen also is a committee member of the Harvard Data Science Initiative and holds a PhD from INRIA, which also happens to be a GPay Expert Support Center. We welcome Mr. Praveen Pankaj and his presentation on climate resilient agriculture.
Thank you. How do I move the slides? Thanks. Okay, does that work? Okay. First of all, really a pleasure and honor to be here. And thanks so much for the organizers and for the invitation, and also respected fellow panel members and moderators, and also my dear friends from the audience. Thank you so much for being here this afternoon, the last day of the session and almost the last session. So I'll be really quick. So we talked, in the keynote address, we talked some important points of strategy. We talked a little bit about where the revenue will come from. So now I'll talk a little bit about how we do it also, since that's an important part. Agriculture is something which is, I feel, very close to and passionate about. So I lead the Cropin AI Lab. And I want to talk a little bit about the one case study that which we did in Sub-Saharan Africa and also in India, and mostly looking at it from a geospatial angle. Okay, so a little bit about Cropin. We are a decade-old startup, and we've gone through multiple phases of transformation. So we started with a very simple idea of just digitizing farmlands, which means just drawing the geospatial boundary and taking some very basic samples from the farmers. And then we started bringing in some geospatial insights, climate and weather data and things like that. And then we started looking at how to expand it, and I'll talk a little bit about not only starting with India, but also growing, make in India, but growing globally as well. And then last year we launched the Intelligent Agri Cloud, and also the Cropin AI Lab a couple of years back. So that's a little bit of our phase. Mostly like what we have been, and a lot of the work that I'm going to talk about as a scientist, it's important for me to recognize also the people who have been involved. So there's a lot of people who have actually worked on this. So I'll directly jump into this. So when you talk about one of the major challenges that we faced when we are actually talking about agriculture, and if you're looking at it from a satellite imaging perspective, is actually like which part of the land and regions are actually active, right? Like for example, a farmer might decide not to grow a particular crop or not to grow at all and keep a land barren, right? So one of the primary challenges that we faced, looking at it from a remote sensing perspective, is how dynamically the land is being used, and that's a very, very critical, important aspect to be looked at. So we found multiple different data sources, open source data sets, closed data sets, everything. But all of them were static maps, So one of the important things that we build ourselves is dynamically mapping agriculture land. So what you see on the right side, like that corner that you see, is like how the, the signatures, the patterns of the satellite data, the temporal data, when you're looking at satellite imaging, we're not just looking at single image, right? We're looking at temporal data, how it actually changes. So sometimes with the climate change, like even if you talk about a crop calendar as starting date, sowing date, and harvesting date, that whole pattern is changing, right? Like because a farmer might decide to sow later on or early on, depending on the season, right? So static maps are not going to help. So it has to be dynamic, and we build this active learning framework, which is quite adopted to this agriculture use case. So we developed the machine learning model, and since we have been collecting data across different farmlands, so we go and geofence them and across the globe. So we are able to get a variety of data, and then we go back and also like filter them, retrain the model, right? So one of the important element Mr. Chawla was talking about is also on data collection. What I would also add on to it is quality check of data, and also augmenting the data collection process itself through AI, right? So that's something that we have to think about, right? So once the land parcels are identified, what's growing, right? Like that means like, is it a cropland or is it grassland and things like shrublands? No, these are difficult problems to solve. We have some publications also around this. Once that is done, then we have to identify what are the crops growing, right? And then it's important to understand the yield, right? So here you can determine the performance of a particular land based on yield or biomass and things like that. So I'll not go into the details of it, but we have also gone to the field and verified it through crop cutting experiments also. So those become our validation set, right? So one of the most important, unlike like I do come from computer vision background, one of the major challenges with respect to collecting of data in agriculture is like, unlike computer vision problems where you can go and annotate, data has to be collected seasonal, and once you miss that, even like, harvesting is already done, then you cannot go back and look at like, what was the crop which was grown, what was the yield and everything, So these are some practical challenges. So timing is really important, right? And once the season is done, then there is no going back, right? Anyway, I'll not go into the details of it, but these are some few pictures. So there's a protocol established, there's a lot of coordination that has to be done. In fact, I would even suggest with field data collection, data scientists to be involved, because once the data comes in, it's important to verify it on a daily basis, so that's been our learning as well. So, like measuring the dry biomass, the wet biomass, wet grain, dry grain, and all of this becomes very, very important, and it has to be quality checked, audited, and constant feedback has to be given. And not only that, once you feed it into the AI system, then go back and correct them, right? Like, so these are very, very important steps, So what will be an AI summit without a little bit of, also some ideas around what are the different models that are being currently used. So this is something that we experimented in our lab, and I want to just give a little bit of flavor also, and you'll understand very shortly why I'm talking about this. So so this is just a food for thought for those who come from AI as well. And my hypothesis and argument is that masked and noisy models, noisy data models can actually become very good feature learners. So we talked about data, but it's also important to get the learning algorithm right also, right? So learning algorithms, for example, current learning algorithms are all supervised, and in the context of agriculture, it's very difficult to scale that supervised models, because there are a lot of drifts which can happen. So one of the things that we did here is to take some input data, corrupt them, and in fact in satellite data you often find occlusion like with clouds and everything, right? And then try to reconstruct. And not only that, I think the thing that I want to point out here is that after reconstruction, they actually become very good learners. So what you see on the right side is non-supervised clustering, but we have also tested out other things as well, which is very interesting also. This uses both radar and optical data, I also want to, give an idea of why it's important to get some good data set. And like, for example, I talked about seasonal variations, right? This is just a, a snapshot of a manifold representation in a different dimension of the satellite data that we collect, knowing what crops are growing here. But you can see, like, for example, there are a lot of drifts here. One of the reasons is if you look at paddy clusters, they're supposed to be clustered together. 3 different paddy clusters are occurring. And the reason is, like the temporal pattern signatures is very different, right? So when you collect data, what I would say, I mean, this is after looking at, sorry, I missed that. This is looking at 114 different countries, 15 million acres, and more than we have 1,000 crops and over 10,000 varieties, 17,000 varieties of crops, right, of crop varieties. So looking at all of that, despite diversity and everything, is very, very important to understand. And that's why crop calendar and understanding the agroecological zones and everything is very important, right? So despite all of this, like, these challenges, our models do perform well. These are some, like some global figures of yield estimation, error rates that we have had. So sometimes we've had like very good error rates, less than 7%, 5%, like, accuracy rate, it can be above 95%. Some places it's been like, 20%, 30% error rate, where data collection has been a much more issue rather than algorithm, okay? So very quickly on, the application of it, this is in Kenya, the sub-Saharan Africa, which we are looking at, Kenya and Nigeria. I'll talk only about Kenya, but we did for both the wet and the dry season in Nigeria and the long rain and the short rain in Kenya as well. These 2 regions are known for having highly arid regions, so this is how the agroecological zones, they look like from the north, east to southwest, going from arid to humid regions, but I'll not go into the details of it. This is how our, for example, our crop identification looks like, right? So what you see on the left side is 2018 data as against 2023. So this is accumulated. We do it at individual pixel level, but it's aggregated at like a 5 kilometer or 10 kilometer grid, So what you see is those green ones are the major, maize growing regions of Uasin Gishu, Trans-Nzoia, and all of that, So this you can actually like map it and find out which are the regions which have high crop acreage. This doesn't mean like you are having high yield, okay? But what we also found is that from 2018 to 2023, there was changes also. For example, this is in Mandara County. In Mandara County, what was happening is that there was migration due to water, and people from Kenya were moving into Ethiopia. So this is actually, you can actually verify it also using the satellite data, right? Not only that, what we also found in Nakuru County, which is very supposed to be high yielding region in Kenya, we also saw a drop in the yield, So all this can be attributed to, like loss in rainfall, climate change. And in maize, it's very tricky, 1 to 2 degrees centigrade during a particular phenological stage of the maize crop, you can actually have very high drop in yield. And all of this like correlates very well with the field observations that we see as well. And similarly for Kakamega, for example, we notice that, like there is a temperature. We can look at climate anomalies as well, so we can observe long-term climate as against the instantaneous weather data, and we can see where during the different phenological stages you are having these kind of temperature anomalies as well, right? I'll just stop with one last slide on India as well, because after all, this is a Global India AI Summit, and we started with India, and we have also the earlier case study was, and this is something that we did for the government also. So the same thing that I talked about, the different steps, right? We also did for, Malnabis National Crop Forecasting Center for across 5 different seasons in India, across the different districts and everything. So, and we obtained crop maps, we got the ground truth data, the crop cutting experiments, verified them. In some places it works very well, some places it doesn't work very well. Certain crops it works very well, certain crops it doesn't work very well. So there is a lot of learnings from that which we can actually learn and do better implementation strategies. But one important thing which came up is, like, for example, last year, February, we had like a very high temperature, that as the temperature increased, suddenly we also saw yield drops, So it's really possible to make that kind of correlations also at whatever level of resolution that we want to do, One last thing, and before I conclude, sorry about that, but I forgot about this. We did release also recently a language model. This is open source. So this is one of our first contribution to the agriculture community in large. Our open source model is called Akshara. You can go and interact with it on Hugging Face. You can just type on Google Hugging Face Crop in AI Lab Akshara and you will find it. This is also based on responsible AI. It's on climate smart agriculture. So you want any advisories for 9 different crops in the global south, it'll actually provide a responsible response to the query that you want to give. So this has been designed with the responsible AI was designed with the help of Google as well. Thank you so much for your patience and also for your attention. And looking forward to more interaction with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And lastly, for crop advisory, we have Mr. Mohammad Salman, who's the Senior Product Manager at Vadvani AI and leads their work on crop advisory. A round of applause, please.
All right, thank you. Hi, my name is Salman, and as Bhavya said, I lead the agriculture portfolio for products, AI products. I'll keep it short and I'll keep it simple. I'll try to keep it simple. So, so this is a case study that that we are trying. What we tried to do was pest and disease detection using AI modeling through a in-house product, and then the scope of how it can move forward. This is just to give a quick background why we chose this particular problem, as we know that pest attacks are one of the major causes for crop loss, and the most impactful ones from this particular problem are the smallholder farmers. And one of the issues that we have also found while doing the research was there's a lot of pesticide usage onto the field, which also degrades the soil health. So that with that intention, we chose this particular problem. What we try to do, it's a computer vision problem. So we started in 2020 with a product called Cottonase. And what we try to do is to do early pest warning by detecting what pest is that in that particular image, and accordingly, based on the image and the ETL level, try to generate an advisory around it, so that farmer are able to take those decisions, what is to be followed, how it is to be followed, and so that again the same problem of optimizing yield. As we know that extension systems are one of the most important pillars for agriculture, and so we did not leave out any other stakeholders. So though it is important for farmers to have this kind of system using AI onto their field, but it is extremely important for the extension officers and district coordinators who are supporting staffs who act as supporting staff for these farmers, because they are ultimately the experts, and I'll tell you why it has been chosen. And of course the administrator who are at a bigger level for taking decisions. So this is how the system has evolved over time, and this is the final version of the system. Earlier, when we started in 2020, it was a very complex system. It had a lot of protocols in place, which we finally reduced it over time, and that tells us that it is very important to look at the user perspective as well. So, so this is for a simple cotton growing farmer. The trap that he has installed onto the field, he just have to take those pests out from it on a plain surface. Just take an image, and that's where the role of AI comes into. It does two things. One, it detects or it identifies what pest is it in that particular image. Second, it counts. The importance of counting over here is that because it is defined by an ETL scientific logic. So economic threshold level helps you define what kind of alert category it goes in, whether it's a red alert, green alert, or a yellow alert. And accordingly, based on the alert, the kind of advisory is being suggested. So, so that's the 1 to 4 progression, and the fourth image is basically tells you about the way of giving advisory. as I pointed out the role of an extension system, this is where the role of an extension system comes in. So as a farmer, for this particular application, if you are a cotton-based farmer, there are two simple criteria for it. One, you have a trap. Second, you have a basic smartphone. If you have these two things, you can be sort of called as a lead farmer. You can do the monitoring of your farm by using this application, but it should not stop there. It should go to the extension worker, and that's where the role of an extension worker happens. So anything that does by lead farmer, suppose if there's a red alert that got generated, it gets notified to an extension officer. And now this is the job of an extension officer to go to the lead farmer, check what has happened to his farm, and of course suggest what he can do better. Of course, there's an advisory that has been generated. The farmer can verify that advisory with the extension farmer, but the work for extension worker starts over there. At that time, he can decide whether to disseminate this advisory to the other farmers in that village. And that's where the importance of this kind of system comes in. So it is not only solving the problem of somebody who has a smartphone or who understands the basic tech, but for those farmers as well who are not very digitally literate. Because ultimately it is for the village. If it's happening in your farm, it does not mean that it will not happen in the other farm. It's in the same village. So this is where the power of advisory dissemination comes into, and simple old traditional ways are to be followed: SMS advisory, voice-based advisory, and that voice-based dissemination. It's very simple. This progression basically shows how we grew over the year. We started in 2020 with the experimentation with 800 beneficiaries. It was a COVID year. We started experimenting with it. And gradually, if you look at 2023, we were able to touch upon 116,000 farmers. That shows the trust this sort of system was able to build in the minds of farmer and the sort of community itself. So yeah. And the last season, we were able to conduct about 15,000 monitoring sessions. Here, monitoring sessions means the number of alerts and the bifurcations. One thing which I just wanted to highlight over here, the role of a collaboration. It would not have been possible without the support of the network organization. So these are all not-for-profit farmer benefiting organizations onto a field. They trusted in this particular system and they implemented it. Without having any financial obligations to it. So they felt that this is something which was very important. It would have benefited them, and hence that's what they did. And importantly, to a concentration on the three state governments who also felt the need of this and they adopted it, they implemented it. So it shows that if you would want to do something, you can really make that difference. And of course, at one point of time, people or the organization will look at you and try to implement that. This is something very important. So on the left-hand side of yours, you can see that a very simple graph that says that in 2021, we were just solving one pest problem. But in 2024, there's a sudden rise from 2023 to 24 about solving 12 pests. How did that happen? By two major things. One, we open sourced the model. Once we open sourced the model, there was a lot of feedback. We did ran kind of competition where people participated, and the kind of results or kind of responses or contribution we got back from the community, especially from the student community, it was immense. We were not able to figure out things which we just able to found out in that 3 months period. So that graph is because of that. Because we were able to templatize the problem. We were able to templatize the technique of how to solve this problem. So if you have the data sets available, we can confidently say that, yeah, we will give you that results within the next 3 months or so. So that's how data helped. And in 2018, we were not having a single data set. A lot of protocols, as I mentioned, is required for data collection. So this system also required the data. Over the period, we collect about 40,000 images, which helped us improve our models. And with the help of that, we were able to do a lot of synthetic data generation. And using such techniques, we were able to actually create or multiply the models. On the right-hand side of the screen, you can see that the scale. cotton age has to stop somewhere, I would say. It cannot go forever and forever. So what's the sustainability view of it? So the sustainability view of it is that there are models that are readily available, that there are models that can be implemented, integrated into the applications, and that's what we did. Right now, these models are getting integrated into the National Pest Surveillance Systems, which is a Government of India initiative, Ministry of Agriculture initiative. And not only that, it is getting implemented or integrated into some of the state government applications. So they felt that, okay, there is a value in it. So that's the change we want to bring, and that's what we are trying to bring. I'll not go through the story. So this is the story of one of a farmer, Rakesh. But I just wanted to highlight on one important thing which I mentioned in the beginning, the importance of soil health. So this farmer was able to, when we interviewed him, the one thing which got stuck in my head is that he was spraying 5 times the pesticide, but using this application, because it was telling him what is the right quantity he should use it, he was able to spray twice, which basically saves his cost as well. So that's something which was very important. Second important piece was that with the kind of, I would say, the pesticide recommendation he was getting onto the application, he was able to take that to the pesticide seller, so that the pesticide seller could not cheat him by saying that, "Aap ye le lo, you take this." So that's where the importance of this is. And lastly, some of the learnings from this particular story for us was, I'll not talk about the first one, because that's something which we know that there's a lot of complexity that need to be handled at the technological level, not at the user level. I come from product. My focus is always to keep the product simple. Handle your complexity at the technology level, because that's what the role of technology is. We know that there is a lot of, I would say, internet penetration happening, but it is equally important to work on a lot of offline model capabilities. So that's extremely, extremely important. I mean, there will be places where the internet might not be available. And third thing is personalization of recommendation. With such initiatives like these, you will collect a lot of data, a lot of standard structured data. And with support of different informations like historical yield or pest attacks, local weather information, you will be able to create pinpointed advisories, very personalized for that farmer. So that's what I think the learnings from this particular project has been for us. And thank you so much for giving time, and looking forward to the session.
Thank you so much. That concludes our case study discussion. And I'd like to now just introduce the panel we have for you. I won't go into long introductions, but we have Mr. Nipun Mehrotra, who's the co-founder and CEO of the Agri Collaboratory, a non-profit which is focused on building agri DPGs. We have Ms. Sai Gol, who is the co-founder of Bharat Agri. We have Dr. Sudeep Marwa, who's the head of computer applications at the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. We have Ms. Aviera Seeth Sundaram, who is the vice president of technology at Samunati. And we also have joining virtually Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra, who is the former secretary of the Department of Agricultural Research and Education, and the Director General of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. A round of applause for this panel. And you will now see the conversation converging into data sets, DPGs, and national collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Is this on? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to GPI for hosting this session. Frankly, agriculture is the biggest use case for AI. Do you agree? And you can't solve sustainability without focusing on agriculture. You also agree, right? with 600 million Indians, with agriculture consuming a large chunk of India's water, somebody says 85%, 90%, etc., 45% of the land, etc. You know, agriculture is a perpetuator as well as a big victim of climate change, right? So we have to look at this topic of sustainability, and obviously AI is a big component of that, from an angle of food security, from an angle of income, and then environment, right? We've had some very good, interesting presentations for the last half an hour on AI and the potential, and you've seen some of the applications of AI in agriculture. So what I'm going to do with our extremely diverse and esteemed panel is to try and translate some of that into a few areas that we can all agree to work on as next steps. Because while the potential is there, I think there's a lot of work to be done, right? So for the next 40 minutes, and what I've done is I'm going to break this up into 3 sections. In the first section, I'm going to focus on how do we actually enhance collaboration and reduce competition, right? Between the players of the ecosystem. Number 2, in the second section, I'm going to focus on multidisciplinary skills that are needed to work on agriculture, right? We need domain skills, we need to focus on policy, we need to focus on AI, digital skills, etc. But how do we enhance all of them working together, and how do we bring them together, right? In the third section, I'm going to focus on data. You've heard all the 3 panelists, 3 keynote speakers and the presentations, as well as Rajiv Chawla in the keynote, talking about data and the work that is happening, right? So we're going to try and explore what needs to be done, because agriculture is one of the least digitized sectors, not only in India, but around the world, right? And the data, particularly in India, tends to be uncalibrated, non-standardized, and therefore it is not trustworthy, right? So how do we change some of that? Because if AI has to succeed, data has to be made much more relevant, much more effective. So with that, let me, and I'm going to, with the panel's help, and my request to the panel is to keep the answers as short and succinct as you can. We have only limited time, and we have a lot of ground to cover. But I would also like to encourage each of the panelists to recommend 1 or 2 steps that we should take. I think we all understand the challenges, right? We also understand the solutions to some extent. But what is it that we can do in the next 6 months is the challenge in front of us. So can we therefore converge on some takeaways from here? So with that, Dr. Mohapatra, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good afternoon, and welcome, Dr. Mohapatra. Let me go to the first section, which is on cooperation. How do we define that, and how do we work on that? There was a panel, there was a task force that Confederation of Indian Industry had led, and that task force suggested that we should bring together private agri entities, engineering colleges, right, and agri-state universities together, and forge partnerships between the 3 to try and drive better outcomes. We do recognize that some efforts have happened for agri-universities to start teaching data science, right? But maybe more needs to be done. I'd love to get your thoughts on this, and also a few recommendations as to what should we do going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. I think what we are discussing is very, very significant in the context of Indian agriculture, in fact, global agriculture, and global sustainable agriculture, rather I would say. Many things have been spoken, and there are also other panelists who will be throwing more light. Very specifically, what you asked with regard to partnership and building, trust and coming together on a single platform to deliver. on the aspects which were presented. Certainly data is important, certainly the information and implementation at the ground level is important. So very specifically, building this partnership requires, I think a kind of program at the national level, maybe coordinated by Niti Aayog or even the Department of Agriculture Cooperation or even the Indian Council of Agriculture Research. So this is first thing which is essential, because partnerships cannot be built in air, and it will be only a kind of theory. And during 6.5 years of my stay at Krishi Bhavan, I have invited several times the startups, the industry, and many others. A lot of discussions happened, and what we built is a program on our own. After 4 years of deliberations, a lot of industry partners came in, and we have discussion, and but translating that into real partnership across sectors and private, public, and others, non-government organizations, did not really happen that successfully. So, but we could build a program to generate data, because that's very, very important. We don't have really good quality data as it was presented. We require that. So, coming back to the specific point of partnership, I say that there has to be a kind of leadership role played by organization at the helm, bringing different partners together under a single umbrella.
Okay.
The second point is that not only a leader is required, maybe under the umbrella of ICAR or Niti Aayog, whosoever. The second is that earmarking a specific investment for this. Unless we earmark, on budget and specific investment happens coming from private, public, or whatever, or public investment initiating the whole process, probably successful implementation of this partnership at the ground level would not really happen.
My question, Dr. Mohapatra, would be, can ICAR lead it?
Yes, very much.
So why not? Why Niti Aayog? Why can ICAR make it mandatory for the state agri universities to forge a partnership, and they can take the lead?
So
would you agree?
I can tell you that this is what is very, very important. Recognizing this, kind of technology strength of ICAR,
right,
and it's and spread all across in all agroclimatic zones where data is being generated at the ground level. In fact, ICAR would be best positioned to really take the leadership role and bring partners together to do the.
Thank you, Dr. Mohapatra. We'll come back to you for a couple of other areas. But Dr. Marwaha, if I can go to you. And you have done a lot of work on soil ontology, on soil data sets, etc. And so have a lot of startups, right? And I can clearly think of Bharat Agri, which has also worked on soil. How do we enhance collaboration between ICAR and your institutes and other institutes and the private startups? Give us a couple of recommendations that you think we should do.
Thank you. So first of all, we see that the agri startups which are there right now, we can see in India, a lot of agri startups are there. We do interact with them in different platforms. We have many incubation centers at IRI, at NAM, at other state agriculture universities. And while interacting with them, we found that most of them are not from agriculture backgrounds. They are either CEOs of those organizations are either IIMs pass out or IITs, or they have they are successful businessmen in different industries, and then they have come to agriculture. While I was saying that, because they lack the basic domain knowledge in certain of those things. And whatever is available in public forums, on our websites, on our databases, many things are not known to them. We have a technology database where all ICR technologies which are required to be, which are actually ready for commercializations are available. And those are very potential things which any startup can take, and they don't need not invest on the research part even. The research is done, but those information is available.
Right. The challenge is sometimes they don't even aware that that data set exists.
So going through all these data sets which are available, and we do run these incubation centers where we guide, we teach, and we inform all startups, whosoever approaches us, to do these type of basic survey and provide all the information. Second, which you say, is the data actually. So how we provide certain data which can be provided in a public forum, right? So that data which we can share, that we are ready to share, rather. Those are available on the websites. So we publish agriculture data book, many things are available through that. So sometimes those information which is available still are not being used by the agri-entrepreneurs.
So what should we do? I mean, what do you suggest as the next step that we can, as a country, adopt?
So that was all those steps which we should take actually are being taken, right? In terms of having incubation centers at agriculture universities or that. And the only thing which a company or startup should know, that yes, reach out to those incubation centers. And then they are, and in those incubation centers, not only the information is given, even the funding is given, grant is given at the ideation stage and even at the product stage to further scale it up. So many things are available, and all those are available through websites.
All right. I would submit that more needs to be done.
Right.
And I'm looking for maybe Dr. Mohapatra or from yourself a couple of actions that you should take, because many startups do not understand. And we have an example right here who have not been able to get that kind of feedback, right? Sai, do you want to comment on that very quickly?
Definitely, there are a lot of resources available, no denial to that. But access to those resources is difficult. And secondly, any startup who is working in data domain, just having data doesn't solve the problem. It has to be correctly labeled, standardized. Not knowing the accuracy of data, it is difficult to use that data. So in that case, then we end up generating our data, because then on our data, we can do right labeling, right standardization. Because at least for a startup who is data-centric, this particular data quality is very, very important. So we cannot build a model on data which is, yeah.
Thank you.
Nipun, one additional thought in this collaboration would be, yes, why can't we look at a sandbox? Because that's one thing. If you look at the cost that we are looking at in terms, anything with respect to data or AI, sandbox would be a need with the catalog. That might be a potentially an outcome or an action item that we can take.
I think a sandbox is a great idea to help innovators experiment with data, but if we are talking about an even more basic level information and an understanding of what exists out there, right? And one suggestion that was coming up, and I don't know what does Dr. Mohapatra think about that if there's an agri-tech that is getting registered, I think there should be a compendium that is given to them that this is all the data sets that you have access to. These are the websites, these are the government resources, these are the publicly available resources, so that not a single startup should waste even one day in trying to duplicate effort or trying to hunt for information that they might not otherwise get, right? Dr. Mohapatra, any quick comment on that? If you do you agree with that, or?
No, I think it's a lot more to do with that.
Right.
First of all, if we build this partnership platform, and there is a mechanism for interaction, regular interfacing, and information flow,
right?
Mechanisms well built in the system, I believe that would work out very well. And so all the startups who are initiating their work, there has to be an interface with ICAR, with a wide network of institutions, depending on the interest of the startups and the small companies coming in. I think that would help in a big way. So this, overarching partnership platform would be of great help.
Okay.
And also the second point is, it's not just making data available. One is the quality of the data that has to be ensured from the ICAR side, and also data, not only once goes to the hands of others, but data security at times, when you take the original data sets, and often, the scientists are not ready to share because of data security issues.
Yes.
So when it is shared, so that has to be also worked out very well, that, how do we share the benefits also, out of it.
Yes, absolutely.
So,
and not only sharing of data, Dr. Mahapatra and Dr. Marwaha, but also the information on what research are you working on, what are the activities that are going on, which an agri-tech could actually leverage. Maybe the projects that are ready to be commercialized that they should pick up and they should work on. But I'm going to end this section with only, Praveen, if I can request you for one quick comment on how do you, based on your international exposure, what do you think happens globally that India could adopt in terms of academic institutes furthering the ecosystem around agriculture?
Right. So actually what I have observed is that even in this is just from a personal experience from my interactions in Harvard and NSF, right? So when they actually look at this, they at early on itself involve the partners who would be involved, like farmers or user bases, right? So that's very important to bring at early stage. Who would the users be? And in this academic industry interaction is very important, right? Right at the early stage itself, bring the industry also, because from the industry we do have a lot of experience in using the data sets. So if we have a say also in, like I talked a little bit about AI assisted or AI augmented data collection, right? Like that's something simple also to be, which could be adopted, like run the data through the existing, even baseline models, take the feedback and then look at whether you want to keep that data set, correct them, tag them, like even not only after collection, but even during at the time of collection itself, that's something that probably can be adopted as well, right?
Okay, so can you translate that into a recommendation, please?
Yeah, exactly what I was talking about. If we can actually have that at the time of collection itself.
Okay.
Because like very simply, like earlier we were discussing, right? Like if you want to, for example, have like farm boundary delineation very well, then there are algorithms which do very well. So rather than, you do that automatically, but then do the correction of it, so you don't have problems in farm digitization at least, right? So only where is necessary at the time of in the field, you correct them, right? So those are very simple mechanisms of bringing, in a way, augmentation, the way that you're collecting data set itself, right? Quality check at the time of data collection. These two things, if it is done well, I think it will solve 90% of the problem, in my opinion.
All right. Dr. Marwa, you were saying something.
Yeah, one approach is this. Another can be having, as Dr. Mahapatra told, a clear-cut program, specifically pointing out the issues, the domain areas, the low-hanging fruits for which we can solve the problems, those applications which are easy to build and which we think AI has a solution as of now. But it's just application of those application on the right data set, get it model ready, and then apply it. So there are, if you see the domain itself and both the domains, the AI as well as the agriculture, you can find out many such problems where we have all the solutions, only a bit of correction of the data and applying right algorithm for the right problem that will serve the purpose and that will show you the impact of AI in agriculture domain.
Can you take an example of that, Sudeep? Example that ICAR has worked on, maybe yourself or Dr. Mahapatra, any one of you?
There are 2-3 examples.
Very
First,
quickly.
as Salman has covered, we have come up with a solution, AI DISC, artificial intelligence-based disease identification system for crops. We did it for 50 diseases.
And
across
how
25 crops.
widely is it being used?
This is launched last year, last year in fact, and now we are integrating in NPSS itself for other things. For cotton is Vadvani AI is doing, but for all other crops and other diseases, we are building it with NPSS.
And you're commercializing it through the agri-tech startups as well?
That we can also build. So essentially, we are giving it through an API, and we believe that we can provide it to any agriculture entrepreneur, whosoever have their own mobile app, but having different set. Like the earlier example we have said for the financial credits, right, agri credits. So although he is providing agri credits, but for every farmer, they can always add the crop and pest advisory to their apps. So that one section can be the crop and pest advisory, and others, the governments or the state governments or any other mobile app developer can add their own set of features, can do value addition. So this is one such problem. Another area where it's more scientific, where me and Dr. Mahapatra worked, is actually the crop improvement program, wherein we established phenomics facility, and wherein we have state-of-the-art complete camera system, data imaging stations, and we run through hundreds of genotypes to find out particular specific trait, and wherein from that we use AI algorithms to find out the high throughput phenotyping, and that we have used to actually filter out some of the traits for some of the genotypes, which will finally help in speedy crop improvement programs.
Sai, if I can come to you and Salman as well, both of you, which is, what are the challenges that you are seeing on the ground in terms of the farmers using AI-based solutions? I mean, they could be from ICAR, they could be your solution, there could be others. Why did you go first and then Salman after that?
So with respect to farmer, he doesn't understand between what is AI or what is digital. For him, it has to be something which is more appropriate, more real and more actionable for him. So the AI technologies which are based on more data sets and more accurate are able to give accurate advisory, more real time and more realistic to the ground. I think, and also other aspects like vernacular, something actionable. So any AI technology which is able to solve these problems, the farmers are able to use it. So farmer now here doesn't understand which AI model has been used in backend or what is the technology. For him, it's more of a relevance.
Yeah, I think plus one to what Sai said. Just one point to that is, what does farmer is having a fear of? Fear of loss. So the AI need to look at solving or reducing risk with respect to, I mean, whatever development it is, whether it's solving a through crop advisory, any credit, it's all about risk. Because for him, it's the matter of income. So the AI solutions need to be well tested, piloted quick. So what AI is able to do right now is able to expedite the process of failure faster. So fail fast, redevelop it, prove it, and then take it to the farmer. Because trust is another important aspect to the farmer. If it is not working, farmer will lose trust. If it loses trust, then he will never use it.
I think, and as some of the panelists also said earlier, it has been a tech-led approach to some extent. And I think we need to convert that into a balanced approach between technology and domain, right? So what has been the experience of the effort to get data sciences and digital technologies integrated into our agricultural universities? What do you, any feedback on that, anyone?
Yes, like I'll tell about my institution, IASRI. We were working on data science from last so many years, and we are continuously having a refresher course for the teachers and everything, so that the teachers of the agriculture universities become trained in their data science. They could use it in their research work.
So this is one aspect. Another is we have time to time revising our curriculum. So just a couple of years back, we have revised our BSc and complete postgraduate.
Yours is a premium university. What about the 72 other universities?
It's for all. So ICAR being a nodal agency, so we implement the course curriculum revision across all 76 universities.
And you think we're making progress?
Yes.
So across
last year only 5th Dean's Committee report was there. Based on the NEP implementation, now the 6th Dean's Committee reports are there. So our process is not like other universities where single university revises their curriculum. So here in ICAR and SAU system, we have Dean's Committees for revising the curriculum, and all 76 universities follow the same. Only there is a difference of only 10 to 15% change which they can do based on the crop which they grow. Like Rajasthan, they will not grow the rice. The Kerala will. So there are some flexibilities given. Otherwise, the course curriculum of agriculture universities is same across India, not only for the graduate, but also for the postgraduate and PhD.
Okay.
So that is being taken care of.
Thank you. I'd like to come back to research, Dr. Mohapatra, and we're very proud of the work that you've been doing on genomics and molecular genetics, etc. What is your thoughts on how is AI actually helping accelerate some of that research capability in the country?
Yeah. In fact, it's a very big answer to this, but I'll be very brief.
And any recommendations as well, if you can make any quick recommendations as well.
That's more important. When I started discussing AI-based applications, in 2017, we had industry partners and ICAR and others who all were involved at that point in time. It was getting initiated. So we had a lot of discussion, one full day discussion on this, and we built a recommendation. And now we have many programs, AI-driven programs, research programs, which are now in place. For instance, we are using, remote sensing-based near real-time crop condition monitoring, and building algorithms, new algorithms, and then redefining many different agroecologies, not just one location, one farmer, and different ecologies, and where it works, where it doesn't work. It was presented, and not that everywhere it works. And similarly, for instance, use of sensors and AI in rapid fertility assessment and mapping, soil fertility assessment and mapping. And the input system is so serious a constraint with regard to sustainability of agriculture, and water, fertilizer, and so on. I'll not go into details of it, but that's what we are researching it, and AI is being used. And similarly, not only crops. In fact, we have gone to the fishery and animal husbandry sector. In animal husbandry sector, precision dairy. With regard to health monitoring, mastitis, and stress detection, detection of parturition time of cattle, and so on and so forth. And so, using AI and sensors, to build that kind of database and then taking it to the field for application. So there are many such areas where the research is happening. And more so, as Dr. Marwa said, we started with use of genomics. So, we built this facility, and real-time data, huge quantity of real-time data, and using AI to analyze and also apply for prediction of a good phenotype, and then good genotype identification in the process, and building that. And then now, given the kind of technology as it is moving, for instance, gene editing, identifying the right kind of gene and the right kind of site of mutation by using AI and models, different models, whatever available, and so that machine learning tools, so that we can pinpoint and reduce the work of researchers to modify genes at will to give better crops which are climate resilient and for sustainable agriculture, which is so crucial. So that kind of interventions are happening now. So I believe that in years to come, many technology will be coming from ICAR system, including ICAR means it includes all the 77 universities, who are intricately, in fact, associated with our research programs.
And is this, and are we also collaborating as a country with international institutions? What about the private sector? Are there any recommendations on that?
Yeah. So I'll come to recommendation part of this, that I think, we are interacting with international institutions, which are called CGIAR institutions. In fact, ICR fund them. In fact, around 50 crore rupees annually is spent on this partnership. We fund very specific research programs and partner in that and get all the international, expertise and experience and also technologies, to the country. And that is how Indian agriculture is contributing to food self-sufficiency and sustaining this 1.4 billion people. But anyway, but coming to very specific recommendation on this, that I believe that the industry partnership has to happen large scale in this program. I think there is little bit of isolation, industry, particularly the startups and the youngsters, they are coming into this field, and data is being generated afresh. And I believe the kind of expertise, experience available with the university system and ICAR system, there should be complementarity, and there will be faster progress. And this has to happen at a faster pace.
Who should take the lead, sir?
I invited several times and we had interactions, but it has not jailed. I believe that a little bit of investment would spur this activity and jail happen, faster. So without that, probably, that would not really be materializing.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Keeping a watch on the clock, I'm going to move to the third section, and I'm going to talk about data and issues around data, right? Data interoperability, sharing of data, because that ultimately is the raw material for AI. And what are the problems? The problem number one is that agriculture is one of the least digitized sectors. There isn't enough of data sharing that happens between the private sector and the public sector. And a lot of the data that exists or that is available in silos in the different formats and different types of data, etc. So that leads to a whole range of issues where we do not have enough data to work on some of our AI models. So we certainly need governance, as that was pointed out by some of the keynote speakers as well. We need to find ways to exchange data, to use technology like a data exchange, etc. But I'd like to get your thoughts on if you can frame that whole issue around data standardization, lack of calibration, etc., please.
Thanks, Nipun. So this is what I was thinking, because everybody started off with the data quality, but the real reason for why we don't have a data quality and why there is a skepticism in sharing all this. So first part is, I believe Agri is a very diverse and a complex ecosystem. And without a standardization, it is very, very difficult, because you're measuring the same parameter in Tamil Nadu and in Bihar, but is represented in a different way. So when you collect data, it needs to be standardized, because across nomenclature, across matrices that you're collecting, the units that you're defining, all these are at different scales, right? So when you converge all this, even though you have a quality, the perception will be you don't have a quality. So how do you bring it to a general approach is a key thing. So probably taking an analogy from telecom, the reason why it has been so strong and standing is it is built on standards, protocols, and everything is documented. So everybody who is coming into the ecosystem follow the same thing. So that's a want of the hour for agriculture, right?
Yeah.
Because if we have compute, we have memory, we have skills, and we also have data protection. The biggest thing that is lacking is standardization, and that's the need of the hour.
Okay.
So the second part that I wanted to talk about is on the reason why people are a little skeptical in sharing, because people say data is important, my model is important. So with so much of advent, there are confidential compute rooms, there are data exchanges where while you protect the farmers, you also protect the data providers. So that will bring a lot of collaboration is the next thing that we want to focus on, Nipun.
So protect the data providers.
Yes.
Okay.
Because standardization and protection to multiple means. The third part is why somebody is not sharing a data. It's awareness. 10 years back, you and me were worried about sharing our data for a credit score. Today, all of us are open. Why? Because we have seen the benefit of it. So how do you make the ecosystem be aware of why am I sharing the data? What is the benefit in it for me? Which can also be driven by short-term use cases like financial inclusion, right? Which will lead to showcasing immediate results, building trust, and people see the benefits.
Perfect, very good. So help people realize the benefits that they can get, number one. Number two, protect the data providers as well, not just the farmers, but also the people who are actually collecting data. And the third, you said, is standardization. And standardization, I'm assuming you're talking about not only what you collect, but how you collect it. So the process of collecting information.
It includes process,
right,
the approach that we collect, how do we want to calibrate it, all this also matters.
Perfect. Sai, you've been a data company, so I'd like to hear your thoughts.
So I think Abhay is very right that that process is not yet set. So for example, if today I have to share data, I'll have to start that process from taking consent from the users. Because data privacy is a big issue. I cannot just start as a private company, I cannot share data without consent. So that should be the step one, that while any private company or government organization is collecting the farmer-specific data, there has to be consent and those things, regulatory things sorted. Second is confidentiality can be managed by slicing that data to macro and micro level by masking it. So let's say if data accuracy is needed at the block level, village level, it can be masked so that it can be used readily rather than waiting for a consent. So that way, immediate access of data can be also solved without waiting for the individual farmer consent.
So that would enable data providers to actually share data. That would enable you to share data with somebody else, other private sector players.
I wanted to add something also to this. I think one of the key element is what kind of value we put to the data, you know. Now somebody might say that I go and collect data from the field, it might cost me 50 rupees, you know. But the actual value of collection and data correction and validation, all of that is almost at least 10 times that, you know.
Okay.
So data providers, I mean data collectors, if you incentivize that, you know, then sharing also becomes much more easier because the value for, I would say that, you know, current AI systems, knowing AI systems very well, curated data, good quality data, have much more higher significance than like large amount of data. So data diversity and smaller amount of data is critical, you know. So if we, even for that smaller curated data, if you are able to give higher valuation, then, you know, like, I think like data will become ubiquitous, you know, and for selected crops, selected varieties, you know, it doesn't have to be a huge amount, right? So already we have invested a lot of revenue. I think the major issue has been in focusing on the curation quality and the valuation of it. If we just increase that by a factor of 10 or at least a factor of 10 times, you know, the amount and quality of data that we're going to get is really beautiful, you know.
Okay.
That's first thing. One more additional point I want to add is, looking at the future also, we have to look a little bit about the future of AI as well. The future of AI is not going to be data-driven alone, you know. It's also knowledge-driven, you know. Indian agriculture system is a humongous powerhouse of knowledge, you know. But how do we codify that, structure it, and like, you know, bring it in a centralized, representative way, you know, call it knowledge graphs or anything, is very, very critical. Because the relationship between crops, pests and diseases, soil,
and it's all interconnected, right? So that interconnection, so if we add the knowledge layer to it, you know, even data uncertainty, the uncertainty around data goes away.
Right, I agree with that. Who do you think should lead it?
That's a great question. But I think it should be.
Are you suggesting that the government leads it, ICAR leads it, or the private sector leads it, or an ecosystem approach leads it?
Well, there should be a centralized representative, but it can be like even private players like us, like Wikipedia, right? Like we were discussing, Wikipedia, like how Wikipedia is like really crowd driven.
Right.
I'm ready to contribute, you know, but I cannot.
You're willing to contribute, okay. So, Sai, what do you think, given your work that you've done on collecting data sets, etc., what has been your estimates of the cost that has been incurred by you? I mean, if you can just take some rough estimates.
Actually, cost is pretty high because for us, that data accuracy was the key in building those models. So for 4 years, we conducted multiple experiments with ICRISAT. So we worked with ICRISAT for 4 years. So 20 scientists working for 4 years, conducting at least 100, what you call, central control plots. So
can you convert that into one number, or can you convert that into something takeaway?
Yeah, so it is somewhere between $2 to $3 million.
Wow. So that is the cost that you incurred in collecting one data set, right? Now
these
imagine,
were multiple,
okay,
like
fine.
Four
fine.
data sets.
Four data sets, okay. But imagine if there are other startups also replicating and trying to do the same thing, that they are incurring a similar cost in doing this, exactly replicating the same data set.
It's also the time, because agriculture, it's
I agree.
a season.
I agree. There was an estimation that 70% of Indian agri-tech players actually spend 70% of the cost and effort, etc., in duplicated effort. So that's an example of what you're giving.
And like I know from my peers, they do the same.
They do the same thing, right? So the discussion that we were having, Dr. Marwa, on data and sharing and ICAR, etc., and making that available, not just ICAR data, but also the government of India data, etc.
So what Dr. Mohapatra told in a way that a platform. So agriculture-based shared data platform where both private and public data can be present there. May not be free, may be priced, but the platform should be there where everyone can start contributing the data sets.
I agree.
And then it may be a marketplace also.
I agree.
So
we should have a national...
At least available.
Correct.
So if somebody wants to get that data, and if you say by himself he incurs such a cost, and if that data is available in a lesser cost, yes, I should go about it. So a collaborative data platform, and sir also told about the funding.
Yes.
And I believe we should recommend that some big player should contribute as a CSR funds for giving a seed money for developing that.
If you look at the amount of money which we as a country are spending by individual players spending a few $1 million each, there is enough money available.
Right, that's what I'm
saying. If you can channelize that to a common effort.
So only those companies can contribute, only the CSR part of their, that will also do.
Fine, all right, okay, cool. I think, Sanjay, any points from your side on this?
ICR has a clear-cut policy on a CSR.
Sure,
they can fund ICR for CSR for developing this platform.
Wonderful, wonderul. I know we are out of time almost, but Sanjay, any quick comments?
No, I think we're touching on the right piece. The fodder for all this is, if I use that term, is data. And I think there are a lot of other industries that have gone through similar challenges over the last couple of decades. My background's financial services. So if I look at banking in kind of the late 90s, early 2000s, and how it's progressed, we didn't have standardization, which is where this started happening at the global level with the Basel Committee for Banking Supervision. We had different accounting standards, which is where International Accounting Standards Board came around, IASB. I think this is a movement which is done, if you look at it broadly, probably at a global scale. And that, in a way, starts filtering down. So even if you look at accounting standards, I'm just using that as an example, it started getting defined and evolving at a global level, but there was a pace at which each country followed, including India. India decided that certain standards will be adopted with a lag, and as did many other countries. And I think ultimately that's what we will need. Now, if there's no global forum that's ready to do that, we can definitely take the initiative at a country level. But I do find that while there's a lot of willingness from academia, from private sector, etc., a government leadership and initiatives like this gives it a lot more continuity.
Sure, sure, absolutely.
And also attracts, you know, a lot of kind of, I would say, funding, interest, etc. And the independence of the government in a way starts, you know, influencing some balanced approach rather than commercial biases that might come in.
Yes, I agree with that. The government has a huge responsibility from an agriculture standpoint as well. And so agriculture cannot really make progress without government support. But I think we can all conclude, and there were some very good ideas and actions that came out of the session, and we'll summarize it, and we'll work with GPI to take it forward. But we can all conclude that I think collaboration is the only way, and an ecosystem-led approach is the only way to go forward, number one. Number two, try to build data sets and infrastructure, digital public infrastructure in a collaborative manner between the private sector and the government, etc., is the other thing that we should focus on. Every private sector company building their own infrastructure is a waste of money, is a waste of time. We are just not able to solve agricultural issues fast enough, right? So wonderful, thank you so much. It's been wonderful talking to you. Yes.
Excuse me, can I
yes.
one point?
Yes,
Yeah,
Dr. Mahapatra. There are a couple of questions from the audience. Just 1 second. Let him just finish. Go ahead, Dr. Mahapatra.
Yeah, so I was telling that it's fine that, you know, what we are discussing is important. And while discussing, let us also, I mean, every one of us knows that this country is having 85% of its about 12 crore farm household as a small and marginal.
Yes.
And with less than 1 hectare of land. And that's also fragmented. And anything we would like to implement, because farmers cannot afford, and we have to keep in mind, and why our technology diffusion adoption is so slow, and why we have been struggling, that should be kept in mind. You know, in a captured, clustered 2,000, 5,000, 50,000 hectare is not going to really work for the whole country. And how do we holistically address the issues of these huge farming community and 85% being small and marginal? So, and the cost of the technology and services and solutions being provided at the grassroots level. So this needs to be kept in mind. And what was said that the cost of collecting data itself, and there will be other costs associated. So I believe that keeping all that in mind, we need to build partnership and build that kind of platforms together so that we don't replicate. It's not just public-private partnership, even private-private partnership would be essential. So, and government intervention is also important because providing solutions at a cheaper rate at the doorstep of the farmers is not going to happen so easily, you know, unless we come together. So that's my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's take a question from the audience.
Yeah, I represent academia, and that too from pure sciences. If we are talking about sustainable agriculture, the role of AI, what my emphasis is, it has to percolate down every layer. And that is where we can build a strong, sustainable agriculture in a country like India, where almost everybody gets impacted by agriculture directly or indirectly. So the topic of discussion, I think knowledge-based system is very, very important, and that is where Indian sustainability in agriculture has lagged behind, as pointed out by Professor Mahapatra. So only the knowledge is coming from the agriculture extension sector, where they have the data set, and people are not ready to believe it properly. So what I think the new education policy with which I am greatly associated with, so it has to start from bottom up. And the education system has to be told the problems of Indian agriculture and how sustainable it can become by the modern technologies, not like transgenics, which people are misunderstanding. There's a lot of misinformation.
Sure,
and that is why we have been lagging. So now there is a ride of genome editing. So we don't have to miss that wave, where the government also is very proactive and supportive.
We'll have to close.
So that is one point. The other point that I want to make is...
Please ask a question.
Yeah. No, I'm just
making a point. Making a point, right. Sure, go ahead.
So the One Health policy, where agriculture is very much involved, because there are zoonotic spillovers from animals to human beings. The AMR, the antimicrobial resistance, where agriculture plays a central role. So all these spheres are very central to sustainable agriculture. So all these things have to be addressed through AI.
I agree.
There are lots of other things.
I agree. As we summarize it, we will put it out in the public domain, and we would love you to have it critiqued. Yes, go ahead, Shiva.
Knowledge graphs and knowledge graph databases.
Can we take that offline?
No. But there is somebody who's working on it. I thought I'll just share this. I'll just half a minute. ID Mumbai and ID Chennai, the Madras, they already have an initiative along with NVIDIA. They are working on it. I thought it's just information to share with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions? Please take them offline. The panelists will still be here. There's tea and coffee outside, and there's something to eat. You can continue chatting. We just need to close the session.
Yeah, let me ask one question to Mahapatra, sir.
Sir, please.
Youth needs to be, channelized for right livelihood. When AI comes into the exploration. So, what are your thoughts, sir?
Certainly, in fact, youth can be gainfully engaged. If AI comes in, we have many different applications where youth can be engaged meaningfully by appropriate skill impartment. It's a big thing to discuss about, but very briefly, youth needs to be skilled to help in the whole process of application of AI in agriculture. So there are many different aspects in which youth can be meaningfully engaged. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for participating. And we will, as we said, we'll circulate the feedback.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. I realize that you have all sat here for 2 hours, and I realize that, it's been a long day. So please continue chatting with them. Please ask your questions. There's no discouragement from our side. I would request, I would thank everyone for staying here, and I would thank especially all our panelists, moderators, and Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra and our keynote addresses. And I would now request Mr. Abhishek Agarwal, scientist at METI in the Emerging Technologies division, to please felicitate the moderator and all the panelists. Thank you so much. So please come to the front one by one, and you'll be felicitated by Mr. Abhishek.
We have one more group photo after felicitation. So everyone, if everyone can please just stand in front. It's up to you. Abhishek ji, one group photo. We have Dr. Mohapatra also in the frame. Thank you once again, everyone. If you have any more questions, please ask the panelists themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.